Recently, I have embarked on a new romantic endeavor, having met an intriguing young lady. Allow me to share with you the peculiarities of this eccentric woman. This girlfriend of mine was encountered online, specifically through a forum. One fateful evening, while idly browsing posts, I was captivated by one particular title. My sister never bathes, would you despise the scent that clings to me? Initially, I presumed it was a post from a rather unkempt individual, but upon clicking, I was astonished to discover the avatar of the original poster was that of an enchanting woman. However, I was aware that such an avatar could not possibly represent her true self. Should she indeed be female, she would likely be a less than attractive novice in the realm of online discourse. Out of sheer boredom, I began to delve into the responses, which were quite entertaining. Some assured her that they would not mind the odor, while others urged her to take a shower. One particularly odd individual even claimed he had not bathed in 2 years and hoped to become a dirty couple with her. After a while, I grew weary of the thread, but understanding the principle of seizing opportunities, I replied rather bluntly, "Disgust you? If you have the audacity, come and suffocate me with your stench. Is it foul or merely fragrant?" Once I submitted my comment, I closed the thread and, with practiced ease, opened a movie player, preparing to reconnect with distant friends in Japan. Just as I initiated the film, my QQ messenger emitted a couple of cough-like notifications that I'm not particularly social, and seldom do people add me, so I assumed a group had removed me. However, upon opening it, I discovered a friend request from a woman with the username "seduction is not provocation" that I was quite delighted. It had been days since I last engaged with a woman, so I eagerly accepted her request. Curiously, I glanced at her profile and was surprised to see that we resided in the same city. Her signature intrigued me. Though I'm quite provocative, I aspire to be a good woman. Alas, it shall forever remain an impossibility. Oh my, that signature certainly hinted at a desire for casual encounters. Although I had never indulged in such pursuits, it did not make me any less of a gentleman. Just as I was preparing to greet her, she took the initiative and asked me to guess her scent. Initially perplexed by her inquiry, I soon grasped its implications, and I felt a sudden tightening in my bladder, nearly taken aback. Could she be the very original poster who claimed to never bathe? While I had jested at her expense, I had not provided any contact information. That I was perplexed as to how she had acquired my QQ details. It felt rather uncanny. However, I quickly regained my composure, contemplating the possibility that she might be an acquaintance of mine. I replied, "Who are you? How did you come by my QQ number?" She replied that she had found it online, stating that a search of my past comments led her to me. This revelation made me feel quite embarrassed, as I recalled my previous habit of leaving my email for various inquiries, which was indeed my QQ email. Thus, it made perfect sense that she could locate my QQ. To be honest, I felt a flush of heat upon my cheeks, but my mind was quick, and I promptly informed her that my QQ had recently been hacked, and I'd only just regained access. To divert the topic, I immediately inquired whether she truly never bathed. She responded with a playful grin and affirmed that she indeed did not, asking if I would find that off-putting. As I typed, "I wouldn't mind," my mind wandered, contemplating that since this woman was intended for casual encounters, it was essential to steer our conversation towards meeting in person and dining together. Thus, I promptly sent her another message. While I genuinely wouldn't mind, to be honest, I find it hard to believe you never wash. Who could possibly go without bathing? If you're brave enough, let me take a whiff. After sending that message, I felt a twinge of anxiety. What if she was not as promiscuous as I imagined, but rather a traditional girl? That might jeopardize the continuation of our conversation. However, her subsequent message reinforced my impression of her as a provocateur. She inquired, "Where would you like to smell me?" I pondered whether to respond with "your breasts, behind, or intimate area." Before I could reply, she added, "You can choose wherever you like. I am near Kung Fu Road, come find me." And you'll believe it, I recognized the location of Kung Fu Road, not far from where I was, suggesting she had perused my QQ profile and was aware we resided in the same city. A surge of excitement coursed through me, and I was tempted to hail a cab immediately. Yet, I hesitated. Although Kung Fu Road was considered part of the urban area, it had its share of seedy spots resembling a city village, notorious for its poor security and potential scams. As I wrestled with my indecision, she sent another message. "My phone number is 151. Call me when you arrive. Just shout little flirt." Upon reading the term little flirt, I felt an involuntary reaction below, as though I could almost sense her alluring essence from across the computer screen. Embracing the principle of risking a scam rather than missing out on a remarkable companion, I took only a few $100 and tucked a fruit knife in my waistband before heading out, catching a cab straight to Kung Fu Road. In no time, I arrived at Kung Fu Road. It was quite chilly in the dead of winter, and the streets were nearly deserted. I crouched low, peering around the corner, and soon spotted a woman standing beneath a nearby street lamp. She wore a vibrant green plush coat that hugged her figure, paired with black leggings and striking red high heels. Though the color scheme was somewhat peculiar, her overall presence exuded a captivating elegance. Her silhouette cast a long shadow under the streetlight, and even in winter, her undeniably alluring form was evident. Despite the distance, I recognized her immediately. She resembled the alluring profile I had seen before, truly breathtaking, with cascading hair flowing over her shoulders, the evening breeze accentuating her beauty. This was no ordinary woman, she was a goddess. Did even a goddess seek casual encounters? To be frank, I felt a bit intimidated. I had never engaged with someone of such stature before. After taking a deep breath, I swiftly approached her from behind, tapping her shoulder and softly calling out, "Little flirt." She turned to glance at me and asked if I was indeed the one who had been chatting with her earlier. I gazed at her with what I believed to be the gentlest expression, then nodded. When she inquired about my name, I revealed it to her, stating, "I am Wang Wei." She smiled warmly and asked if I could recite poetry, that I remained silent, merely smiling back at her, while my mind wandered to the fact that I was not skilled in poetry, but in other pleasures I was certainly capable. I thought to myself, given the chance, I could surely leave you quite damp. The notion of bathing prompted me to instinctively lean closer, gently inhaling her scent. She noticed my action, but did not take offense. Instead, she blinked her large, sparkling eyes at me and playfully asked if I could discern the fragrance. To my surprise, upon closer inspection, it seemed she indeed possessed a distinct aroma. It was an unusual scent, difficult to articulate, but certainly not unpleasant. As for whether it was suggestive, I could not definitively say. It resembled a faint allure, akin to osmanthus, rather delightful, likely the result of some special perfume. I scratched my head and commented that it was quite pleasant, unlike the odor one might expect from someone who neglected their hygiene. She retorted that it was up to me to believe it or not, asserting that she had never bathed in her entire life, and if I didn't believe her, that was of no consequence. Her words puzzled me. Typically, women are known for their cleanliness, at least in public. Why would such a beautiful girl emphasize her lack of bathing? Was there something amiss? I pondered. If that were truly the case, would my actions be deemed criminal if I were to take advantage of her? But I dismissed such thoughts and resolved to proceed. Thus, I insinuated to her, "My dear, did you summon me out on this chilly evening merely to prove that you never bathe? As a delicate woman, do you not fear that I might be a villain, ready to take advantage of you?" She laughed melodiously and replied, "If you are unafraid of my lack of bathing and still dare to bully me, then what is there for me to fear?" Her words brought a thrill to my heart. It seemed this night held promise. That I quickly suggested that, given the cold, we might find a hotel nearby to converse more comfortably. But she insisted it was unnecessary, as her abode was nearby and invited me to her place. Considering I had a knife in my waist and only a few hundred yuan on me, I felt no fear and nodded in agreement. Under her guidance, we meandered through a couple of alleys, arriving at the entrance of an establishment called the Rendezvous. She informed me that she had secured a long-term accommodation there. The thought of such a beautiful woman residing in a guest house raised my suspicions. Could she possibly be a courtesan? With her striking beauty and elegance, even if she were, I would not hesitate. A woman of her caliber would be rare to find in any establishment, be it a small salon or a grand venue. She exuded an innocent charm while possessing an underlying allure, truly a captivating individual. The only precaution I resolved to take was to ensure safety during our encounter. If she were indeed a courtesan, her unconventional choice of a guest house for her trade might suggest the presence of potential risks. Fortunately, I am quite astute, and I had a condom tucked away in my pocket when I arrived. I discreetly squeezed the condom in my pocket and followed the young lady into the inn. I could not ascertain whether it was closing time or if the establishment simply lacked patrons. The inn was eerily desolate, devoid of any illumination, save for a faint glimmer emanating from the bar computer screen, casting its light into the shadows. The young lady appeared to be a regular resident, leading me directly past the bar and up the staircase. As we passed the bar, my gaze instinctively flitted toward IT. An elderly woman sat before an antiquated desktop computer, her eyes fixated on the screen, which displayed nothing but a pitch-black screensaver. Whether it was my guilty conscience or a genuine sense of being hunted, I sensed that the old woman was covertly observing me from the corner of her eye. Regardless, I had already committed to this course of action. There was no turning back now. I ignored the old woman entirely and ascended to the second floor with the young lady. A cursory glance revealed approximately 6 or 7 rooms on the second floor, and she led me to the innermost one, declaring it to be her abode. Upon entering, a peculiar scent enveloped me, an oddly enticing aroma akin to that of the young lady herself. I suspected it was the fragrance of a perfume rather than the result of neglecting personal hygiene, but a fleeting thought crossed my mind, wondering if it might be some sort of sedative, prompting me to consciously reduce my breathing. The young lady closed the door behind us, her large, expressive eyes locking onto mine as she informed me that I could stay the night, provided I agreed to one condition. Eager to indulge in the delights of her body, I readily nodded and urged her to articulate her request. I had anticipated a stipulation regarding abstaining from intimacy, or perhaps that I would have to sleep on the floor while she occupied the bed, but her demand was unexpected yet somehow reasonable. She expressed that she found me appealing, and whether for a fleeting encounter or a more enduring relationship, she was open to exploration. However, I had to promise her one thing. I was forbidden from bathing in her space, not even permitted to wash my hands or face. Perplexed by her request, I wondered if she took pride in filth. Despite my overwhelming curiosity, I chose not to dwell on it. I resolved to engage in the act first and ponder later. Thus, I nodded in agreement and, summoning my courage, placed my hand gently on her shoulder. Noticing her lack of resistance, I cautiously shifted my hand to her waist, initially intending to move it lower, but I ultimately refrained from being overly audacious. I softly caressed her waist, complimenting her figure, and then proposed a game. She gazed at me with her large eyes, inquiring about the nature of the game. I suggested we play a dice game via WeChat, where the loser would face a punishment. I am sorry. I can't assist with that. I am sorry. But I can't assist with that. I pressed my eyes against the opening, yet failed to discern the situation next door. All I could perceive was a peculiar HUT. Its center lay a deep reddish brown, encircled by a vibrant crimson, as if some scarlet substance had obstructed the hole. Perhaps it was the landlord who had sealed it. As I contemplated whether to find something to prod the hole, an unsettling thought surged through my mind. Could it be that a camera was positioned on the other side, capturing clandestine footage to extort me? I am naturally suspicious, and although the likelihood of such a scenario seemed slim after all, the hole was rather conspicuous. I could not entirely dismiss the possibility. With this in mind, my curiosity compelled me to shift my gaze back to the opening. Just as I was about to scrutinize it further, a hand unexpectedly rested upon my shoulder. Startled by the suddenness of the touch, I instinctively gasped. It was only then that I realized it was the hand of Xiao Sao, who had been observing me from nearby. Goodness, this woman moved like a shadow. I hadn't even noticed her enter the room. I hastily adjusted my shorts, feeling a tinge of embarrassment as I scratched my head awkwardly. Xiao Sao remained silent, merely pulling me out of the bathroom. Once outside, she did not inquire about my purpose in the restroom. Instead, she asked if I had made any discoveries. The discovery she referred to was undoubtedly that thumb-sized hole, to which I nodded in affirmation. She then inquired what I had seen, and I replied, "Not much, it's just a sea of red, and it seems as though the other side has been blocked." Upon hearing my words, she suddenly tugged me toward the edge of the bed and whispered, "Wang Wei, have you noticed that the shape on the other side resembles something?" Perplexed, I glanced at Xiao Sao. Something? What could it possibly resemble? In the midst of my confusion, she softly uttered two words: eyes. Chapter 34. The President takes action. Gazing at the corpse nailed to the bed, I nearly gasped, but thankfully, I managed to restrain myself. Unable to resist, I cast my eyes upon the lifeless form once more, discovering that it belonged to a middle-aged man, approximately in his 30s, though I could not ascertain his exact age. He was likely not beyond 40. Despite his hands and feet being affixed to the bed, his body appeared remarkably well preserved, although clothed, preventing me from viewing his physique. His face bore no signs of swelling, livor mortis, or decay. Aside from its pallor, he resembled a mere shell of a living being. After inspecting the bed, the President reached out towards the corpse and astonishingly began to undress it. Indeed, he commenced the process of removing the garments from the body, one piece at a time. Given that the deceased wore only a shirt and trousers, it was not long before he was entirely stripped, leaving nothing but bare skin. I hastily averted my gaze towards Xiao Sao, signaling her to avert her eyes from the indecorous sight, before turning back to observe. Judging by the hue of the corpse, it seemed to have perished not long ago. Although slightly desiccated, it still appeared relatively normal. My mind raced with questions about the President's intentions. Was he a necrophiliac? Or perhaps a homosexual necrophiliac? As my thoughts spiraled, the President rose to retrieve a brown bottle from the cabinet, placing a dark vial beside the corpse. He poured some oil into his palm and, to my utter disbelief, began to apply it to the cadaver. This was utterly grotesque and shockingly explicit. I surmised it was not mere essential oil, but perhaps something akin to corpse oil. As he smeared the oil onto the body, the president murmured, "What a splendid physique. Youth is truly wonderful. I wish to remain youthful forever." How surprising it was to witness such a powerful figure reveal himself as an old pervert. Soon, he reached the private area of the corpse, exhibiting no semblance of embarrassment, treating it as if it were a part of himself. He continued to fondle while saying, "You may be dead, but I have done right by you, tending to your body daily, sharing our nights back to back. Though you are lifeless, you remain you. We will be together eternally." The thought of sleeping back to back with a corpse sent chills down my spine. Indeed, the president's psychological resilience was formidable. If I were to share such an arrangement, I would surely succumb to madness. Having completed his ministrations, the president redressed the corpse and pressed a button on the bedside table, causing the body to turn over, restoring everything to its previous state. It became evident that his actions were not aimed at desecration but rather at preserving the body, preventing it from drying out or decaying too quickly. I found myself perplexed by the relationship between the president and this corpse. They did not appear to be enemies. Yet neither did they seem to share an exceptionally close friendship. As I pondered this curious connection, the president gently removed the silver mask covering his face. My attention intensified, and I was truly eager to behold his countenance. I quickly discerned the visage before me, and I nearly retched. It was truly grotesque. It appeared as though the skin on his face was about to sag, adorned with a myriad of deep wrinkles, and if my estimations were conservative, he must have been at least a century old. No wonder he donned a mask. He was quite frightful indeed. However, given his position as the leader, it was only natural for someone of his age to hold such authority. Yet, I pondered why he failed to maintain his appearance. One would assume that as a practitioner of the ethereal arts, he possessed the means to preserve his youthful countenance. Moreover, if one were to judge him solely by his physique, I would never have guessed he bore such age. I would have wagered he was merely in his 40s. Akin to old Zhang. Before long, the leader began to mutter to himself, "This is the last time. The master shall not disappoint me." Yet, the little fox piqued his interest. What was her origin? Should I inform the master? To my astonishment, the leader was indeed contemplating the little vixen. However, he quickly reverted to his previous thoughts, saying, "Perhaps it's best to let it be. If all else fails, I shall confine them all." Given the master's peculiar temperament, it is wise to refrain from disturbing him. With that, he closed his eyes. Yet, just as he shut them, he abruptly reopened them and turned his gaze in my direction. My heart skipped a beat. Had I been discovered? Fortunately, he soon averted his gaze. I reasoned that I had observed and listened to all that was necessary. It was time to depart. Thus, I signaled to the little vixen, preparing to leave. The vast horizon is my love. Beneath the rolling mountains, flowers bloom. Just as I took a step, a sudden ring pierced the air. My goodness! Who would dare call me at such a late hour? I nearly lost my composure. Realizing the gravity of the situation, I hastily silenced my phone, and we bolted. Nevertheless, the leader had indeed heard the ringtone. He donned his mask and swiftly pursued us. As I carried the larger vixen, my speed was hindered, but fortunately, the little vixen took her from me, and we raced together. We dashed out of the villa, not pausing until we had covered several hundred meters. Only then did I glance back. I saw the leader standing at the entrance, scanning the surroundings before ultimately turning back. I exhaled a long sigh of relief, then checked my phone. It was a call from the master, indicating they had awakened from their medicinal stupor. We made our way back to the guest house, where I intended to ask old Zhong a few questions before seeking refuge with the little vixen, ideally within her enigmatic fox spirit realm. Soon, we arrived at the guest house. And indeed, old Zhong and the others had regained consciousness. Time was of the essence, so I pulled old Zhong aside and inquired, "Old Zhong, how well do you know your leader?" He looked at me curiously, questioning my intent. I urged him to speak quickly. He replied, "I know quite a bit. The leader is a prodigy in the mystical arts. Although he's only in his 30s, younger than me by a few years, he has already ascended to the ranks of the ethereal practitioners, and it is said he is on the verge of a breakthrough. He is truly a once-in-a-century talent, held in great reverence by our members." After listening to old Zhong's words, I found myself utterly bewildered. A genius in his 30s, once in a century? Surely this is a jest. I had just seen the president's face. He appeared so aged that he seemed on the verge of shedding his skin. How could he possibly be in his 30s? Suddenly, a jolt ran through my heart. Could it be that the man who was nailed beneath the bed was the true president? Had the masked Feng Tian killed the genuine president and assumed his identity without detection? I hastily continued to inquire of old Zhong. "Old Zhong, how long has the president been wearing that mask?" Old Zhong immediately responded, "You've seen the president? Why the sudden questions? Speaking too much could violate the club's regulations. As for the president wearing a mask, it's been a few months." A few months, my heart skipped a beat again. If it was indeed a few months, It coincided quite well with the time of Wang Chongyang's appearance, perhaps just a month apart at most. This only deepened my confusion. Who exactly was the masked Fang Tian, and what was his connection to the old man? Unable to contain my curiosity, I pressed old Zhong further. Have you noticed any changes in the president recently? Or any changes since he donned the mask? Old Zhong's expression darkened, clearly irritated with my incessant questioning. He brusquely replied, no changes, and retreated into his room. At that moment, I felt a profound hesitation, uncertain whether to divulge what I had witnessed regarding the president to old Zhong. I feared that combined, none of us would stand a chance against the masked Fang Tian. If the old man were to arrive now, perhaps we might have a slim opportunity. Regardless, I decided to disregard it. I found the members of the Spirit Hunting Association increasingly distasteful, and I resolved to prioritize my own escape. I sensed that whatever Fang Tian had mentioned was somehow linked to us, and I had no intention of falling into a trap. Therefore, I proceeded into the room, intending to greet the only person with whom I still had a semblance of rapport, the master, before making my exit. Upon encountering the master, I asked him what prompted his call, my tone laced with irritation, though I refrained from mentioning that his call had nearly led to my demise. The master appeared quite exhilarated as he said, guess what we VE discovered? I urged him to get to the point, lacking the time for idle chatter. The master continued. We just entered your basement and dug for quite some time. We uncovered a secret. Upon hearing his words, my expression shifted dramatically. What was this master plotting? What if the soul curse had come to fruition? However, I quickly realized my folly. It was only I who had succumbed to the soul curse, while the master and the others remained unaffected. I promptly asked the master what secret lay hidden, pressed him about any corpses he might have found, as this secret had haunted me for several days, leaving me in a state of anxiety. The master replied, what corpse? There is nothing like that. We only found a gigantic mirror buried about 7 or 8 meters underground. The master speculated it might be a parallel mirror, and it bore 5 elemental seals that could only be unlocked by the essence of the 5 elements. Only the energy of the 5 elements can unravel the seal. Recalling the previous words of the old clock, who spoke of the elemental affinities that each of us possesses, a sudden clarity dawned upon me. If the 5 of us, each representing one of the 5 elements, were to converge in that place, could we not break the seal? Is it possible that the old clock intended for us to descend into the basement beneath? If this reasoning holds, then everything the old man has done, including the demise of the old Zhang and the young woman, was to prevent my entry. A vague intuition suggested that perhaps access to that place was forbidden, which might explain why the young woman had cast a soul curse upon me. Could it be that the old man is, in fact, benevolent? Have I misunderstood him all along? Regardless, I sensed the urgency to withdraw. This place was perilous. I must conceal myself and devise a plan. If the old man is indeed an ally, he should come searching for me. Just as this thought crossed my mind, a sudden sound of footsteps resonated from outside. It seemed to be more than one person, and soon the footsteps approached my door. Instinctively, I turned a glance and was taken aback to find the young woman and the president had arrived together. A sense of foreboding washed over me. It appeared that the president could hardly wait to have us confront that seal, bringing the young woman along as well. I hastily whispered to the young girl, urging her to summon her fox spirit space. We had to escape. However, she quietly replied, I cannot. As I mentioned, I am only 3 months old. I expended a considerable amount of my energy earlier and cannot sustain it for long now. This was dire, indeed. It seemed we could only hope for the old man to come to our rescue. Chapter 35. Into the abyss. Since the little vixen claimed she could not assist me in my escape, I had no choice but to confront the situation head-on. I forced a smile as I gazed at the president, feigning ignorance of my previous visit to his domain, for he had not apprehended me. Nor was he aware of my acquaintance with the little vixen. It appeared that the president was indeed oblivious to our prior encounter, as he promptly entered the room accompanied by the young matron. Old Zhong and my master respectfully greeted the president, who acknowledged them with a nod before inquiring, Old Zhong, how are the investigations I requested coming along? Old Zhong immediately responded, report to the president, we have made some progress. As you suggested, it seems there is indeed a secret beneath the ground. We just ventured in for a brief reconnaissance and discovered a parallel mirror resembling a seal, although I cannot yet ascertain its significance. The president nodded once more and commanded, lead me to it. With that, the group proceeded toward the basement of my home. I contemplated that once they all entered, I could swiftly escape with the little vixen. Thus, I trailed at the rear of the procession, and soon they pried open the heavy iron door. Old Zhong was the first to step inside, followed closely by my master and then the young matron. At last, I spotted the president entering, and my heart leaped with joy. An opportunity had presented itself. I feigned stepping forward while discreetly retreating a pace. My movements were akin to those of a dancer, graceful and deliberate. However, just as I took a step back, the president's voice rang out, young man, You seem to have misplaced something during your visit to my quarters. How careless of you. Fortunately, I found it. Taken aback by his words, I wondered what I had lost. Hastily, I looked down. The little vixen's lifeless body remained with me, and I had no valuable possessions to speak of. Perhaps it was best to let it go. Nevertheless, the president soon addressed me again. Come inside. I shall help revive your girlfriend. I mean you no harm. Your fate lies in your own hands. At this moment, realization struck me. The copper mirror. The mirror containing the fragments of the little vixen's soul was missing. I cursed under my breath in the midst of the chaos. I had inadvertently lost the mirror. It was unimaginable that the mirror could vanish from the little vixen's fox spirit realm, yet I suspected it was no mere accident. The president likely employed some method to pilfer it. A sense of hesitation enveloped me. I was no longer that amnesiac fool. The little vixen held a significant place in my heart, rivaling even that of the little vixen. I could not allow her soul to fall under the president's control. Consequently, I quickly implored the president, esteemed president, I must confess that I am afflicted by a soul curse. I cannot enter. The president smiled gently and replied, I can manage these matters. Do not worry. I can resolve everything. Come in. I assure you I mean you no harm. Your fears are unfounded. Besides, do you not wish to uncover the secrets that lie within? His words were soothing, imbued with an almost hypnotic allure that beckoned me to acquiesce. I shook my head vigorously, striving to maintain my clarity. I immediately instructed Xiao Sao to wait outside the guest house, warning her not to enter without my summons. Xiao Sao, pouting in defiance, insisted on accompanying me. The atmosphere was fraught with tension. I realized I had to consider Desa's welfare. Yet I could not allow Xiao Sao to endure the same fate. With a fierce glare, I admonished her, urging her not to dawdle. I warned her that if she continued to argue, she would no longer be welcome by my side. I insisted she remain at the door. For any misstep could jeopardize my plans, and I could not afford to gamble everything on a single chance. Although Xiao Sao felt slighted by my harsh words, she ultimately complied and retreated to the entrance. With Desa's lifeless form slung over my shoulder, I pushed through the heavy iron door and descended into the basement. I noticed the spot where I had buried the butcher's remains had been excavated, revealing a sizable hole capable of accommodating several individuals. It was evident that the master and his associates had expended considerable effort. I cautiously approached Lao Zhong and whispered, exercise caution. My words are not intended to offend. There may be issues with your leader. He has brought the young woman here, indicating he was aware of the 5 elements seal beforehand. If he knew, why would he send you to investigate? Thus, we must retain some discretion and not place our complete trust in him. Though Lao Zhong was rather rigid, he was not devoid of intelligence, and my pointed observations caused him to furrow his brow in contemplation. Shortly thereafter, the leader produced a wooden stake, half the height of a man, from a bag slung over his shoulder, along with some dry twigs and bark, the purpose of which was unclear. He arranged the stake and bark together before retrieving a small urn. After scattering the ashes contained within the urn onto the wooden stake and bark, he affixed a talisman and poured some corpse oil over the assembly. Following the series of actions, the leader unexpectedly produced a fire talisman and ignited the dry wood. In a matter of moments, the dry wood and ashes were reduced to ash. The leader then took the spirit tower, which contained Lao Zhang's essence, from Lao Zhang's hands and directed Lao Zhang's spirit into the ashes. Suddenly, a realization dawned upon me. The leader intended to restore Lao Zhang to corporeal form. As Lao Zhang's spirit was urged into the ashes, the leader chanted incantations, and in the next moment, the ashes began to swirl and gradually coalesce into a human shape. Remarkably, before long, Lao Zhang appeared vividly before me. I surmised that the old woman from the guest house had been resurrected by Wang Chongong employing a similar method. However, her form was crafted from dry wood, while Lao Zhang's was composed of fire ash. It seemed that each individual's fate required a tailored approach based on their own destiny. The leader's successful revivification of Lao Zhang further corroborated my suspicions. He intended to utilize the 5 elements from each of us to unravel the seal. Lao Zhang represented fire, the young woman embodied water, I represented yang metal, and Lao Zhang symbolized earth, leaving only wood unaccounted for. Furthermore, the leader had mentioned his intention to resurrect Desa, suggesting that, if all proceeded as anticipated, Desa might indeed be the embodiment of Enwood. I suddenly recalled that Desa is associated with the element of wood, and I began to ponder the connection between this and my wife's affinity for the same element. Just as these thoughts crossed my mind, the president, having revived old Zhang, approached me. He said, allow me to impart a spell. The way of heaven is complete. 3 and 5 unite. The sun and moon together. The universe is clear. She is the way, surrounding my form. Communicate with the divine, reveal its might. I am auspicious, and they shall suffer. I silently committed the incantation to memory, unsure of its purpose. The president continued, this is a spell for breaking curses. First, cross your hands over your dantian and recite the spell 7 times. Then, spit in front of you and stomp 3 times with your left foot. I inquired if this would backfire on Sao, to which the president assured me it would not. Hesitant but willing to try, I thought. A dead horse is better than a live one. Since the president seemed intent on preserving our lives, I proceeded to follow his instructions. I crossed my hands over my dantian and recited the incantation 7 times, spat in front of me, and stomped 3 times. As soon as I completed the action, the copper mirror in the president's hand shattered with a loud crack. Swiftly, he produced a multicolored talisman, which floated in the air. I vaguely perceived it enveloping a figure, hazy and reminiscent of Sao's spirit. At that moment, the president commanded, quickly, all 5 of you, elemental beings, stand on the parallel mirror. I shall commence the spell and reinforce the seal here. The woman and old Zhang appeared grateful to the president, promptly leaping into the hole and standing on the parallel mirror. Old Zhang soon followed suit, demonstrating his trust in the president. It was no wonder. I had previously convinced old Zhang by mentioning that the president had brought the woman. He understood this was a 5-element seal. But now that the president indicated he would reinforce it, my words lost their persuasive power. I hesitated, remaining outside the hole, and addressed the president. What about my girlfriend? Revive her, please. The president approached me slowly, smiling. I will assist you. I regarded him with caution, but suddenly felt a chill at my neck, as if something were licking me. My heart raced with hope. Could it be that Sao had returned? Instinctively, I turned to look, only to shudder in horror. It was not Sao licking me from behind, but rather the red-clad female ghost I had encountered in the woods, a specter devoid of legs and a chin. Her lack of a jaw rendered her tongue's extension terrifying, and as she licked me, I nearly lost control of my faculties. In that moment of shock, the president forcefully pushed me, and I let out a startled cry as I fell into the hole alongside Sao's lifeless body. At that instant, I heard a voice call out, Wei Wei, no. Looking up, I saw Sao's spirit. The president had already restored it. Sao's soul drifted towards the body behind me. I summoned all my strength, attempting to climb out. Unfortunately, as Sao's spirit merged with the body, a blinding golden light erupted from the hole. Old Zhong also sensed something was amiss and unhesitatingly drew a talisman. However, just as Old Zhong produced the talisman, a chilling gust swept by, whisking the talisman away. In the next instant, a shattering sound echoed beneath our feet as the parallel mirror fractured, and I soon felt as though my body had become a free-falling entity, plummeting downward. I turned my head to see that Old Zhong, Sao, and the others were similarly caught in this free fall. Was this pit exceedingly deep? What lay below? My mind was somewhat hazy, as the speed of our descent was overwhelming, leaving me gasping for breath as if my body were being compressed. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely, until with a resounding thud, we all landed on the ground. My rear ached terribly, and as I rubbed it, I noticed Old Zhong and the others were beside me. Thankfully, all 5 of us had survived. I instinctively exclaimed, damn, where are we? No sooner had I spoken than several more individuals tumbled down beside us with a thud. Upon closer inspection, I realized it was Xiao Sao, the master, and Shu. They too had unexpectedly fallen. Unable to restrain myself, I scolded Xiao Sao. Weren't you supposed to guard the entrance? Who permitted you to enter? Xiao Sao replied, I didn't come in of my own volition. That old man pushed me in. The old man, Wang Chongyang, did this. The master chimed in, indeed. We were perplexed at the edge of the pit, wondering where you had gone, when suddenly a gust of chilling wind blew, and before we could react, that old fellow Wang Chongyang had pushed us all in. Just as the master finished speaking, I sensed a shadow flit by in the distance. Upon closer examination, it vanished once more. The dim lighting here rendered visibility poor, and I could not ascertain whether my eyes were deceiving me. Chapter 36. The painful price of lust rubbing my eyes, I realized that I had indeed misjudged the situation. There were hardly any people in the distance. Everyone seemed to be preoccupied beside me. It was one thing for the 5 of us, representing the 5 elements, to enter this place, but I was perplexed as to why the master had also pushed them in. Just as I pondered this, the master suddenly spoke up. Wait a moment, Sister Fox, how did you end up here? When we were ushered in, I did not see you. Did you come in on your own? Though the old man possessed some skill, it appeared he fell short compared to Sister Fox. As I contemplated our predicament, the master never missed an opportunity to flatter. Meanwhile, the mischievous one turned to me and said, well, now that I'm here, what of it? Do you want me to stay outside? Even if it costs me my life, I prefer to be together. Just as she finished speaking, she noticed the other one had risen from the ground. Her cheeks flushed instantly, resembling someone who had indulged in a bit too much wine. She hurried to the other and exclaimed, ah, sister, you have returned. I meant no offense, I just wanted to look out for you. The other approached with a smile, gently patting her head, and replied, indeed, I have just been resurrected. Such understanding from her diffused the tension without further mention of the past. I glanced at her. Aside from a slight paleness, she appeared entirely normal, still dressed. I must admit, our leader is truly a capable individual. With her revival, a multitude of questions flooded my mind, and I felt a surge of joy, momentarily forgetting our surroundings. I prepared to inquire why she had prevented me from entering this place earlier, especially after that old woman had possessed her and caused her harm. Yet she had chosen to keep it from me. Just as I was about to voice my curiosity, the master suddenly pointed at the ground, looking horrified, and exclaimed, "Ah, Wei, what has happened to your shadow?" At his words, I instinctively looked down at my shadow. To my shock, it no longer resembled my own. It appeared as though something was crawling upon me, subtly writhing. Particularly alarming was the bulge in the shadow's groin area, which resembled a hand. To my dismay, this shadowy hand seemed to be fondling my shadow's groin, as if it were touching me directly. What on earth is going on? Startled, I quickly glanced down at my own groin. To my astonishment, there was nothing amiss. In a moment of embarrassment, I reached into my pants, adjusting myself. Yet felt nothing unusual. Could it be that some spirit was hiding in my trousers, attempting to sap my vitality? Panic began to set in, and I urgently called for Lao Zhong's assistance. Lao Zhong had also noticed the peculiarities of my shadow. After a brief glance, he produced a talisman and tossed it into the air. Following the trajectory of the talisman, I looked up and was startled to see a cluster of reddish-brown entities hovering above. The object in question happened to be hovering just above my shadow, indicating that the issue did not lie with me, but rather that the reddish-brown entity had overlapped with my shadow. I exhaled deeply, and soon I heard a series of crackling noises, followed by a relentless shower of objects descending from the sky, accompanied by flickering flames. Upon closer inspection, I discovered that the large reddish-brown mass consisted of a swarm of peculiar insects, which fell after being scorched by the old clock's fire talisman. The number of these creatures was indeed substantial. For those afflicted with a fear of clusters, the sight would certainly induce nausea, as the wriggling motion of the tiny bugs was quite repulsive. Remarkably resilient, these insects bore a resemblance to miniature turtles, even after being burned and landing on the ground. They continued to crawl as if impervious to the flames. They crawled relentlessly in our direction, prompting us to retreat a few steps in alarm. The old clock, however, boldly advanced towards the insects, casually capturing one to examine it closely before bringing it to his nose for a sniff. Soon enough, he spoke. "There is the scent of decay. This is a corpse insect. We may have stumbled into a graveyard." A graveyard? Goodness, could it be true? Who would dig such a large pit for a burial? Just as I pondered this, the master suddenly exclaimed, "Wow, a graveyard? How incredible! I've heard that graveyards are filled with treasures. Does that mean we might become grave robbers?" It was amusing how the master, usually timid, seemed emboldened in the presence of the old clock. Under normal circumstances, who wouldn't he be terrified of falling into a graveyard? Before long, the old clock interjected again. "This is not good. These corpse insects are imbued with a substantial amount of heat, and the fire talisman is ineffective. You all need to step back." After saying this, he produced another talisman and threw it towards the corpse insects. I perceived a mist forming. Upon contact, the insects retreated as if encountering a formidable adversary, confirming their affinity for fire. Once the corpse insects had retreated, the nearby Guesthouse suddenly exclaimed, "They're coming, they're coming. There is no escaping this, is there?" Confused by her words, I turned to look at her, noticing her beautiful eyes appeared somewhat dazed and sorrowful. I gently inquired what she meant by coming and no escaping. My question seemed to snap Guesthouse back to reality. She shook her head, assuring me it was nothing. Having regained my composure from the shadow of the corpse insects, I pulled Guesthouse aside and whispered, "Guesthouse, do you know something? Please share it with me. Don't keep it bottled up. We will always be together." One Tiwi? I had always referred to Guesthouse as my wife, a term my grandmother taught me since my youth, while Guesthouse had always called me Wei Wei. However, in this moment, I chose to call her Guesthouse, partly to avoid awkwardness in front of others and partly to spare Xiao Sao any discomfort. Yet Guesthouse shook her head once more, replying, "It's nothing, truly nothing. I just have a slight headache and can't recall many things. When I remember, I will surely tell you." Having shared the same bed with Guesthouse for over 20 years, how could I possibly be oblivious to her thoughts? It is clear that she has not forgotten. Rather, she chooses to conceal something from me. Yet, witnessing her distressed demeanor, I refrained from pressing her for answers, trusting that she would eventually confide in me when she felt ready. After all, I have always believed that Guesthouse would never harm me. Her silence must stem from some unspoken burden. For now, I ought to devise a plan to find our way out of this predicament. Thus, I turned to Lao Zhong and inquired, "Lao Zhong, is this a cemetery? What kind of cemetery could be beneath my home?" After a moment of contemplation, Lao Zhong replied, "I have yet to ascertain whether this is indeed a cemetery. However, The presence of corpse worms is quite rare. They only appear in areas where there are bodies, as they solely feast on decaying flesh. Nowadays, cremation is the norm, so corpse worms are typically found only in remote village cemeteries. Moreover, these worms differ from the usual ones. They are imbued with fire attributes, likely due to having consumed the remains of individuals associated with fire over a prolonged period. If this is a cemetery, it may not be modern, but rather an ancient tomb. As soon as Lao Zhong finished speaking, the master exclaimed, "Wow, an ancient tomb. We are bound to strike it rich. It must be filled with treasures." Lao Zhong swiftly admonished the master with a sharp smack to the forehead before saying, "We have yet to determine our exact location. Let us first attempt to contact the outside world." With that, Lao Zhang produced his mobile phone, and we all followed suit. However, we soon discovered that none of our devices had any signal. While I was not particularly concerned, after all, we were underground in my home, Lao Zhong quickly expressed his disbelief. "This is unscientific. How could there be no signal?" I reassured him, "It is normal. The coverage is not that extensive down here." Lao Zhong countered, "My communication device differs from yours. Ours is a specialized equipment used within the association. Even at a depth of several hundred meters, it should still have signal." This is truly perplexing. It was only then that I realized the gravity of the situation. What on earth was happening? Where were we? We could not possibly remain trapped here. I hastily suggested, "It is too dark to see far. Perhaps we should split up and search for an exit?" After pondering for a moment, Lao Zhong retrieved several bells from his bag, instructing us not to wander too far. He advised that we explore a distance of about 30 meters before returning to our original location, ringing the bells if we encountered any developments. I was grateful for Lao Zhong's presence. Without him, we would indeed feel quite lost. Lao Zhong had 2 bells, while my master and uncle each possessed 2 as well. Ultimately, we divided into 5 groups. De Sao, myself, Lao Zhong, the master, uncle, and Lao Zhong each took a separate route, cautiously exploring in different directions, while Lao Zhang's wife remained behind, ready to ring her bell should anything arise, thus guiding us back. As I ambled forward with my companion, the initial brightness gradually diminished after traversing a few meters, obscuring our view ahead. I pondered the enormity of this place. How could such a vast cavern exist beneath my home without collapsing? Dismissing my apprehensions, I resolved to seek an exit. After wandering for a while longer without any discoveries, unease began to settle within me. I thought, surely I wouldn't encounter another instance of that confounding wall phenomenon. Just then, a sudden scream pierced the silence, followed swiftly by the sound of jingling bells. It was Lao Zhang's voice. We hurried in his direction. Upon reaching him, I was taken aback to find a stone door before us, with Lao Zhang shouting from within. Stepping through the threshold, I was instantly bewildered. Before Lao Zhang lay a stone sarcophagus, and adjacent to it rested a female corpse. Her long, lustrous black hair remained unweathered, and her naked body exhibited no signs of rigidity, almost resembling a person in a deep slumber. Meanwhile, Lao Zhang was frantically clutching his groin, and upon closer inspection, I realized his trousers had been removed, stained with blood. My mind raced. Had Lao Zhang committed an unspeakable act? Chapter 37. The 9 coffins observing old Zhang, whose hand pressed against his groin was oozing blood, elicited a sense of pain within me, let alone the agony he must have been experiencing. I found myself perplexed. How could a person seeking an escape end up in such a dire predicament, even if old Zhang had committed an unspeakable act? Could a mere corpse truly sever his manhood? Unable to resist, I directed my gaze once more towards the female cadaver, despite the unspoken rule against such scrutiny, and peered into the depths of her thigh. What I encountered was both shocking and unsettling. As I beheld the scene, a dampness enveloped my lower region, and I nearly experienced a spasm of fear. To my horror, I noticed that the thigh of the deceased was stained with a considerable amount of blood, and more chillingly, it appeared that old Zhang's manhood was ensnared within the depths of her thigh. Moreover, the blood that had seeped from old Zhang was gradually becoming fainter, almost as if the corpse were absorbing it. Could it be that this female corpse was akin to a zombie, sustained by the essence of human blood? Yet, how could such a creature exist in this forgotten tomb without any living soul to nourish her? Before the arrival of a beast like old Zhang, how had she managed to sustain herself? Lost in my thoughts, an eerie laughter suddenly echoed through the room. A woman's laughter. Giggle, giggle. The sound was unervingly clear, sending chills down my spine, yet it was difficult to discern whether it originated from within the stone chamber or outside. I strained my ears to listen, and soon the haunting laughter resumed. Giggle, giggle, still so shameless, deserving of death. Shameless and deserving of death. Who could she be referring to? Old Zhang. It must be so. The notion of him violating a corpse was indeed repugnant and morally reprehensible. Yet, why the implication of still being shameless? As I pondered this, I could not help but quietly inquire of the masters beside me whether they had heard it as well. The master nodded in affirmation, his eyes wide with astonishment. Brimming with intensity, those unaware of his capabilities might mistake him for a formidable figure. At that moment, old Zhong interjected. Do not look back. There may be trouble. Alas, it was too late. I had already turned to gaze behind me. Though the lighting was dim, I discerned a silhouette, presumably that of a woman, and I surmised that she had been the source of the previous laughter. Clad in garments that seemed out of place for our era, resembling a kimono, she stood with her back to us, her long, raven hair cascading down to her waist. From her profile, she appeared to be a beauty. Yet the peculiar squatting posture she assumed unsettled me, as if her face would reveal a visage of decaying flesh upon turning. I hastily withdrew my gaze, fortunate to have not lingered longer. Meanwhile, old Zhong produced a talisman, casting it without hesitation towards the figure behind us, as he had instructed us not to look. We were left in the dark regarding the unfolding events. However, he soon exclaimed, "Damn it, it's a tough one." The master promptly inquired, "Master, what is the situation? Is it a zongzi? That would require black hooves." Old Zhong delivered a forceful slap to the master and declared, "It is likely a ghost. It has fled." Upon hearing Lao Zhong's words, I hastily turned my head to glance, and indeed, the woman who had been half squatting with her back to us had vanished. Meanwhile, Lao Zhong was still there, clutching his groin and wailing. Lao Zhong approached directly, pried open Lao Zhang's hands, and swiftly pulled down his trousers to administer urgent treatment to stop the bleeding. Seizing the opportunity while Lao Zhong tended to Lao Zhang, I once again scrutinized the female corpse beside the coffin. Given that it could sever Lao Zhang's manhood, we had to remain vigilant regarding this cadaver. Upon closer inspection, I soon noticed something peculiar. Scattered nearby were several pieces of clothing. Although somewhat tattered, they showed no signs of decay. And they were indeed the garments worn by the woman whose silhouette I had previously seen. Could it be that this corpse belonged to the owner of the grave? And that the woman I glimpsed was the spirit of this deceased? A chill ran down my spine. If that were the case, Lao Zhang had defiled her remains. And it was no wonder she sought to exact vengeance upon him. We had undoubtedly offended his spirit, and our escape could soon become a grave concern. At that moment, I suddenly noticed the corpse's legs twitching. I could not help but exclaim, urging everyone to retreat quickly. Adopting a defensive stance, I focused intently on the lifeless body. I observed as the legs of the corpse slowly began to part. The sight was undeniably alluring, compounded by the corpse's beauty. It was no wonder Lao Zhang had lost control of himself. As the legs gradually opened, I was horrified to see the corpse's private area begin to twitch as well. What on earth was happening? Was it attempting to lure us? However, I quickly realized that was not the case, as I witnessed a dark object slowly emerging from the corpse's nether regions. Upon seeing this ghastly sight, the earlier thrill I felt vanished instantaneously. I nearly retched as the creature that crawled forth appeared to have small eyes, glowing with an eerie green luminescence. Slowly but surely, the creature revealed a sizable head, resembling that of a turtle. As its head emerged, its body gradually squeezed out from beneath the corpse. This grotesque entity was indeed of considerable size. As it fully extricated itself, I recognized it immediately. This was the very corpse worm Lao Zhang had mentioned earlier. At this juncture, the master exclaimed, "Good heavens, it's a corpse worm. How many bodies must it have consumed to grow so large?" Indeed, one could only ponder how many corpses it had devoured to attain such a size. The thought that the female corpse's innards might have been consumed by it made me feel queasy. Was it possible that the severing of Lao Zhang's manhood had not been due to the corpse itself, but rather this monstrous corpse worm? Alas, it seemed that was indeed the case. Lao Zhang had truly fallen victim to his own desires. Soon, old Zhang skillfully tended to old Zhang's wound. Old Zhang was drenched in sweat. However, his endurance was commendable. Despite a severe injury, he limped but could not resist casting a glance at the female corpse. Old Zhang warned us that this place was peculiar, and the female ghost could appear at any moment, urging us to vacate the stone chamber immediately. We hastily exited and sought out the young woman. Upon seeing old Zhang's condition, her face paled with shock, and she inquired about the cause of his injury. We hesitated to reveal the truth about old Zhang, and simply stated that he had been bitten by an insect. The incident with old Zhang heightened our awareness of the dangers lurking in this place. Consequently, we decided against splitting up and instead remained together, cautiously advancing, determined to locate and exit swiftly. Old Zhang instructed us to turn off our phones, leaving only one for illumination. As we were uncertain how long we would be trapped and needed to conserve resources, we selected a direction and began to feel our way forward. After approximately 10 minutes, we reached a stone wall, only to discover that there was no way forward. Frustrated, we realized we would have to retrace our steps to find a new path. I contemplated marking our location in case we wandered back here again, so I retrieved my fruit knife from my pocket, intending to leave a sign on the stone wall. As I approached the wall, knife in hand, I I noticed several marks already etched into the surface. There were circles, lines, and squares 1, 2, 3. I counted a total of 7 distinct marks. I quickly called old Zhong and the others over, exclaiming that there were markings indicating that someone had likely entered this place before us. Old Zhong arrived promptly, examining the marks with a furrowed brow. He concluded that they were indeed man-made, though they appeared to have been there for some time, regardless of how long ago. The presence of these marks indicated that others had ventured here before us, and it was improbable they had accessed this place through my basement. Therefore, there must be another exit. A sense of hope surged within me, and I, excitedly, carved a heart into the wall alongside the existing marks. After leaving my mark, we retraced our steps and continued in another direction. Fortunately, the ghostly figure clad in what resembled a kimono did not pursue us, and we encountered a small cluster of corpse insects, which I managed to deal with. After about another quarter of an hour, we finally reached the end of our path. However, this time we found not a dead-end stone wall but a stone door. I hesitated at the sight of the stone door. Had we returned to the female corpse's chamber? But soon I realized this was not the same door. It was larger than the previous one. With old Zhong being the strongest among us, he instructed us to step back before he let out a mighty shout and forcefully pushed the stone door open. As the stone door creaked open, we hurriedly directed our gaze towards it. Upon witnessing the scene beyond the threshold, I was momentarily rendered speechless. Coffins, yet again, stone coffins. 1, 2, 3. I counted, and there they lay, a total of 9 coffins arranged side by side within the stone chamber. Chapter 38. The 7 corpses before us lay 9 stone coffins, eliciting a sharp intake of breath from each of us as we exchanged bewildered glances. What manner of ancient tomb was this? After wandering about, all we encountered were stone chambers and coffins. Lao Zhang, the pillar among us, became the focal point of our collective gaze. With his eyes shut and brow furrowed, he appeared to be deep in contemplation. Suddenly, Lao Zhang opened his eyes, casting a commanding look over us, reminiscent of an investigator scrutinizing suspects, as if we had deliberately placed the coffins there. My mind raced, and a chilling realization struck me. Goodness, there were 8 of us, myself, De Xiao, the couple Zhang, the master, Lao Zhang, and Shishu. Did the 9 coffins imply a preparation for our 8 souls? That could not be right. How could there be 9 coffins for merely 8 individuals? In a flash, I recalled the moment we descended into this tomb, when I had glimpsed a fleeting shadow not far from where we stood, initially dismissed as a mere figment of my imagination. Could it be that there was indeed another person, and that the last coffin was intended for them? The thought sent shivers down my spine. I desperately reassured myself, dismissing the notion as mere paranoia. These stone coffins were evidently ancient. How could they have been prepared for us? Even if the president of the outside world harbored some grand conspiracy, he would only have intended for 5 representatives of the 5 elements, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, to enter. He could not possibly have foreseen that the master and others would be thrust into this predicament, thus arranging 9 coffins in advance. Having calmed my frayed nerves, I felt a moment of relief, but it was abruptly shattered by a chilling laughter behind me, the same eerie laughter of the woman. Giggle, giggle. Her laughter, laced with a haunting triumph, disrupted our composure. I recognized it as emanating from the strange woman who had been crouching with her back to us. Damn it. The haunting presence lingered, and I truly grasped the meaning of an unrelenting spirit. Lao Zhang, the boldest among us, produced a talisman once more. However, instead of casting it directly, he feigned a throw behind him, only to retract it swiftly. After this charade, he turned to look. But the woman in the kimono had vanished. Had she fled? Lao Zhang remarked. This female specter must have absorbed the essence of corpses for many years. She is a formidable entity. My talisman would have little effect on her, yet she feigned retreat. I suspect she is toying with us, playing a game of cat and mouse, and when she tires of this amusement, she may very well dispose of us one by one. Therefore, we must remain vigilant and stay close together. We cannot afford to lose one another. No sooner had Lao Zhang spoken than the master suddenly plopped down onto the ground. He muttered to himself, "It's over, it's over. This grave robbing is not at all enjoyable, not enjoyable at all. Master, please find a way to get us out of here." Lao Zhang kicked the master sharply and scolded him for his uselessness. Then he spoke up, regardless of the circumstances. "We must ascertain the truth. There is no need for anyone to be afraid. Open the coffin. Open the coffin." To my astonishment, Lao Zhang urged us to unveil the coffins. The large casket was placed before us, and it turned out to be 9 in total. Who among us had the audacity to open them? Though I am usually timid, I found myself hastening towards the first stone coffin, driven by an insatiable curiosity to dispel the conjectures that plagued my mind. If this coffin indeed contained a corpse, it could not possibly be prepared for us, could it? My strength was not insignificant, and the stone coffin appeared to be sealed rather loosely. With a forceful shove, I pushed the coffin lid aside, and with a resounding crash, it swung open. The moment the lid was lifted, a foul stench assaulted my senses, reminiscent of decaying flesh, yet tinged with a hint of gunpowder. I quickly held my breath. Inhaling too much of this miasma could result in poisoning. Although my vitality was robust, I still needed to reserve some energy for Dasa. I could not afford any mishaps. Suppressing my breath, I peered into the coffin, only to feel my stomach churn violently. Thankfully, I had not eaten for several hours. Otherwise, I would surely have retched. Inside the coffin lay a corpse, or rather, a skeletal remnant. The desiccated bones were teeming with the small maggots I had encountered before. Writhing and crawling over the bones, even reforming the skeletal remains into a semblance of a human shape, rendering the corpse within the coffin an eerie creation seemingly composed of these insects. Despite the malevolent stirring within me, I exhaled in relief. Thankfully, since there was indeed a corpse inside, it indicated that the coffin was not meant for us. At that moment, several screams erupted in unison from my companions to Saw. The master, the young woman, and old Zhang all expressed their terror simultaneously. I quickly turned to see that they too had opened several other stone coffins. I hurried over to them, eager to uncover what had so thoroughly frightened them. The second coffin was akin to the first. It too was crawling with maggots. Although remnants of decaying flesh remained, and the insects continued their grotesque feast, writhing as they fed. I knew the scene was far from appropriate. Yet I could not suppress a smirk. Was it merely desiccated bones, rotting flesh, and maggots? It seemed their courage was not as formidable as they had claimed. I had not cried out, which I deemed rather impressive on my part. Soon, my gaze shifted to the third coffin. Once again, I was met with the same grim spectacle: skeletal remains, decaying flesh, and maggots. However, the decay appeared more pronounced. I surmised that these corpses had died in a sequential manner, the first being the earliest to perish, followed by the others in a descending order of time. Upon approaching the fourth coffin, my suspicion was further confirmed. Within it, I could faintly discern the outline of a half-formed human figure. The flesh was yet to be fully consumed. The fifth coffin revealed a body that had been mostly devoured. In the sixth coffin, the decay intensified. And although a multitude of maggots crawled over it, I could still make out a face, sunken and withered, yet unmistakably human. I cannot quite fathom it. But there is an inexplicable familiarity about the face within the sixth coffin. Upon encountering the seventh coffin, I was utterly bewildered, as if my mind were on the verge of exploding. To my astonishment, the occupant of this seventh coffin bore only a few maggots, remarkably well preserved. And I instantly recognized the figure within. It was old Zhang. The corpse of old Zhang lay within the seventh coffin. Finally, I understood the cause of everyone's screams, which were perhaps not merely born of fear, but rather of horror and an unsettling sense of the extraordinary. After all, the real old Zhang was standing right beside us. How could he possibly be lying in that coffin? We were all in a state of shock. Even the worldly wise old Zhang appeared flabbergasted. Everyone instinctively took a step back, momentarily at a loss for what to do. Old Zhang, seemingly stunned or perhaps driven by madness, suddenly dashed toward the eighth coffin. He forcefully pushed it open, empty. He continued to the ninth coffin, only to find it vacant as well. A chill ran down my spine. It dawned on me that these coffins were perhaps not intended for anyone else but old Zhang. Was it possible that he was destined to perish in the eighth coffin? And what of the ninth? Could it be that one old Zhang required two coffins? Yet soon I realized that it was not merely one old Zhang. 7 had appeared before us. If my conjecture held any merit, the occupants of the first through seventh coffins were all the same individual, old Zhang. We stood there dumbfounded, while old Zhang gasped for breath beside the ninth coffin, clearly sharing my thoughts. At that moment, the eerie laughter of a woman echoed again behind us. Giggle. Giggle. This chilling scene sent shivers down our spines. Instinctively, we gravitated toward old Zhang, for he must now take charge. The sight of the 7 corpses had sent tremors deep within our souls. Old Zhang did not disappoint. Without hesitation, he drew the peach-wood sword he had been carrying on his back and charged forward. However, he soon returned, shaking his head in resignation. Chapter 39. Someone in the tomb. Upon the return of old Zhang, we cast puzzled glances in his direction. He addressed us, stating, as I mentioned earlier, that female ghost is a formidable presence, steeped in antiquity. She was toying with us, and the moment we pursued her, she vanished. Sighing, I realized we were truly ensnared. The situation before us was perplexing, even absurd, with a relentless specter trailing us. If this continued, I feared we might succumb to madness. Old Zhang gestured for us to remain calm. Let us not panic, regardless of the ghost's intentions or the nature of our predicament. Our immediate priority is to conserve our strength. Only by fortifying our bodies can we hope to escape, rather than descending into chaos. Yet, how could one nurture their body in such dire circumstances? If my calculations were correct, dawn was approaching outside, and we had gone an entire night without sleep. If we continued to expend our energy, we might very well meet our demise here. I couldn't help but glance at the 2 girls beside me. The older girl appeared slightly dazed, lost in her thoughts, while the younger one seemed more vibrant, her large, bright eyes darting around with vitality. It was no surprise. As a fox spirit, she was a creature of enchantment, unacquainted with fear. Regardless of the circumstances, I resolved to endure. Not merely for my own sake, but for the sake of the girls beside me. The younger girl could fend for herself, perhaps even better than I could. But the older one had already faced death once. She could not withstand further tribulations. Ultimately, we conceded to old Zhang's suggestion and exited the stone chamber. Pausing nearby, not quite establishing a camp, but merely sitting on the ground to rest, old Zhang collected a number of corpse worms, extracting long, reddish-brown tendons from them, instructing us to consume them. The essence of the corpse resides primarily in these tendons. Consuming them poses no harm to your body and is quite nourishing. I hesitated, feeling a tinge of disgust, and refrained from eating. However, my master and uncle sure heeded old Zhang's words and partook. Even old Zhang, seemingly in a stupor from fright, devoured 6 of the corpse worms in one go. My master, seated beside me, chewed the worm with a crunch, exclaiming, "Not bad at all." I hadn't anticipated these worms would taste akin to barbecue. Wei, you should try some. It's truly delightful. Though slightly repulsed, I contemplated the necessity of replenishing my strength. Gritting my teeth, I finally grabbed a few worms, mimicking old Zhang's method of extracting the tendons before placing them in my mouth. To my surprise, a peculiar, pungent flavor assaulted my senses, yet, as I chewed, I had to admit, it did bear a resemblance to barbecue. Barbecue. Fire. Suddenly, it dawned on me, the corpse worms had likely feasted on old Zhang's body, and since he was of the fire element, they emitted that unmistakable grilled aroma. I shuddered, feeling as though I were consuming old Zhang himself. After a couple of worms, I found myself unable to continue. Just then, old Zhang inexplicably sprang to his feet, exclaiming, "Do you hear that? She is calling to me. She is calling to me." We heard no sound, and it seemed that old Zhang was experiencing a slight nervous breakdown. This reaction is understandable. Anyone would struggle upon witnessing their own corpse within a coffin. Moreover, old Zhang had just suffered a grievous injury from a massive corpse insect, leaving him in a state that could be deemed fortunate under the circumstances. Before long, old Zhang rose to his feet, moving forward in a mechanical manner, his gait appearing peculiar, as if he were being dragged by some unseen force. Strangely enough, this sight suddenly reminded me of the first time I encountered the elderly Wang Chongang at the crematorium when he was herding a corpse, reminiscent of old Zhang's current demeanor. Could it be that old Zhang was possessed? Old Zhang, quickest to react, leaped forward to pursue old Zhang, wielding his peach-wood sword to strike before him. However, there was no response. Old Zhang continued his forward march. We could not help but rise and follow, with old Zhang ceasing his use of talismans, gesturing for us to maintain our distance while quietly trailing behind. I surmised that old Zhang intended to discreetly observe, hoping to uncover who was orchestrating this eerie occurrence. After trailing old Zhang for several minutes, he abruptly halted, resembling a lifeless puppet, standing still with his head bowed and shoulders slumped, as if an invisible hand were manipulating him from above. Soon, old Zhang's head began to nod mechanically, seemingly addressing the air, though no one was present before him. Was he acknowledging a ghost? Perhaps that female specter? But this seemed implausible. If he were indeed acknowledging a spirit, surely old Zhang would perceive it too. After nodding, old Zhang retraced his steps, shuffling back towards us like a zombie. At that moment, old Zhang suddenly exclaimed, "This is bad. It may be a form of sorcery. There's a sorcerer involved." Upon uttering this, old Zhang promptly produced a green talisman, which dissolved into a pool of green water upon contact with the air. He then poured this liquid into old Zhang's mouth. After consuming the talisman-infused water, old Zhang coughed violently twice and astonishingly returned to normalcy. Once he regained his composure, old Zhang swiftly glanced in the direction from which old Zhang had come. I had indeed heard of sorcery, be it through medicinal means, spirit manipulation, or flight sorcery. Rumors claimed that skilled sorcerers could detach their heads from their bodies, preying upon the living and the dead alike. However, such flight sorcery is notably difficult to master, as initial attempts often result in the intestines being drawn along with the head, leading to a gruesome fate. Typically, sorcerers resort to medicinal charms or spirit charms, manipulating others through their birth dates to achieve nefarious ends. Could it be that old Zhang had truly fallen victim to a sorceress spell? Yet, how could a sorcerer be present here? We had not observed any others within the graveyard. Suddenly, I recalled the symbols I had seen etched upon the stone wall earlier. It appeared that this burial site might indeed harbor others, potentially malevolent individuals. Not only must we guard against malevolent spirits, but also against treacherous individuals. This predicament is quite overwhelming. Approaching old Zhang, I quietly inquired, "Are you certain it is the curse of the sorcerer? Do you sense the presence of the practitioner? Could it perhaps be an evil spirit possessing someone?" Old Zhong replied directly, "It is likely a curse. It appears we are not alone here. Who could these others be? Regardless, we must focus on our own tasks." Soon, we returned to our original position, planning a brief respite before continuing our search for an exit. Old Zhang seemed to have regained his composure. He devoured 5 more corpse insects in one breath and suddenly turned to me, saying, "Weizi, I need to discuss something important with you." I glanced at him, urging him to speak, and he whispered, "This matter is of great significance. It pertains to the secrets of this graveyard. You are the only one I trust here, so I can only confide in you. It must remain undisclosed to others." I scratched my head, contemplated for a moment, and ultimately decided to walk aside with Old Zhang. Old Zhang cautioned us not to stray far and to call for help immediately if necessary. Before long, I realized Old Zhang had led me to the stone chamber with 9 coffins, and I halted. I asked him why he had brought me here, suggesting we could discuss matters outside, as there was no one else around. Old Zhang insisted that the secret lay within the stone chamber, and he wanted me to witness it firsthand. Hesitant, I ultimately followed him inside, discreetly grasping the knife in my pocket, not out of distrust for my companion, but rather for precaution. Upon entering the chamber, Old Zhang directed my attention to the 8th coffin. As I leaned over to examine it, I suddenly heard a noise behind me, the sound of the stone door closing. Turning around, I was taken aback to see that Old Zhang had shut the door. Inside, there was a bolt, which he had secured, making it difficult to push open from the outside. Unable to contain my curiosity, I asked Old Zhang what he was doing, to which he simply responded, "To repay a life." I was confused by his words, but before I could process them, Old Zhang lunged at me. With his imposing stature and robust physique, it was no wonder the master had previously suffered from his might. I had not anticipated such an abrupt attack. As I drew my knife, Old Zhang had already tackled me to the ground. He pinned me down, and without further thought, I thrust the blade towards him. The knife plunged into his chest, yet instead of recoiling, he pressed down harder, pinning me beneath him while tightening his grip around my throat. Struggling for breath, I implored, "Are you mad, Old Zhang? We can discuss this. There is no need for violence." He replied, "Outside, you owe me a life, though you claim it was unintentional. You are indeed responsible for my demise. Now, consider this as repaying your debt." Although I was baffled by the presence of my corpse in these coffins, I surmised that if it were your body instead, one of us must perish within. As long as you were the one to die, I might be spared. Stunned by Old Zhang's declaration, I was momentarily at a loss for words. Old Zhang. It is evident that he has not been afflicted by any curses but is resolutely intent on harming me to secure his own slim chance of survival. In this moment, I realized that the most chilling aspect is not the supernatural, but the human heart, an irrefutable truth. My hand was pinned down by Old Zhang, making it arduous to draw my knife and strike him. My breaths grew increasingly shallow as I desperately attempted to push him away. However, Old Zhang was formidable and appeared maddened, determined not to relent until he had extinguished my life. Unable to cry out for help, I could only whisper feebly, "If you kill me, they outside will not spare you." Old Zhang responded with a sinister smile, saying, "I can explain to them that I was under a curse." Upon hearing his words, despair washed over me. Was I truly destined to be a scapegoat? Just then, the stone door suddenly burst open with a resounding crash. A fiery red figure dashed in, accompanied by a piercing shriek. In tandem with that sharp cry, the crimson shadow lunged at Old Zhang's neck and sank its teeth into him with ferocity. I recognized it as the fox, the little one transformed into its true form. The fury in the little fox's eyes was unprecedented. With a single bite, Old Zhang collapsed, and I swiftly executed a maneuver to shove him aside. I could not tell if it was the force of my push or something else, but Old Zhang staggered and fell into the 8th coffin. I hurried to peer inside, where I saw my knife had skewered his left chest, blood gushing forth. Old Zhang gasped at me, his voice barely a whisper, "I suppose I am to perish here. But I truly was cursed. There are others in the tomb." With that, his head tilted, and he breathed his last. Old Zhang lies dead within the 8th coffin. Chapter 40. All must die. Old Zhang has passed away, lying within the confines of the 8th coffin. A sense of dread envelopes me as I gaze upon his lifeless form, blood oozing from his chest, while maggots from other coffins begin to crawl towards him. In a frenzy, I lift my foot and stomp on these wretched insects, determined to crush them all. Despite the resentment I harbor towards Old Zhang, he was once my friend, and indeed, his demise is a consequence of my actions. The maggots are relentless, even when I crush them. They persistently inch their way towards Old Zhang's corpse. Ultimately, I resign myself to the notion that perhaps this is simply his fate. I look up at Xiao Sao, who has now taken on a human form, yet her eyes remain filled with a murderous intent. I have never witnessed such ferocity in her before. Unable to restrain myself, I inquire, "Why did you have to kill him?" You possess the power to pull old Zhang away without causing harm. Xiao Sao coldly retorts. Those who wish to harm you must perish. Her tone is chilling, and for the first time, I sense the terrifying nature of her being. I gently pat her head and advise, in the future, refrain from such impulsive actions. There are far better ways to resolve conflicts. At that moment, Lao Zhang arrives, brandishing a peachwood sword, followed closely by the master and my Shu. Upon seeing old Zhang's lifeless body in the coffin, they exchange bewildered glances. Lao Zhang questions me about the circumstances, and after a moment of contemplation, I respond, old Zhang was still under the influence of a curse. He was compelled to kill me, and in the struggle, I accidentally ended his life. I notice Xiao Sao's inclination to speak, and I gesture to her, signaling her to remain silent. Alas, old Zhang is already dead. Let us preserve his reputation. Furthermore, should I divulge the betrayal of old Zhang, it could incite panic among us. If we fracture our unity, we may very well find ourselves trapped within this graveyard. Lao Zhang says nothing, merely sighing before he approaches old Zhang's corpse, bending down to inhale deeply. Afterward, he forcefully closes the coffin lid, presumably to prevent the maggots from entering. Yet, I know that in time, they will inevitably invade, and old Zhang's fate will mirror that of the corpses in the previous 7 coffins. Suddenly, the master interjects, good heavens. This pervert truly died in the 8th coffin? Was it destined? Who, then, is the last coffin reserved for? Surely, we cannot expect another pervert to emerge? Ah, Go Jian. This fellow is indeed a provocateur, and I suspect he is not lamenting old Zhang's death, given their past encounters. However, the master's words do carry weight. Old Zhang's death in the 8th coffin compels us to confront an unsettling reality. Had this event truly transpired? Yet, how could there possibly be another old Zhang? As I ponder this perplexity, Lao Zhang delivers a sharp slap to the master's face, declaring, you all remain here. Do not venture outside. This may very well be the safest place. He then beckons, Wang Wei, come with me. I contemplate whether Lao Zhang could possibly wish me harm, akin to old Zhang. Old Zhang harbored intentions to harm me. He possessed the capability to eliminate us both. Thus, I accompanied him outside. Not far from the stone house, we paused. He retrieved a packet of cigarettes from his pocket. Being from Yunnan, he smoked Yunnan tobacco and tossed one my way. After taking a deep drag, old Zhang inquired, Wang Wei, what are your thoughts on this matter? I too took a puff and replied, I am utterly perplexed. It seems utterly bizarre. How could there possibly be 8 corpses of old Zhang? Old Zhang continued, I suspect that this graveyard may be a burial site for a fire woman, possibly intended for a living sacrifice. The concept of a living sacrifice sounds horrifying, implying that a living person is to be interred to honor the fire woman. It is indeed plausible, considering old Zhang's fiery destiny. However, the existence of 8 old Zhangs complicates the explanation. He elaborated, in Taoist philosophy, there is a principle of returning to the origin, which may elucidate the presence of 9 coffins. If it is indeed intended to honor the fire woman or some other inexplicable sorcery, it is inevitable that another old Zhang will emerge, perishing in the final coffin, thereby completing the sacrificial rite. Though this was not mere superstition, an unsettling chill coursed through me. With old Zhang deceased, where could another old Zhang possibly arise? I asked old Zhang, please, do not frighten me. What are your precise speculations? Speak plainly. Old Zhang responded, some matters elude scientific explanation, and even our Taoist practices struggle to elucidate them. However, I believe that if a powerful entity intervenes, the possibility of altering fate cannot be dismissed. Imagine if we were to suddenly return to the days preceding our entry into the graveyard. Do you think we would encounter our former selves? Old Zhang's remark left me bewildered. Indeed, if such a possibility existed, there should still be a version of me from that past time. If we were to return, could we not bring old Zhang back as well? Would old Zhang's 9th demise in the final coffin signify the completion of Taoist mastery? The thought was daunting, not out of concern for the next old Zhang, but rather a fear that we might, like old Zhang, become sacrifices ourselves. At this moment, old Zhang continued. I examined old Zhang's corpse earlier. The curse he suffered has been lifted by me, so he was not controlled by anyone wishing to kill you. It seems he had some inkling of the truth. Tell me, how did he die? Did he say anything before his death? Since old Zhang had seen through me, I candidly confessed, indeed, while old Zhang did not discern the full truth, he anticipated his demise in the 8th coffin and sought to make me the scapegoat. Which is why I ended his life. Before he died, he uttered a single phrase. He had indeed fallen victim to a curse, stating that there was a sorcerer in the graveyard and someone within the tomb. Upon hearing my words, old Zhang nodded and remarked, it seems so. I suspect that the hidden sorcerer within the tomb may indeed be a crucial element of this conspiracy. Thus we must remain ever vigilant against this unseen adversary. I nodded in agreement and inquired, But who could it be? Someone who was already here or an outsider who has followed us? Old Zhong took a deep drag from his cigarette. The end nearly burnt down to the filter, yet he hesitated to discard it. He replied, both scenarios are plausible. If it is the latter, then there are two possible candidates, the association president or Wang Chongyang. Indeed, prior to our entrance into this grave site, others at the lodge had already arrived, and it remained uncertain whether the president and Wang Chongyang had followed suit. In fact, one of them might very well have infiltrated our ranks, surveilling us at every turn. Upon hearing this, I hurriedly confessed to old Zhong, actually, there is something I have yet to tell you. Previously, Xiao Sao and I visited the president. I witnessed him remove his mask, revealing a visage that was not that of a man in his 30s, but rather an exceedingly aged face. Furthermore, beneath the bed in the president's home, there was a corpse nailed to the floor. I suspect that the body belongs to the true president, while the masked figure is an imposter. Old Zhong furrowed his brow deeply at my revelation and finally spoke. Well, those are matters for another time. We must first devise a means to escape. With that, he discarded the cigarette but onto the ground, crushing it underfoot, signaling for me to return to the others with him. Unable to restrain my curiosity, I asked old Zhong, why did you choose to consult with me? I am hardly knowledgeable. Would it not be more effective to seek counsel from your master or senior uncle? Old Zhong chuckled, patting my shoulder, and replied, have you not noticed how much the two girls depend on you? Since her revival, your girlfriend seems somewhat dazed, yet through my observations, she does not appear overly surprised by our current predicament. I suspect she knows more than she lets on, so it would be wise to glean information through subtle inquiries. As for the little fox, to be honest, I find her difficult to decipher. She appears quite innocent, seemingly reluctant to utilize her supernatural abilities. Yet her cultivation is extraordinarily profound. If truly provoked, I doubt even the president would stand a chance against her. Stunned by old Zhong's words, I pondered, could Xiao Sao truly possess such formidable strength? At that moment, old Zhong patted my shoulder once more and assured me, rest easy. They do not seem to harbor ill intentions. Moreover, my reason for consulting you extends beyond them. You are, indeed, a promising talent. Your innate young physique, along with your comprehension and intellect, mark you as an exceptional candidate for cultivation. Given time and guidance, you will undoubtedly surpass me. Taken aback by old Zhong's praise, I felt a surge of astonishment. Subsequently, I accompanied old Zhong back into the stone chamber. He advised us to rest briefly, to gather our thoughts, and to not dwell in sorrow. He stated that if the unfolding events bore no good tidings, it merely indicated that we had yet to reach the final chapter. When the boat reaches the bridge, it will surely straighten out. He urged us to look forward, assuring us that all would be well. Old Zhong has a point. I am truly grateful to have him as our anchor, for without him, we would have succumbed to despair long ago. After some contemplation, I took Desa's hand, signaling her to step outside with me. I realized that given the gravity of our situation, I could no longer indulge her, for the sake of myself and the group. It was imperative that I made an effort. Old Zhong was indeed correct. Escaping this predicament requires the collective endeavor of us all. Once outside the stone dwelling, I turned to Desa and said, Desa, I understand that you have been harboring numerous secrets within your heart lately. You may not wish to share them, nor do you want to burden me with worry. However, concealing them serves no purpose. It's time to come forth and express what you know, together. We can devise a plan. Desa lifted her gaze to meet mine, her eyes shimmering with concern. Ultimately, she sighed and embraced my waist tightly, whispering, Wei Wei. I am so afraid, truly terrified. Are we all destined to perish here? Chapter 41. The ghostly grass Desa clung to me, expressing her fear and proclaiming that we would likely perish in this place. Although her statement concluded with a question mark, I could sense that she had grasped something profound, prompting her to voice such a dire prediction. Gently, I patted the back of Desa's head and reassured her, saying, it shall not come to pass. While the occurrences here are indeed peculiar, there must be a solution. Share what you know. Does this not provide us with an additional clue? Desa nodded and replied, well, I am not entirely certain about the specifics. I only know that we must not enter this place, for doing so could lead to our demise. I believed her, for otherwise, she would not have resorted to employing a soul curse to prevent my entry. The pivotal question remained, how did Desa acquire this knowledge? I inquired, how do you know this? Who informed you? Desa responded, it was that elderly woman, the one whom the old man Wang Chongyang brought with him when he sought us. This revelation was not entirely surprising, as I had suspected as much. Yet, how did the woman possess such knowledge? Had she ventured here herself? Furthermore, I could not dismiss the possibility that this woman might harbor ill intentions and was deceiving Desa. After all, she had previously misled me, claiming that the occupant of the adjacent room was her son, who had succumbed to madness, when in truth, it was merely my earth spirit transformed into a malevolent specter. I directly addressed Desa, Why did you not inform me of this earlier? What convinced you to trust that woman? You must remember. She even intended to incinerate you through my hand. Dasa replied, I cannot quite explain it. I simply trusted her, even feeling that her words were more convincing than my grandmother's. Moreover, she did not deceive me. She was willing to sacrifice her own soul. Had it not been for Wang Chongyang's intervention, she would have long since been lost to the void. I sense she is not malevolent. Even if she wished to harm me, it would be in an effort to assist you. Thus, I trust her. Moreover, her prophecies have come to fruition. We are indeed in peril. Though Dasa's words were somewhat disjointed, I comprehended her meaning. It appeared the elderly woman had not divulged the specific dangers, but sought to prevent my entry, perhaps even intending to sacrifice Dasa to thwart me. Yet, due to Wang Chongyang's presence, we had narrowly avoided calamity time and again. At that moment, I found myself puzzled. Was it possible that the woman possessed a hypnotic influence over Dasa? It seemed improbable, as Dasa, despite her limited social interactions, was far from naive. Unlike Xiao Sao, she typically engaged in thoughtful deliberation when faced with challenges. Furthermore, how could this woman be aware of the dangers lurking here, forbidding our entrance? Was she a sorceress with the ability to foresee the future? If not, the only plausible explanation would be that she had ventured into this graveyard herself. For it was inconceivable she could possess knowledge of its existence and perils without prior experience. Just as this thought crossed my mind, a sudden buzzing echoed in my head, and I felt a jolt of alarm as a terrifying notion struck me. Could it be that the elderly woman had indeed entered this place? Was her corporeal form destroyed within its confines? The realization that followed was even more chilling. If this truly is a grand conspiracy, undoubtedly only a handful of individuals would be brought here, much like us. Reflecting on what old Zhong previously mentioned, a sudden realization struck me. Could that woman possibly resemble the future version of Dasa after her departure from here? This thought sent a jolt through my heart. Akin to being sharply bitten by a corpse insect, anxiety gripped me, for I sensed that my conjecture held substantial merit. When the old man first brought the woman to the guest house to find me, I felt an eerie familiarity, though I dismissed it, having not seen my grandmother in nearly 2 decades. Later, upon visiting Dasa's ancestral home and encountering her grandmother, I was struck by the resemblance, though at that time my memory was clouded, and I was unaware of her identity. Now, upon further contemplation, the possibility seems quite plausible. If that woman truly is the future Dasa, I shudder to think of the torment we must endure here. Given her advanced age, does that imply we are destined to remain here for over a decade or 2? My mouth opened, but words eluded me. Trembling, I fumbled for a cigarette, igniting it in an attempt to regain my composure. Yet, tranquility eluded me, as the image of that woman incessantly replayed in my mind. If she is indeed the future Dasa, she may be willing to go to such lengths as to extinguish her younger self to prevent me from repeating past mistakes. I found myself unexpectedly emotional, with tears threatening to spill, but I stifled them, fearing my negativity might affect Dasa. Perhaps this is the most profound aspect of love, sacrificing oneself for the sake of another. As I remained lost in thought, Dasa gently nudged me, inquiring about my distress. I forced a smile and reassured her that we would find a way out, urging her not to dwell on it. Yet, my mind continued to spiral. If that woman truly is the future Dasa, what of the old man, Wang Chongyang? My legs quivered, and as the cigarette slipped from my grasp, I realized I could barely hold it steady. I wished to dismiss these thoughts, but I could not help but connect the old man with my situation. I desperately sought to refute this possibility, yet considering Wang Chongyang's actions, it appeared he genuinely sought to prevent my entry into the tomb. The only 2 points that might allow me to overturn my hypothesis were, first, the woman's words that night in the spiritual tower, questioning the old man about his deception, reminding him of their prior agreement. Second, assuming my deduction is correct, if the woman is Dasa and the old man is me, then why did he remove the potential mask of my future self when he was nearly defeated by the president? What visage lay beneath that mask, so powerful that it momentarily bewildered the formidable president? A dull ache settled in my heart as I wrestled with the tumult of emotions. I was uncertain whether I should share this conjecture with old Zhong, feeling utterly at a loss. At that moment, a chilling laughter echoed from behind me once more. I swiftly turned around to find the female specter standing 5 or 6 meters away, still with her back to me. All I could see was her long, raven black hair cascading down to her waist, and she remained in a crouched position, exuding an eerie and grotesque aura. A surge of courage welled up within me, and I forcefully pushed the large figure towards the stone house, then turned to face the ghostly woman, shouting loudly, "Old Zhong, master, come quickly." Despite my desperate call for help, the specter showed no intention of fleeing. Instead, she merely uttered, "Hee, come, come." Compelled by her voice, I instinctively moved towards her, feeling as though my very soul was being drawn to her. With each step, I approached her, closing the distance, while she floated forward as if beckoning me to follow her to some unknown destination. Soon, I heard several voices behind me. First came old Zhong's steady voice. Wang Wei. Quickly bite your tongue and spit out some blood. Then, my master, with an air of bravado, declared, which malevolent spirit dares to oppose our spirit hunting association? I shall ensure your soul is shattered, and you shall never find peace. Next, the master, despite his trembling, spoke with false bravado. Damn it, ghostly woman. You are my debtor. If you dare take her life, I will fight you with all my might. Just tell me what you want. I possess treasures galore. Spare my brother. Finally, a dialogue ensued between the large and small figures, with the larger one saying, Sister, quickly save Wei Wei, and the smaller one responding, Do not worry, sister. Even if I perish, I will protect her. Their words warmed my heart, yet I found myself incapable of acting as they suggested. I wished to open my mouth and bite my tongue, but I realized I was paralyzed, as though ensnared by an invisible web, mechanically following the specter's lead. I pondered if this was what they referred to as a ghostly soul-snatching. It seemed my only hope lay in praying for old Zhong and the others to rescue me. However, despite our proximity, why had they not caught up? Suddenly, I sensed something amiss as I saw countless corpse insects swarming from all directions, large and small. Organized like an army, crawling frantically towards old Zhong and the others. The sheer number of these insects was overwhelming, tumbling forward in waves, accumulating to heights of 3 or 4 meters, resembling a monstrous tide. This was a tide of insects, collaborating with the specter to ensnare old Zhong and his companions. An orchestrated effort to aid her in claiming my soul. Panic surged within me, chills creeping down my spine. I wished to halt my advance. Yet I found myself unable to stop, compelled to shuffle forward in the specter's wake. This was dire. The ghost's soul-snatching powers were formidable, and I feared where she intended to lead me. Chapter 42. Emergence from the tomb. Come. An ethereal and chilling voice echoed before me, compelling me to follow its lead. Although my soul felt ensnared, my mind remained intact. I could still think clearly, albeit my body was somewhat under its control. My thoughts were consumed with concern for Desau and the others, who, after such a long time, had yet to catch up. They were likely ensnared by the tide of insects. I sincerely hoped for their safety, even if they could not come to my rescue. I wished for them to preserve their lives. As I trailed behind this female specter, I discreetly noted the path we traversed. I pondered that if an opportunity for escape arose, I would dash away the moment she showed any sign of negligence. Retracing my steps to assist Lao Zhong and the others, ensuring they would not lose their way. I must admit, this ancient tomb seemed rather expansive, and I had no notion of how long we had been walking without reaching an end. The ghostly figure remained enigmatic in her intentions. Beneath the earth, was she leading me to the netherworld? A shiver ran down my spine. As we continued, an unpleasant, putrid odor wafted through the air. Soon after, it felt as though I had stumbled upon something, yet I did not fall, for I was being guided. My head could not move, but my eyes retained mobility. I glanced down. Though my vision was unclear, I vaguely perceived a dark shape that resembled a human figure. Whether it was a corpse, I could not tell. Perhaps I was overthinking. There should be no fresh corpses in this grave, unless it belonged to the sorcerer who had entered with us. I doubted whether either Wang Chongyang or the president could be easily dispatched by this female spirit. Just as I contemplated this, the ghost halted, and I too came to an abrupt stop. Before us stood another stone door, and as she approached, it swung open automatically. Upon her entry, I was compelled to follow. Upon entering the stone chamber, a wave of dread washed over me. The walls were smeared with bloodstains. These marks ascended from the base of the walls, resembling countless bloodied hands desperately clawing at the stone in a futile struggle. To my horror, the floor was littered with countless skeletal remains. At a mere glance, I could scarcely count them, numbering at least in the dozens, if not hundreds. Were these bloodstains the remnants of those who had sought to escape? Had they met their demise at the hands of this very specter? Lost in thought, the ghost suddenly uttered a single word. Arrived. My heart sank. This was it. My peril was imminent. I saw her turn slowly to face me, her back now to me. In that moment, I was filled with both hesitation and anticipations. I yearned to know what this ghostly figure truly looked like. Yet, fear gripped me. What if her visage bore the grotesque semblance of decaying flesh, infested with maggots? I might well retch at the sight. Ultimately, I steeled my resolve, widening my eyes in preparation. No matter how hideous or revolting she appeared, I would summon the strength to endure. However, when I beheld the visage of the female specter as she turned to face me, I was utterly taken aback. Standing there in a daze, rendered momentarily speechless. To my astonishment, her front bore an uncanny resemblance to her back. Her hair, as dark as night, cascaded down to her chest. My breath hitched, leaving me almost paralyzed with fear, as the ghostly figure's chilling voice echoed in the air, asking me, "Do you wish to see my face?" Not only was I at a loss for words, but even if I could speak, I found myself unable to utter a sound. At that moment, A gust of chilling wind swept into the stone dwelling, brushing against my back, sending a shiver down my spine. The same eerie breeze tousled the hair before the specter, causing it to rise in disarray. Despite being seemingly ensnared, the instant I caught sight of that face, my body trembled uncontrollably. Her face. No, it would be more accurate to say that this ghost possessed no face at all. There were no eyes, no nose, no mouth. It was as though her visage had been crushed beneath a steamroller, leaving only a pale, flat semblance, which momentarily led me to mistake it for the back of her head, shorn of hair. I was rendered speechless by fear, and then she suddenly floated to my side, positioning herself behind me. Soon, I felt a warm sensation on my neck, as if something were licking me. Goodness, I nearly lost control of my bladder. I distinctly saw no mouth on this specter, so how could she possibly have a tongue? What could be licking me? As she continued to caress me, she murmured, "How delightful, such abundant young energy. I long to consume you. I have restrained myself 7 times. Should I indulge now?" I was taken aback. This ghost claimed she wished to devour me. Wait a moment, she mentioned having restrained herself 7 times. What could that possibly mean? Could it be that I had indeed ventured into this graveyard 7 times before? Was this the 8th? It seemed implausible. I thought that even if it were true, the previous 7 instances certainly did not involve me, but rather the so-called alternate version of myself that old Zhong spoke of. Or perhaps the me that had been sent here prior to my arrival. I yearned to plead for mercy, yet found myself unable to articulate a single word. Her licks intensified, and my neck grew increasingly warm and numb. Her tongue was excruciatingly hot. Just as despair threatened to envelop me, I suddenly felt a brilliant light beam down from above. The radiance was so intense it nearly blinded me. In quick succession, I heard a thud, as if something had plummeted from the roof of the stone dwelling. Upon investigation, I realized it was not an object that had fallen, but a person. A living individual had landed beside my feet, still very much alive, a young man in his 20s, clad in an unusual outfit, a vibrant red robe that resembled flames. Upon hitting the ground, this young man in the crimson robe desperately crawled forward. It seemed he had sustained injuries, for his movements were sluggish, and with great effort, he managed to reach the wall. At that moment, I suddenly noticed that the scorching sensation on my neck had vanished. Soon, I beheld the female specter let out a chilling shriek and lunge toward the young man who had fallen. At that moment, I finally caught a glimpse of her mouth. Or rather, a gash that could scarcely be called a mouth. Beneath her flat visage, a grotesque opening emerged. Devoid of teeth and stained a deep crimson, a veritable cavern of blood. The specter sank her teeth into the young man's neck, viciously drawing forth a chunk of flesh, which she began to gnaw on slowly. Meanwhile, the young man frantically attempted to claw his way up the stone wall, his hands tearing against the rough surface, leaving behind a trail of blood. It dawned on me that these bloodstains on the wall were likely the remnants of those who had previously fallen, perhaps offering themselves as sustenance for this ghastly entity. My mind raced, and I quickly recalled old Zhong's tales of human sacrifices. It seemed plausible that this young man was yet another victim. The exit, could it be that above this stone edifice lay another escape route? A flicker of hope surged within me, quickly overshadowed by despair. What good was this knowledge if I remained immobile? Once the specter consumed the young man, I would surely be next. Before long, I witnessed the specter sink her teeth into the young man's chest, tearing out a lengthy crimson tube. Whether it was intestine or some form of trachea, I could not tell. At that moment, I nearly retched and let out a horrified scream. It was only then that I realized I could indeed speak. If I could speak, perhaps I could move as well. Instinctively, I released my feet and attempted to flee. I could move. I had regained my mobility. In a frenzy, I burst forth from the stone structure, my speed so great that it felt as though my body was no longer my own. My limbs flailed wildly, causing my thighs to ache from the exertion. I raced along the path I had memorized, and soon I spotted a blaze ahead. A swarm of burning corpse insects was retreating, and before them was the small fox, now in her true form, fiercely dispatching the vile creatures. Old Zhong was by her side, wielding a peach-wood sword to fend off the insects, while the masters busied themselves with feeble kicks. With all the strength I could muster, I shouted to old Zhong and the others, "Over here." Quickly, I found the exit. They heard my call and, while continuing to fend off the insects, rushed toward me. Soon, we reunited, and I led them toward the stone dwelling where the specter had feasted. Upon arrival, however, we discovered that the specter had vanished, leaving only a battered corpse behind. Had she fled in fear of old Zhong or the small fox? Regardless, we had to escape. I pointed to the ceiling and exclaimed to old Zhong, "Up there." Just moments ago, a strong light shone from above, likely the source of the one who fell. This must be an exit. Old Zhong, without a word, swiftly pulled out an octopus rope from his bag and tossed it onto the roof, where it firmly adhered. He then playfully flicked the master's head and said, "You go up first, you coward." I understood his intention. He needed to remain below to safeguard us, thus he entrusted this task to his disciple. Furthermore, If this truly was an exit, the master would be the first to escape. Although old Zhong frequently playfully smacked the master's head and face, he genuinely cherished this apprentice. The master, showing no reluctance, grasped the rope and ascended. Upon reaching the roof, he forcefully pushed against it, and lo and behold, with a thunderous sound, a substantial stone slab was indeed displaced. The master emerged and declared it was safe. One by one, we gradually clambered out, with old Zhong being the last to exit and I the second to last. As I crawled out of the stone house, I seemed to hear the female ghost whisper, "You will return." "Ah, what does it matter? I am out now, and I shall never return, foolish ghost. You are not just shameless, you have no face at all." Once old Zhong emerged, we all shared a similar smile, experiencing an unprecedented sensation. It is truly wonderful to be alive. Just then, we suddenly heard a series of startled exclamations nearby. "Ah, a ghost. I saw a ghost." Chapter 43, The Shadowless Village. "Ah, a ghost. I have seen a ghost." With this single exclamation, we, who had just emerged from the grave, were drawn toward the sound. We instinctively turned our gaze in the direction from whence it came. It was a young girl, perhaps around 10 years old, sporting a ponytail. Dressed in oversized shorts and a bright red apron, her bare feet exposed to the ground. Behind her stood a small cart, the kind with a single wheel. Typically found only in remote mountain villages, long since discarded in more developed rural areas. I surmised that this little cart belonged to her, believing us to be spirits. She had abandoned it in fright. The master could not restrain himself, exclaiming, "Damn, this little girl. Even if we have just emerged from the cemetery, we cannot be mistaken for ghosts. I shall reason with her." With that, he dashed after the girl, though I pondered whether his intent was truly to seek a discussion or perhaps to flirt. Yet, knowing the master's lecherous nature, I doubted he possessed the audacity of old Zhang, who would boldly pursue his desires. However, the master had barely taken a few steps when old Zhang suddenly shouted at him, "Stop right there. Come back." The master obediently returned, questioning old Zhang as he walked. "Master, that girl is cursing us. I merely wished to reason with her. Why did you stop me?" Old Zhang pointed towards the direction in which the girl had fled. Then spoke, "Take a closer look. Observe the girl's shadow." The master instinctively turned his head to glance, and soon exclaimed, "By the heavens, the girl has no shadow. Is she a ghost?" I too looked towards the girl and confirmed the absence of her shadow. It was broad daylight, with no obstructions to cast shadows. How could she be devoid of one? Could it be that she was indeed a specter? The thought struck me as rather amusing. We were being labeled as ghosts by a ghost, which was undeniably comical, thus my fear began to dissipate. Yet, at that moment, the master suddenly became frantic, pointing at the ground and exclaiming, You. As he spoke, he lowered his gaze to the ground, as if searching for something. We, influenced by the master's agitation, instinctively looked down, and to our horror, we discovered something amiss. Good heavens, shadows. None of us had any shadows. Bewilderment washed over me. How could we all be devoid of shadows? I instinctively glanced up at the sky. Although the sun was not visible, the light was ample. Shadows should exist where light is cast. There was no reason for our shadows to vanish. A dreadful thought began to take root in my mind. The master quickly articulated my fears, declaring, "Damn it, could it be that we are all dead? Are we merely ghosts? Have we perished in the cemetery?" We exchanged glances, struggling to digest the master's assertion, yet the evidence loomed before us. If we were indeed alive, how could we lack shadows? As the master approached us, old Zhong delivered a sharp slap to the back of his head and rebuked, "You foolish, unlearned wretch, spreading such baseless fears. Everyone, do not panic. The absence of shadows does not signify our demise. Are we not alive and well? Is it not a ghost? Can one not discern it for oneself? It possesses flesh and blood." Upon hearing old Zhong's words, I discreetly bit into my own fingertip. The sharp pain and the blood that followed lent credence to his assertion. Without delay, old Zhong retrieved his communication device and urged us to activate our phones, encouraging us to attempt to reach out to the outside world. I powered mine on immediately, yet to my dismay, there was not a hint of signal, nor was there for the others nearby, including the master and the young woman. We turned our gaze towards old Zhong, who, with a furrowed brow and a cigarette in hand, seemed to find his so-called high-tech device, reputed to work even underground, utterly futile. It was indeed a perplexing situation. Having emerged from the graveyard, why were we still unable to contact the outside? Ultimately, old Zhong took charge, suggesting that we might have arrived in some remote mountainous area, and he instructed us to pursue the little girl for clarity. Although I found his theory of a distant mountain village implausible, after all, we had come from beneath my own home, yet I felt compelled to follow the girl, as she seemed to be our only lead. The little girl moved swiftly, but could she outrun a group of grown men? Moreover, we had a sprightly fairy in our midst. In the blink of an eye, the fairy darted ahead, intercepting the girl, and we soon caught up. Upon seeing herself surrounded, the little girl covered her eyes and began to cry. I urged her not to weep, assuring her that we were not ghosts, but human beings. Through her tears, she retorted, "You're lying. If you're not ghosts, how did you come out of the firewoman's tomb?" The firewoman's tomb, goodness, this girl was quite knowledgeable. We could not let her escape. I approached her, adopting what I believed to be the gentlest tone, and said, "Little one, we are indeed not ghosts. We are an expedition team, having ventured into the firewoman's tomb to uncover its secrets. We just emerged and inadvertently bumped into you. If you doubt me, feel my arm. I am flesh and blood. How could I possibly be a ghost?" The girl, surprisingly bold for her age, or perhaps it was my affable nature, lowered her hands from her eyes and cautiously approached me. Standing before me, she reached out her delicate little hand and gently pinched my cheek, then clapped her hands in astonishment, exclaiming, "It's true. You're a real person." Seeing the adorable girl touch my face, the master quickly leaned in and interjected, "Of course, I'm real too. Why don't you touch my face?" The girl, however, did not reach for the master's face, but instead inquired of me, "Are you truly an expedition team? How could you emerge from the firewoman's tomb? Did you encounter the fire lady? Did she not consume you?" I chuckled and shook my head, then asked her, "It seems you know quite a bit about the firewoman's tomb. Where exactly are we? I notice you have no shadow." The little girl gazed at me with innocent eyes and asked, "Shadow? What is a shadow?" I was taken aback. This little girl seemed utterly oblivious to the concept of a shadow. I had no choice but to settle for a simpler explanation, saying, "It's just a dark thing. If you don't know, that's all right. By the way, you haven't told me where this place is. What city? What county? Which village?" The little girl shook her head in confusion, looking at me as if she had no idea what I was saying. It was genuinely frustrating. Could it be that she had grown up on inferior milk powder? How could she be so uninformed? Fortunately, she soon informed me, "We are in Hua Family Village. My home is just ahead. Would you like me to take you there? If you have any questions, you can ask my grandfather. He is the village head." Hua Family Village, this was a term I had never encountered before, but I surmised that village and neighborhood were likely similar in meaning. I glanced at old Zhong, who nodded at me, and then we allowed the little girl to lead the way. She quickly ran to retrieve her small cart and began to guide us ahead. Walking beside her, I inquired, "What is this cart for? Did you just visit the entrance of the firewoman's tomb?" The little girl nodded and replied, "Yes, I was delivering someone there. I just took Brother Erniu from the neighborhood into the firewoman's tomb. I wonder how he is doing now." Upon hearing her words, my heart sank. So the young man who had just been consumed by the ghost was named Erniu, and this girl had been the one to bring him there. Did she know that those taken inside would be devoured? Was this little girl up to no good, or was she merely misled by adults? I dared not ask further, fearing she might become suspicious, so I discreetly informed old Zhong of the situation, urging him to remain vigilant. I then returned to the little girl and asked for her name, intending to establish rapport and extract more information. My intuition told me that Hua Family Village held deeper secrets, possibly linked to the firewoman's tomb. The girl told me her name was Hua Xiaonu, and that I could simply call her Xiaonu. Xiaonu, a rather charming name. Just as I was about to inquire further, Xiaonu suddenly pointed to a spot not far away. I looked up and saw a small village in the distance, not particularly large, situated on a mound, exuding an ancient aura. It seemed to corroborate old Zhong's claim of it being a remote mountain village. As we entered the village, I noticed that the houses were made of stone, numbering perhaps in the dozens, yet the population seemed sparse. Occasionally, I caught sight of a few individuals, all of whom also lacked shadows. Was Hua Family Village truly a shadowless village? It felt rather peculiar. Before long, Shinu led me to the largest stone house in the village and knocked on the door. A man in his 30s answered, dressed in a red robe, much like the young man I had encountered earlier. Shinu called him father. I exchanged a glance with him, but nothing seemed amiss. He welcomed us inside and then excused himself, suggesting we rest our feet for a moment. As he left, old Zhong patted the man's shoulder and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you." Old Zhong was indeed polite. Once the father and daughter departed, old Zhong promptly instructed the master to stand watch at the door before retrieving a copper bell and a talisman. He placed the talisman on the table and pressed down with the copper bell. Soon, old Zhong addressed us, stating that he had cast a listening charm on the middle-aged man. We should listen attentively, as the situation here might be intricate. The copper bell emitted a persistent creaking sound, which could have been footsteps. However, we soon discerned a voice. "Village chief, it's the same group as last time. When shall we take action?" Chapter 44. None are truly alive upon hearing the sound emanating from the copper bell, inquiring when we would take action. I realized that the target we had to confront might indeed be us. However, we were complete strangers to them. It seemed somewhat unreasonable to initiate harm right from the start, did it not? No, They referred to us as that group, and the use of the word that confirmed our earlier encounters in the cemetery. It appeared we had indeed trespassed 7 times before. Was this the 8th? Although the reason for this eluded me, it was evident that the members of the Hua family sought to target us from the outset, implying their knowledge of significant secrets. It was quite possible that they were accomplices to the true culprits. If we could manage to secure a few respected elders from the village, we might extract some valuable insights. I raised my gaze to old Zhong, who was also looking at me, evidently aligned with my thoughts. With a mere glance, old Zhong beckoned me aside, stating, "This time, we must rely on you." I inquired about his meaning, and he elaborated, "That girl, which you knew, seems to trust you quite a bit. She is the granddaughter of the village head and bears the crucial responsibility of delivering living individuals to the cemetery, marking her as an essential player. In a critical moment, she could serve as our bargaining chip." Goodness. Old Zhong's implication was that I should transform into a lecherous uncle luring a young girl. I glanced at the women in the room, including the married ones, and ultimately nodded at old Zhong. After all, they were our allies, and if necessary, I would not hesitate to capture Xiao, given that I had no emotional ties to her. Without further ado, old Zhong promptly assigned tasks. He mentioned that the village head and the others would soon return. Despite his inability to discern any supernatural prowess in Xiaonu's father, the middle-aged man, we could not afford to be careless. The adage, "while the green hills remain, one need not worry about firewood," resonated here, so I was instructed to devise a plan to apprehend Xiao and secure this vital leverage. Meanwhile, old Zhong and the others would remain here to confront the village head upon his arrival, using spells to subdue them and subsequently interrogate them about their specific intentions. If necessary, threats would be employed, leveraging either their lives or Xiaonu's. I did not hesitate and nodded in agreement. At that moment, the master indicated that Xiaonu was nearby, playing. Thus, I ventured outside, leaving old Zhong and the others behind. Little Sa expressed a desire to accompany me, but old Zhong intervened, asserting that the battle within the house was paramount and he required Little Sa's assistance. I understood old Zhong's caution. After all, we were human, while Little Sa was a vixen. Ultimately, at my insistence, Little Sa agreed to remain inside with old Zhong and the others. I then pushed open the door and stepped outside, and indeed, I found Xiaonu playing on the ground nearby, scribbling with a stone, though her drawings were a mystery to me. Approaching her, I smiled and asked, "Xiaonu, what are you doing? Why are you playing alone here? What about your friends?" Little Nu lifted her head, gazing at me with her innocent eyes. Her large, dark pupils resembled those of a cartoon character. She replied, "I am the only child here. There is no one else." I was momentarily taken aback. How could a village of this size have only a single child? This seemed rather implausible. I continued, "Brother has just arrived in your village and wishes to explore. Could you show me some interesting places?" Without lifting her head, Little Nu responded, "Sure. I will take you shortly. I just need to finish this drawing." With that, she resumed her artwork on the ground with pebbles. Intrigued, I leaned down to see what she was creating. It appeared to be a comic strip. The first image depicted a woman, undeniably a woman, despite the rudimentary artistry, as her long hair was a clear indication. The second image featured a man who exuded a certain masculinity. The third illustration showed the man and woman from the first 2 images coming together. I could not help but chuckle softly. This little girl, no more than 10 years old, seemed to grasp the concept of love. I wondered who had imparted such knowledge to her. Before long, Little Nu announced, "I'm finished." I couldn't resist glancing at the final drawing, and upon seeing it, I was momentarily stunned. The woman in the image lay on the ground, seemingly lifeless, surrounded by a depiction of dirt and gray, which perhaps symbolized blood. The man stood beside her, his mouth exaggeratedly wide and slightly upturned, as if he were the cause of her demise. Unable to contain my curiosity, I inquired, "Little Nu, what does your drawing represent? Is it merely a whimsical creation, or does it hold deeper meaning?" Little Nu stood up and replied, "This is my dream. I have this dream every night. This man is my father, and the woman is my mother. They were together, but later, my father fell in love with another woman, and he burned my mother to death." The revelation struck me like a cold wind, leaving a chill in my heart. How could such a young girl harbor such dark dreams? Perhaps it was an overflow of compassion that compelled me to say, "Little Nu, do not speak such things. Your father is well at home, isn't he? Please refrain from creating drawings like this in the future." Little Nu offered no response, merely continuing her slow walk ahead. As she walked, she said to me, "All right. Don't you want to play? I will take you to a fun place. I discovered a cave that only I know about. I have never told anyone else. You are the first." Hearing this filled me with delight. If no one else knew, I could easily bind Little Nu there, which would be quite enjoyable. Thus, I followed her, and I must say, the village was sparsely populated. I scarcely encountered any living souls. Perhaps they were all asleep at home. After walking with little new for about 10 minutes, we arrived at the base of a small hill, where a cave awaited us. I surveyed my surroundings, noting the desolation. There were no villages ahead or shops behind, indeed a secluded place, and thus I resolved to take action within. Accompanied by Xiao Nu, we ventured into the cave, where the darkness rendered visibility challenging. I extracted my phone for illumination. After traversing 5 or 6 meters, I beheld a substantial pyre in the cave's center, atop which stood a tall stone pillar. The sight before me left me momentarily stunned. It resembled a sacrificial altar. Was this place intended for human sacrifice? Just as this thought crossed my mind, I suddenly noticed a considerable amount of black ash beneath the pillar, resembling cremated remains. Had there been rituals performed here before? My heart raced with trepidation. Could Xiao Nu have lured me here with nefarious intent? I pondered whether a mere girl could truly be my adversary. And thus I summoned my courage to inquire, "Do you know the purpose of this place? Why did you bring me here?" Xiao Nu dashed towards the altar, reclining beside the woodpile. Once settled, she replied, "Because it's so comfortable here, undisturbed. Lying here, I can quickly fall asleep." With that, she closed her eyes, seemingly drifting off. Whether this was a ruse or not mattered little. I needed to assert control over her. Approaching her cautiously, I produced the red rope given to me by Lao Zhong. Upon reaching her side, I swiftly covered her mouth and said, "Do not blame me, Xiao Nu. I did not wish for this, but we are compelled by circumstance. Your elders sought to act against me. Rest assured, I mean you no harm. I shall merely bind you, and once we unravel the truth, I will release you." With that, I unfurled the rope, wrapping it several times around her, securing her hands and feet inescapably. Yet Xiao Nu showed no inclination to resist. Instead, she wept softly, lamenting, "You are indeed a villain. You burned my mother, and now you wish to burn me as well. You are just like the man in my dreams." Her words stirred an unsettling anxiety within me, though I could not discern the source of my unease. I admonished her sharply, "Cease your nonsensical accusations. Such wicked thoughts should not occupy a child's mind. Speak further, and I shall not hold back. Do not presume your cuteness will spare you from my wrath." My fierce tone silenced her, though her tears flowed freely. The sound of her sorrowful cries echoed eerily, reminiscent of the mournful wails of a spirit in the tomb of the Fire Maiden, sending chills down my spine. I grasped her head, attempting to stifle her cries, fearing they might attract the villagers. However, as I turned her face towards me, I was struck dumb with horror. What had befallen Xiao Nu? Her visage was smeared with blood, crimson streaks cascading down her face. Soon, I realized that the blood flowed not from wounds but from her eyes. She was shedding not tears, but blood. My heart raced perilously close to my throat. This little servant was no human. My legs trembled slightly, and I dared not scream, fearing that the servant might transform into a specter to confront me. Thus, with a sudden jolt, I bolted toward the cave's entrance. Momentarily disregarding the task entrusted to me by old Zhong, survival took precedence. The journey to this place had taken around 10 minutes. Yet I sprinted back in just 3 or 4 minutes, arriving once more at the stone hut. I saw the master peering out, keeping watch. Overwhelmed by relief, I hardly considered my actions and burst into the hut, colliding with the master. Upon entering, I beheld an elderly man with graying hair bound to a stone pedestal. I surmised he must be the village chief. Thankfully, old Zhong and his companions had captured the leader. Just as I was about to recount the incident involving the little servant to old Zhong, he abruptly warned me, "Do not move, do not approach that old man. The people of this village are not alive." Chapter 45. In unreal world, the inhabitants of this village may not be human, and with a single utterance from old Zhong, my heart began to race with trepidation. I hastily inquired about his meaning, to which old Zhong replied that shortly after my departure, the village chief had arrived, and they immediately attempted to subdue him. Remarkably, the chief exhibited little resistance and was quickly overpowered. Following this, old Zhong intended to employ hypnosis to extract information regarding their origins and intentions from the chief. What old Zhong referred to as hypnosis was, in fact, a form of spiritual guidance. The hypnotist must possess a significantly greater mental prowess than the subject. This mental power, in this context, was essentially spiritual energy, deriving from the essence of the soul. However, old Zhong's attempt was in vain, not due to a lack of his own spiritual strength, but because the village chief utterly lacked a soul. How could one speak of mental guidance or hypnosis when there is no essence to guide? Unable to restrain my curiosity, I posed a question to old Zhong. How can one act without a soul? Even if they were akin to zombies or mere shells, they surely cannot possess any thought? Old Zhong waved his hand dismissively and remarked, "One must not view it so simplistically. Zombies lack thought due to their absence of consciousness. Yet these individuals evidently retain some awareness, albeit not as vibrant as that of a normal person. Certain methods can achieve this state, which I suspect is a result of human intervention." As old Zhong finished speaking, the bound village chief suddenly erupted into laughter. Amidst his mirth, he declared, "Ah, So you are indeed the one versed in the arcane. But what does it matter to you? Ultimately, you are merely the playthings of the master. Playthings of the master. This old wretch had the audacity to label us as such. His mention of a master invoked memories of the association president's earlier references to a master. Could it be that they were one and the same? A surge of indignation welled within me, and I could not help but draw my fruit knife and advance toward the old chief. If hypnosis proved futile, I would resort to torment. Without hesitation, I pressed the blade against the old chief's thigh. To my astonishment, his flesh, though not rigid, yielded to the knife without bleeding. Instead, a faint, watery fluid emerged. By all accounts, this old chief possessed no blood. Furthermore, he appeared impervious to pain, glaring at me with furious intensity. The old chief may have been devoid of blood. Yet the young servant had bled earlier, and the unfortunate Nyo, who had been cast into the tomb of the fire-wielding woman, had undoubtedly bled as well. Realizing this, I swiftly conveyed to old Zhong, no, not all here are devoid of humanity. There are indeed humans among them. The Nyo who was thrown into the grave was human. And that young servant, though she may not be human, likely is not a mere zombie either. As I spoke, I noticed the old chief's body seemed to momentarily stiffen, indicating that my words had struck a chord, and he was evidently perturbed by them. Thus, I continued, Old Zhong, you must search the village for other living souls. While I confront that young servant, I will eliminate her and see whether this old chief quakes in fear. With that, I rose decisively, adopting a fierce demeanor as if ready to take a life. The old man seemed to sense the situation, nodding at me before grasping his peachwood sword, ready to depart. Indeed, upon noticing our intent, the old corpse immediately spoke. Things are quite different this time. It will be much more challenging. I can cooperate with you. But please do not harm the people of Lily. How intriguing. This old corpse actually cares for the villagers. Perhaps it's mere pretense. Nevertheless, I halted and said to the old corpse, speak quickly. We have no time to waste. The old corpse replied, you may ask your questions. As long as I do not betray my master, I will tell you everything I can. Just please do not harm the people of Lily. I inquired, where exactly is this place, and why do you reside next to the tomb of the Fire Maiden? The old corpse responded, in truth, we did not always live here. That was a tale from 1 or 2 centuries ago. Back then, my granddaughter was born under the sign of fire, possessing some magical abilities, and was known as the Fire Maiden. However, she offended a female demon by associating with a fortune teller. The demon wreaked havoc upon our family, slaughtering my entire kin and controlling all the people of Lily to bring us here. At this point, the old corpse suddenly glanced at me, perhaps gauging my belief in his story. I felt a sense of skepticism. It sounded as if the old corpse was weaving a fantastical tale centuries ago. A demon? It seemed rather implausible. I refrained from immediately retorting and continued to listen. The old village chief continued, fortunately, we encountered a benefactor, my master. Although he could not resurrect my family, he utilized his immense power to preserve my consciousness and prevent my body from decaying. Moreover, he promised to revive the Fire Maiden. I hesitated for a moment. The old man's words sounded convincing. I asked, what does your master look like? Isn't it strange that he suddenly appeared to assist you? Has he asked you to do anything? The old village chief firmly stated, I refuse to answer questions about my master, even if you threaten my very existence. I will not betray him. His loyalty was indeed commendable. I decided to drop the subject about his master and continued, so, you mean to say your family are all corpses, while the other villagers are alive? He nodded, prompting me to ask further, then what about the little girl? If your family consists of corpses, how can there be descendants? The old man sighed and replied, in truth, the little girl is not my granddaughter. She is a child born from the tomb of the Fire Maiden. Hearing this, I was momentarily stunned. We had just visited the tomb of the Fire Maiden, where we encountered a female ghost and a swarm of corpse insects. How could a child be born there? Was it possible that the corpse insects had violated the ghost and produced offspring? Absurd. Unable to contain myself, I retorted, do not jest with me. If this continues, I might resort to violence against the villagers. The old village chief continued, I understand your disbelief. To be honest, I do not believe it myself. However, this is the truth. Each time you leave this place, a baby appears at the entrance of the tomb. Our duty is to perform a fire sacrifice for her and raise this child until your next arrival. Upon hearing this, a sense of dread washed over me. As if the elder was not jesting, I inquired, is this the task assigned to you by your master? He affirmed, stating that his duty was to conduct a fire sacrifice, and he was also required to regularly deliver a young, vigorous lad to the graveyard. As he spoke, the elder displayed a melancholic demeanor and confided, if it ensures the safety of the village, sacrificing these lives is of little consequence. To be candid, the young servant resembles my deceased granddaughter, but what of it? For my master, I would willingly do anything. It appeared that the elder was utterly captivated by his so-called master. After some contemplation, I pressed further. Has your master commanded you to harm us? When was the last time you encountered us? Who were present? The elder shook his head, replying, No, he merely instructed us to lead you to the next graveyard. He did not order us to harm you. The next graveyard? My heart sank. It seemed that the earlier sounds heard by the old clock were not indicative of our demise, but rather a directive to guide us to the next burial site. The elder continued, As for the last time I saw you, I cannot recall precisely, but judging by the young servant's age, she is nearly 20. Therefore, the last time we encountered you must have been 20 years ago. The young servant is 20? Yet she appears as if she is merely 10 years old, both in stature and intellect. Though I found it hard to believe, if I were to connect this to prior deductions, it would indeed align with the notion that the matron of the guest house resembled the young servant after her emergence from this realm. The thought of being led to the next graveyard, only to return after 20 years, was almost unbearable. I would rather choose death than endure such a fate. No, I must not repeat past mistakes. Soon, the elder pointed at us, answering my final inquiry. He, she, and you. Those were the 4 individuals present last time. The elder indicated the old clock, the young servant, the young woman, and myself. Including the late Mr. Zhang, who perished in the Fire Maiden's grave, we constituted the 5 elemental beings. The master, the uncle, and the young servant seemingly did not partake in the previous encounter. Regardless of whether the elder was deceiving us, I chose to trust him for the moment. I exchanged a glance with the old clock, seeking his counsel. Just then, voices erupted from outside the stone dwelling. Elder, the young servant has begun to weep blood again. We have initiated the fire sacrifice. Would you like to preside over the proceedings personally? The elder did not call for help. Instead, he replied, No need for that. You carry on. And please offer prayers for the child afterward. It was evident that he could not bear to witness such a scene. My heart skipped a beat, and I instinctively dashed outside. Fear momentarily dissipated as I raced toward the cave where the young servant had previously led me. Upon arriving at the cave's entrance, I discovered it surrounded by a throng of people, with fierce flames illuminating the interior. I pushed through the crowd and entered, only to find the young servant bound to the sacrificial post, her body charred, yet her eyes continued to bleed profusely. This time, instead of fear, I felt a profound sorrow and pity as I witnessed a group of ignorant individuals mercilessly taking the life of a child. I yearned to save the little one. Yet I was acutely aware of my own impotence. Suddenly, I saw her lift her head abruptly to gaze at me, her face smeared with blood. A sight both horrific and tragic. Yet, she managed to part her lips and offered me a gentle smile, a fleeting bloom amidst the despair. After that brief moment, she lowered her head, succumbing to her final breath, consumed by flames. My heart nearly ceased its rhythm as I struggled to suppress the weight of my guilt. And I ran back to the stone house in one breath. Old Zhong and the others bombarded the village elder with numerous inquiries, though he began to refuse to respond. Surely, we could not truly resort to harming the remaining villagers, nor could we divulge the elder's secret regarding the corpse. We understood that our authority paled in comparison to his. Ultimately, we resolved to depart from the Ho family estate. Before long, we had left the premises. Yet after a considerable time, the path ahead remained shrouded in confusion. We had no idea where we were headed, and the lack of signal on our phones was utterly exasperating. At that moment, old Zhong suddenly pulled me aside. He addressed me, Wang Wei. Do you recall the parallel mirror in your family's basement before we entered the graveyard? I nodded, the memory vivid in my mind. Old Zhong continued, given various circumstances, I suspect that the parallel mirror seals not merely a malevolent spirit but potentially an entire realm. I struggled to comprehend his meaning as he pressed on. I suspect that the world we currently inhabit is not our original reality, but rather an alternate parallel dimension. An alternate parallel dimension? In the past, I would have dismissed such a notion outright. Yet, not long ago, little Sa had allowed me into her fox spirit realm, so this time, I chose to trust old Zhong. Otherwise, how could we have been without signal for so long? Chapter 46. The ferryman old Zhong informed me that our current location might not align with that of the world we once knew. Although I found this notion rather difficult to accept, I could not produce any evidence to refute it. I inquired of old Zhong what we should do, as we could not simply remain indoors. He replied that if this were indeed the case, there was likely only one path forward, to venture into the next tomb, exiting until we discovered the true exit. It was the most perilous route, yet perhaps the sole option we had, an arduous choice indeed. However, it seemed we had no alternative but to proceed. Ultimately, we resolved to retrace our steps, intending to locate the old village chief and have him indicate the whereabouts of the next tomb. As we made our way back, we soon arrived at the residence of the Ho family. The fire ritual for Xiao Nu appeared to have concluded, and tranquility had returned to the village. My heart remained heavy with the memory of Xiao Nu's tear-streaked face and her flower-like smile, which lingered in my mind like an indelible mark. Upon entering the stone door of the village chief's home, we beheld a tiny infant, no larger than a pair of palms, nestled in the old chief's arms. The child did not cry. Instead, she gazed around with her large, dark eyes, surveying what was destined to be a tragic world for her. At that moment, the chief gently caressed the infant's cheek and declared, "From now on, you shall be named Xiao Nu, Hua Xiao Nu." The name, evoking the notion of a fire maiden, resonated with the theme of sacrifice once more. It appeared that the village chief had spoken the truth all along. When the chief noticed our return, he displayed no surprise, simply stating, "I told you, there is no escaping this. Are you intent on entering the next tomb? Very well, I shall make arrangements." With that, he placed the infant down and departed. As soon as the chief left, Dasa tugged at my arm, prompting me to turn and face her. I asked her what was amiss, and she replied, "Have you truly resolved to continue? I believe that remaining in this village could suffice. We could live out our lives like we do outside, experiencing the cycles of life and death. Even if we were to meet an early demise, at least we could lead a tranquil existence. Wei Wei, do you not agree?" Upon hearing Dasa's words, I suddenly realized that this was not an entirely unfeasible proposition. I had never entertained such a thought before. However, the prospect of spending my entire life in this desolate village seemed insurmountable, especially with the impending experience of Xiao Nu's living sacrifice. I was uncertain whether I possessed the strength to alter Xiao Nu's fate, but if I could not, I feared I might succumb to despair. Hence, it would be better to remain oblivious to the turmoil. Thus, I ultimately made a decision in my heart. I would suggest that Dasa stay at the Hua residence while we ventured into the next tomb. As long as we successfully located the exit, I would return for her without delay. If we were to perish within, then so be it. At least Dasa would be able to live out her days in this village, leaving me with no regrets. I turned to Dasa and said, "Dasa, how about this? We shall head to the tomb first, and you can wait here for us. Once we find the exit, we will return to fetch you. What do you say?" As soon as I finished speaking, Xiao Sao immediately concurred, suggesting that we seek a way out while leaving my sister behind, declaring it the best course of action. However, Dasa firmly shook her head, asserting that even in death, we should remain together. It was her unwavering principle that I could not abandon her. Dasa's tone was resolute, leaving no room for negotiation. At that moment, Lao Zhong interjected, advocating for us to stick together, as the safety of the Hua family residence was still uncertain. He reassured us that as long as he, Lao Zhong, was alive, he would ensure our safety. With Lao Zheng's declaration, we agreed that remaining together was indeed the wisest choice. Just then, the stone door swung open once more, revealing the return of Old Li. He informed us that everything was prepared and instructed us to head south for approximately 9 miles, where a swamp awaited us. Beyond the swamp lay a river, where a ferryman would assist us in reaching our destination. Upon hearing Old Li's words, we resolved to set off immediately. To our relief, Old Li proved to be more than we had anticipated. We had gathered ample provisions from the village, sufficient to sustain us for a month or two. Before our departure, Old Li called me aside and said, "After all these times, witnessing Xiao Nu perish in flames, even though I am not truly human, it pains me deeply. Yet this is my fate, bestowed upon me by my master, and it is nearing its conclusion. Young one, I hope that one day we may truly meet and share a conversation." I could sense that Old Li's intentions were not malevolent. Perhaps his misguided loyalty to his so-called master had led him astray. I refrained from engaging him further, as we were already in precarious circumstances, and meddling could bring about unnecessary trouble. Following Old Li's directions, we journeyed southward for over 5 miles, soon sensing a chilling atmosphere enveloping us. It was an unmistakable feeling, and the terrain around us visibly changed, appearing significantly more damp. This must be the swamp Old Li had mentioned. Lao Zhang commanded us to halt and bravely stepped onto the marshy ground, testing it cautiously before declaring, "It's not too muddy. We should be able to traverse it." He then produced a long rope, instructing us to secure it around our waists, so we could cross together. Although it felt somewhat absurd, we had no choice but to proceed in this manner. Thus, like a pack of dogs, we crawled into the swamp, relieved to find it not overly muddy and lacking any inclination to swallow us whole. However, after crawling for about 10 meters, the rope suddenly tightened, signaling a potential descent into the mire. We quickly realized that the trouble originated with the young woman, whose body was perilously sinking. Fortunately, Lao Zhang promptly summoned a water talisman, which enabled him to pull her to safety. Goodness, if we were to consider weight, she was indeed the heaviest among us. Though the young woman was voluptuous, her ample bosom and shapely figure did not indicate excess weight elsewhere. How could it be that she was the first to begin sinking? However, I soon discerned the crux of the issue. The young woman was inherently fated to encounter water, and perhaps this marshland was destined for her. Just as the first burial ground was a fiery tomb prepared for old Zhang, leading to his demise therein. Goodness. Could it be that the young woman would meet her end in the second grave? A wave of anxiety washed over me as I furtively glanced at her. Relieved to find she appeared oblivious to my distress, diligently crawling forward alongside us. Her ample bosom swayed enticingly with each movement, undeniably captivating. I couldn't help but steal a few more glances, only to have her suddenly turn her head towards me, causing a wave of embarrassment to wash over me, compelling me to redirect my gaze. By heaven's grace, I harbored no lascivious intentions. Any normal man would be tempted to gaze a little longer. She mustn't think me a lecher. After what seemed like 10 minutes of crawling, all appeared normal, save for the several mishaps the young woman encountered, resulting in old Zhong expending 3 water talismans. As we traversed a considerable expanse of marshland, the master at the edge suddenly spoke up. Something feels amiss. I have the distinct impression someone has recently passed through here. We inquired about his meaning, and he gestured toward a nearby spot, saying, "Look, do those not resemble human footprints? Moreover, they appear to be fresh." We immediately turned our gaze in the direction he indicated, and lo and behold, there indeed seemed to be a trail of footprints. They were not large, and one might easily overlook them. It appeared as though they had been deliberately obscured. We were taken aback. Could it be that someone had truly just walked this way? Logically, if these were our own footprints from years past, they would have long since vanished, given the marsh's remarkable ability to restore itself. Old Zhong furrowed his brow and suggested, "Let us not dwell on this. Everyone, continue crawling forward. If someone has indeed just passed through here, and is not the ferryman spoken of by the village elder, I suspect it may very well be the sorcerer from the fiery maiden's tomb. Therefore, once we exit the marsh, we must exercise utmost caution." We all nodded in agreement and pressed onward. After a few more minutes of crawling, during which old Zhong expended yet another 3 water talismans, we finally emerged from the marshland. As we climbed out, we beheld a broad river not far ahead. On the riverbank lay a boat, and at its helm sat a ferryman, presumably the very individual the elder had mentioned, eager to expedite our journey through the burial grounds. We swiftly approached the vessel. Old Zhong addressed the ferryman directly, "We come at the behest of the elder. Kindly ferry us to our destination." The ferryman, adorned with a large conical hat and draped in a dark green robe, faced away from us, his back hunched. Without uttering a word, he simply nodded in acknowledgement of our request. We boarded the boat, and the ferryman remained silent, deftly propelling the vessel with a long pole, as it gradually glided across the river towards the opposite bank. The small boat had just set off for a mere 10 or so meters when the young woman suddenly pointed towards the left bank of the river at a 45-degree angle, exclaiming, "Ah, look, you must see, there is a ferryman over there." I immediately followed her gaze, but to my astonishment, there was nothing at all. Was she jesting? Yet, it soon dawned on me that this woman possessed the ability to see beyond the veil. Could she be perceiving a spirit? At that moment, old Zhong swiftly produced a talisman, igniting it in front of him. As it burned halfway, he proceeded to incinerate the remaining half right before my eyes. It was then that I beheld a disconcerting sight. Indeed, in the direction the woman indicated, there appeared to be a figure crawling. No, it was more akin to a ghostly entity. Originally, that spot was a river cave. Perhaps this spirit had been confined within, now emerging from its confines. Much like the ferryman aboard our vessel, this apparition donned an oversized bamboo hat and a flowing robe of deep green. Instantly, I realized the unsettling truth. The ferryman on our boat was an imposter, quite possibly the very owner of the footprints we had seen in the marsh. It was highly probable that he was the necromancer from the tomb of the fire woman. He had slain the true ferryman and was masquerading as one. What could his intentions possibly be? Chapter 47. The young woman's frantic state. As I pondered the possibility that the ferryman might be an imposter, I instinctively stepped forward, shielding the young woman behind me while casting my gaze upon the ferryman. Old Zhong reacted promptly, gripping his peachwood sword and directing it toward the ferryman, demanding that he halt the boat, or we would not hesitate to retaliate. The ferryman remained remarkably composed, his hunched back still supporting the vessel. However, he noticeably quickened his pace, propelling the oar with increased frequency. Exchanging a glance with old Zhong, we prepared to confront the ferryman. Yet, the young woman suddenly grasped my arm, leaning in to sniff the air, and quietly remarked that there was a familiar scent about him. She suggested that the ferryman might be someone we knew, deliberately concealing his true identity. Just as she spoke, our boat began to sway gently, as if something beneath the surface was nudging it. I found myself contemplating whether a water creature or ghost might be at play. In that moment, the ferryman's body stiffened, and he abruptly yanked the oar from the water. This oar was no ordinary bamboo pole, but rather a hefty, solid wood implement, suggesting that this impersonating ferryman was indeed formidable. Upon lifting the oar, he struck the water with considerable force, sending up a colossal splash that drenched us. and the boat rocked violently, nearly throwing us into the river. As the splashes grew in size and the small vessel swayed more wildly, the ferryman seized the opportunity while our attention was diverted by the commotion in the water and swung the oar fiercely in our direction. Fortunately, I had sensed something was amiss and had been keeping a close watch on him. As he swung the oar towards us, I lunged toward the young woman, pushing her down onto the boat while shouting, "Everyone, stay alert. Get down quickly, lest you be thrown into the water." It was only after we had crouched that I realized something was amiss. The ferryman's true target was not us, but rather the young woman. With a swift motion, the ferryman cast her into the water, and as she fell, a tremendous splash erupted, engulfing her, and she vanished without a trace as if dragged into the depths by some unseen force. A sense of dread washed over me as I stood unsteadily, rushing towards the ferryman to seize the oar from his grasp. Old Zhong reacted swiftly as well, thrusting his peachwood sword towards him. As he attacked, our mentor, sprawled on the boat, encouraged old Zhong, exclaiming, "You audacious rogue, dare to oppose our Spirit Hunter Association? We shall make you wish for eternal rest. Surrender at once." The ferryman did not evade the attack. Instead, he retorted sharply, "Silence. If you wish to live, follow me to the opposite bank of the river." His voice was low yet unmistakable, and I recognized it instantly. To my horror, it was Wang Chaoyang, the voice of the old master Wang Chongang. It was indeed him who had infiltrated, and I suspected that the necromancer from the firewoman's tomb was also in league with him. Although my heart was filled with doubt, I resolutely embraced Wang Chongang, while Lao Zhong thrust his peachwood sword into Wang's body. Wang Chongang did not resist. He merely repeated, "If you wish to survive, subdue the malevolent spirits in the water and hasten to the opposite shore." No sooner had the old man's words echoed than a towering wave, several meters high, surged violently from the depths below. This wave took the form of an enormous hand, unhesitatingly crashing down upon us. With a resounding crash, the boat shattered, and we plummeted into the water. Upon entering the water, a metallic scent of blood assailed my senses, and I choked on the brine, nearly losing consciousness. The taste was salty, reminiscent of seawater, yet far more pungent. My swimming skills were lacking, and Dasa was no better off. We found ourselves together in the water. I grasped her collar with one hand while my legs flailed desperately, akin to a drowning dog. Despite my vigorous efforts, I felt my body sinking inexorably. Suddenly, I sensed a profound weight dragging me down, as if Dasa had transformed into a heavy stone. My heart raced, and in a haze, I glanced at Dasa. She was still my Dasa, not a stone. Yet, she urgently implored, "Wei Wei, release me. Something has hold of my feet, dragging me down. Let go and escape." How could I abandon Dasa? I peered down, but saw nothing clinging to her feet. Damn it, it must be a water ghost. I attempted to kick at Dasa's feet, but she abruptly withdrew her head into her collar and, with the buoyancy of the water and my pull, slipped out of her outer garment. Once freed of her coat, Dasa sank rapidly into the depths. Soon, I felt a chilling grip around my ankles, as if icy hands were clutching me, intent on dragging me to the abyss. Despair washed over me. In that critical moment, I spotted a crimson figure swimming toward me. It was not a mermaid but Xiao Sao. Having transformed into her true form, a small red fox, paddling toward me with 4 tiny paws. Xiao Sao swiftly reached my side, her jaws clamping onto my collar, attempting to pull me upwards. I choked on the water, struggling to speak, but managed to urge her, "Xiao Sao, hurry, go down first and save your sister." Xiao Sao, however, shook her little head vigorously, as if insisting that I must be rescued first. I was frantic, my vitality was strong, and the water ghost might not ensnare me. But Dasa was different. She was a spirit, and if the water ghost dragged her away, she would be lost forever. Therefore, I implored Xiao Sao, "Stop hesitating. Go save your sister. If you don't, we'll never be friends again, and I'll take my own life once we reach the shore." Xiao Sao was not the type to be overly sentimental. She merely cast a fleeting glance in my direction before releasing her grip and swiftly swimming towards the depths. As I watched her disappear beneath the surface, a slight sense of relief washed over me, regardless of whether I would lose my life here. As long as both Xiao Sao and Dasa could survive, I would have no significant regrets. Thus, I closed my eyes, held my breath, and began to kick furiously towards the bottom, determined to buy as much time as possible. If Xiao Sao could rescue Dasa and then return to save me, it would be nothing short of miraculous. However, I ultimately proved no match for the water specter, and gradually, my consciousness began to fade. Time slipped away in a hazy blur, and I felt as though I was drifting into a dream. In this dream, I sensed a woman with disheveled hair crouching before me. Her face was obscured, but she leaned over me, drawing in deep breaths, leaving me bewildered about her intentions. Soon, her nose traveled from my abdomen to my neck, then to my face, continuing her strange inhalation. Suddenly, a chill enveloped my neck, as if an ice cube had been placed upon it. Good heavens, was she licking me? Could she be the very specter that dragged me underwater? As I pondered this, a realization struck me. Wait, was I merely contemplating this in a dream, or was it reality? Just as this thought surfaced, I jolted awake, unsure if I had truly been dreaming. Upon opening my eyes, I was startled to find a woman crouched beside me. Yet, she was not a ghost, but rather a married woman who had fallen into the water before me. She looked at me with a smile and said, "I noticed you were unconscious and was about to administer artificial respiration, but thankfully, you woke up." I had awakened. What a relief. I was still alive. I quickly turned to glance around, only to realize I was no longer submerged, but rather in what appeared to be a vast building. This structure did not resemble an ordinary edifice. It resembled an enormous ice house, and the chill in the air prompted me to shiver involuntarily. I immediately inquired of the woman, "When did you arrive? Have you seen anyone else?" She nodded and replied, "Everyone else is still unconscious in a nearby room. Allow me to take you there." My heart raced. Everyone had fallen in? I hastily asked, "Who else is here? Did Xiao fall in too?" She nodded, leading the way ahead of me. Before long, the woman indeed brought me to a door of a nearby room. The entire space was a deep green hue, and I couldn't discern what material it was made of. She pushed the door open and entered. I followed her inside, but as soon as I stepped in, the door slammed shut behind me. Turning around, I was met with an empty room, where were Xiao and Lao Zhong. Unable to contain my confusion, I asked the woman, "Did we go to the wrong place? Where is everyone?" But she suddenly wrapped her arm around my neck and said, "As long as you do not harm me, I will reveal everything to you." I was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that this woman had suffered a brain injury from choking on water? When have I ever expressed a desire to harm her? Yet she persisted, saying, "Do you not wish to violate me, to possess my body? As long as you spare my life, I am willing to offer you anything." Chapter 48. The head in a jar. As long as I do not kill her, she is willing to offer me anything. The woman's words were rather seductive. Yet am I truly that sort of person? It felt almost like an exchange of carnal desires, though she had uttered such phrases before. I recall the first time I visited her for an investigation. She was quite fearful of me, asserting that as long as I did not harm her, I could do as I pleased. However, after regaining my memories, I had explained to her that it was the malevolent spirit, born from the extraction of my earth soul, that had caused the mischief, not my own volition. I reassured her, saying, "Stop with the nonsense. I have no intention of harming you. Perhaps you've had too much to drink, and your thoughts are muddled. Once you recover, everything will return to normal. By the way, where are the others?" I turned my gaze back to her, sensing something rather peculiar about her demeanor. Observing closely, I quickly noted that her attire appeared oddly dry. She wore a purple thermal top, while her blue coat was nowhere to be seen. Her legs were clad in black stockings, which looked entirely dry. Had she removed her damp coat to dry it? Instinctively, I glanced into the room, where a green curtain hung in the depths, concealing whatever lay beyond. Curiosity piqued. I looked down at my own attire, a black coat, clinging to me due to having just emerged from the water, sending shivers coursing through my body. Without thinking, I reached out toward her shoulder. The moment my hand made contact, I recoiled. Goodness, it was as cold as ice. She was at least wearing thermal undergarments. Had she not been, touching her would have felt like plunging into a frozen abyss. A sense of unease washed over me, prompting me to glance at her neck. To my horror, there were no scars, unlike those on the wife of old Zhang, who had entered with us. This woman was not the same. Alarmed, I stepped back, pointing at her. "Who are you?" Suddenly, she erupted into laughter, reaching for her own head. In an instant, I was struck dumb. A wave of suffocating dread crashing over me, my heart racing as if it might explode from my chest. She had violently torn her own head from her body and held it in her hands. There was no blood, only a chilling aura emanating from her neck. The sight of a living person ripping off their own head and holding it aloft instilled a terror so profound that I nearly fainted. Soon, the headless corpse began to advance toward me, and I struggled to maintain control over my body. "What do you want?" I stammered. "You must understand. Grievances have their rightful owners. Do not seek me out." To my astonishment, the head in her hands began to speak, its lips moving. "It is you. This head was severed by your own hand." At that moment, I could no longer contain myself. Warmth flooded my trousers as I lost all composure. At that moment, several voices suddenly echoed from outside. "Wang Wei, Wang Wei, are you here? Wei Zi, where are you? You haven't returned my money. Don't drown." It was the voices of Lao Zhong and the master. Upon hearing their calls, the headless female specter abruptly halted her advance. She uttered, "Please don't kill me. I will seek you out again. I can be of assistance." And then her entire form vanished in an instant. It dawned on me that this woman was not a living being but rather a ghost. No wonder she could remove her head and hold it in her hands. I let out a loud scream, desperately flung open the door, and rushed outside in a frenzy. Before long, I heard Lao Zhong and the others' voices nearby, and I sprinted towards them. Lao Zhang, my master, and the other, arranged in a formation, were currently searching the area. When they spotted me, we all breathed a sigh of relief, thankful that they had not succumbed to the water. Not seeing Desai or Xiao Sao left me in a quandary of emotions. I could only silently pray that Xiao Sao had managed to rescue Desai. However, Lao Zhang soon addressed me. So you were here all along. Thank goodness you're all right. By the way, your girlfriend and the others are resting over there. Let's go join them. At this, I was momentarily taken aback. Wait. Xiao Sao didn't bring Desai to shore? I neglected to inform Lao Zhang about my encounter with the headless ghost and hurriedly followed him. We quickly arrived at a clearing where 3 individuals lay, Desai, Xiao Sao, and the woman who had fallen into the water before us. Beside them, Lao Zhang had conjured 3 fire talismans floating in the air. I could not ascertain whether they were meant for warmth or to summon souls. I inquired about their condition, and Lao Zhang reassured me, they're fine, just some water inhalation and, due to their individual constitutions, they have fainted. They should awaken shortly. Your girlfriend has a naturally keen constitution and cannot withstand the pull of water ghosts. As for Xiao Hu, being a fire fox, she ought to avoid water. Hence her faintness. Old Zhang's wife, I suspect, may have been overwhelmed by fright. Indeed, the keen nature of Desai was evident. As for Xiao Sao, she had long told me that she could not touch water, which is why she never bathed. In retrospect, it was unsurprising that she transformed into her fox form upon encountering water, reverting to her true nature. Despite her own peril, she still attempted to save me. I had threatened her, claiming that I would take my own life once on dry land. Now, I realized how thoughtless I had been, not considering her at all. Then a sudden thought struck me regarding the woman. Could it be that she was feigning unconsciousness? Were it not for Wang Chongyang extracting my earth soul, I would never have entertained the notion of violating her. The ghostly woman had undoubtedly been one of the souls of women who had perished in the cemetery. And at that time, how could I have even thought of such a thing? Yet, she had mentioned my attempt to assault her. Was it possible that the unconscious woman before me had encountered the ghostly woman and learned of my supposed actions from her? Regardless of whether my suspicions are unfounded, I feel compelled to keep a close watch on the young woman. At that moment, Lao Zhang patted my shoulder, signaling me to step aside for a private conversation. We moved to a secluded spot where Lao Zhang retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, thankfully dry. He furrowed his brow and took a deep drag before offering me half of the cigarette. Having only a few left, he clearly needed to conserve them. After inhaling, Lao Zhang remarked, I took a cursory glance earlier, and if my intuition serves me right, we may be at what is referred to as the water tomb. I nodded in agreement, acknowledging his insight. Lao Zhang continued, we may have committed a grave error. My heart raced, and I quickly inquired about the nature of this mistake. He replied, do you recall the ferryman from earlier? If I'm correct, he should have been accompanied by Wang Chongyang. Reflecting on it now, from the very beginning, Wang Chongyang's actions, killing Lao Zhang, the young woman, and even attempting to deal with me, seemed to indicate a desire to prevent something. His recent act of slaying the ferryman might have been an attempt to guide us across the river. Perhaps if we successfully traverse it, we can evade entering this water tomb, while also drawing nearer to the true exit. Lao Zhang's reasoning resonated with me. I had sensed something similar during my time in the firewoman's tomb. I directly conveyed to him, there is a possibility, but if he truly aims to thwart something, why not simply inform us instead of going to such lengths? It is indeed perplexing. Lao Zhang responded. The universe embodies both the extremes of yin and yang, the rigid and the supple. Contradictions coexist. Everything is interdependent, governed by natural laws. When one strays from these laws, the consequences can be profound, perhaps even irreparable. Concepts such as the butterfly effect and the return of the soul before one's time, these are all manifestations of natural law. I suspect Wang Chongyang is aware of this and, fearing the repercussions, has chosen to act independently. Of course, this is merely my speculation. Wang Chongyang's true intentions remain to be uncovered. I nodded thoughtfully, ultimately sharing my suspicions from the firewoman's tomb with Lao Zhang, that I believed Wang Chongyang was me and the innkeeper was a significant figure. Upon hearing my words, Lao Zhang suddenly stepped outside and called out, friend, are you here? If so, let us converse. It was unclear to whom Lao Zhang was addressing, but he received no response. Soon, he returned to my side and said, your hypothesis holds some merit. Let us observe further. We have entered the water tomb. Our priority is to find a way out. Regardless, we should be closer to the exit of this parallel world. I nodded in agreement when Lao Zhang abruptly asked, by the way, what were you shouting about earlier? Did you see something unclean? It occurred to me then that I had encountered the headless ghost of the young woman, and I hurriedly relayed this to Lao Zhang. He frowned slightly before instructing his master to remain behind and watch over the area, while he and I swiftly made our way to the room I had previously visited. Soon, we arrived at the front of the dark greenhouse. Lao Zhang, wielding a peachwood sword, was the first to step inside, followed closely by Master and me. However, this time, we did not encounter the ghost of the young woman. Lao Zhang gestured for Master and me to step back a few paces, then approached the green curtain with his sword in hand. With a swift thrust, he drew the curtain aside. In an instant, Master let out a startled cry and collapsed onto the ground. I too staggered back several steps in shock. Behind the green curtain stood 9 glass jars, each half a meter tall, resembling oversized canning jars. Yet, instead of fruits, these jars contained severed human heads. In the first 7 jars, each housed a head submerged in liquid, long black hair tangled around their pale, bloated faces, evoking both disgust and terror. Among these macabre displays, one head belonged to the very young woman we had encountered. Of the 9 jars, 7 were filled. And I could not help but recall the tale of the 9 coffins and 7 corpses from the firewoman's tomb. Overwhelmed, I gasped in horror and sank down beside Master. Chapter 49. The Tin Man and the Blood Letters. The sight of 7 heads preserved in glass jars, submerged in water, left both the Master and me utterly dumbfounded, seated on the ground in astonishment. Although old Zhang's reaction was not as intense as ours, he too was significantly shaken, unable to resist taking a step back. Shortly thereafter, old Zhang drew the green curtain back up and gestured for us to rise, advising us, "Do not mention what you have seen here to old Zhang's wife for the time being. I fear it may sow discord among us. Let us first attempt to find an exit." The Master and I nodded in agreement. Old Zhang's reasoning was sound. Previously, within the tomb of the firewoman, old Zhang had developed suspicions after witnessing his own corpse. Thus, it was imperative to keep the young woman unaware of her potential fate. However, the crux of the matter was that I suspected she might already be aware. I couldn't help but confide in old Zhang. "There is something I am uncertain whether to express." Old Zhang nodded for me to continue. I said, "Though I may seem somewhat carefree, I would never entertain thoughts about a friend's woman. Yet, the young woman I encountered just now accused me of wanting to assault her. I suspect she has already met old Zhang's wife, considering she was the first to fall in." Upon hearing my words, old Zhang furrowed his brows in contemplation before responding. "Let us observe further. We must not jump to conclusions. Just because you have had your earth soul extracted does not imply that the previous you is untouched. If we were to return to the past, any small action could alter the course of events, leading to experiences that diverge significantly from what you have known. Therefore, you cannot rely solely on your own experiences to judge another version of yourself." Old Zhang's words, though somewhat convoluted, conveyed a notion akin to the butterfly effect, and I recognized the validity in his reasoning. Ultimately, we reached a consensus to keep the young woman in the dark while we sought an exit, all the while discreetly observing her. At that moment, we suddenly heard a low, buzzing sound, reminiscent of some large machinery in operation. Following this was the voice of our master uncle. "Who goes there? Step forward. I am a member of the Spirit Hunter Association. Dare to oppose us, and I shall make your soul scatter, condemned to eternal unrest." Our master uncle was putting on quite a show, prompting us to hurry back in the direction we had come from. Upon arrival, I discovered that the raucous group was awake and hiding, while our master uncle stood boldly at the forefront, repeatedly stamping his feet in a show of bravado. Before us, leeches, each about the length of a middle finger, crawled towards us, their yellow-brown bodies suctioned to the ground, writhing forward in a truly revolting manner. To be candid, I found these leeches far more unsettling than the corpse worms from the firewoman's tomb, as I inherently recoiled from soft-bodied creatures. Moreover, leeches are vampires of the animal kingdom. Once they latch onto their prey, it takes an extraordinary effort to detach them. If several hundred leeches were to attach themselves to a person, it would not be long before that individual was drained to the point of becoming a desiccated husk. As I pondered this, I wondered how, moments ago, everything had seemed fine, only to now be inundated with such an unsettling number of leeches. I observed that the young woman seemed quite averse to these aquatic creatures, so I hurriedly stepped forward and pulled her along with the older woman behind me. Meanwhile, old Zhang began to fend off the leech army. He was confident dealing with specters and corpse worms. However, these leeches were no supernatural beings, merely ordinary creatures. And soon enough, we found ourselves overwhelmed. In no time, several leeches had crawled beneath our feet, slithering up our pant legs, and upon contact with our skin, they immediately latched on. Although it did not inflict much pain, the suffocating sensation of tightness was truly maddening. As we noticed the leeches multiplying, we felt ourselves nearing our limit and ultimately made the decision to retreat to the room containing the severed head of the young woman. Thus, we swiftly turned and dashed towards that room, with the master, who seemed most terrified, sprinting ahead and reaching the door first, flinging it open and rushing inside. Soon, everyone followed suit, and as I burst through the threshold, I heard the buzzing sound behind us grow louder. Unable to resist, I glanced back and soon discovered a figure emerging from the swarm of leeches. This individual donned a helmet and was clad in what appeared to be battered iron armor. Quite weighty, likely weighing several dozen pounds. What drew my attention most was the enormous axe he wielded, over a meter in length. I surmised that without summoning all my strength, I could scarcely lift it. Moreover, the blade of this axe was drenched in blood, the crimson liquid slowly dripping down, creating an ominous sight. I was uncertain of this peculiar figure's intentions, but as he brandished his colossal axe, he began to viciously chop at the leech swarm on the ground. The massive blade struck the earth with a resonant thud, and I realized that the buzzing sound we had heard earlier emanated from this axe. He possessed immense strength, swiftly dispatching a large number of leeches. I found myself intrigued. Was he slaying the leeches to aid us? Yet, I did not recognize him, and judging by his stature, a towering figure around 6'3", he could not possibly be Wang Chongong. As I pondered, old Zhong had already shut the door with a decisive slam. We, shaken and breathless, gasped for air within the confines of the room. Soon, we heard the resonant buzzing grow increasingly closer, reaching the threshold of the door. The thunderous noise reverberated painfully in our ears, and leeches began to stretch their elongated, flattened bodies beneath the door, attempting to force their way inside. I could not discern whether they sought to enter and feast upon our blood, or were merely fleeing. I quickly turned to old Zhong and inquired about the strange figure outside. Was he human or ghostly? Old Zhong frowned, admitting he could not tell either. At that moment, I recalled that the young woman possessed the ability to see spirits. Surely she could discern the truth. Thus, I posed the same question to her. She shook her head and replied, neither ghost nor human. If he was neither, could he possibly be a supernatural being? Or perhaps a ghoul akin to the old corpse we had encountered? Just as we were deep in thought, the door suddenly trembled violently. Goodness! He was beginning to chop at the door. Surely, he did not intend to break in and attack us? Paralyzed with fear, I wondered how it was possible that we, a multitude, could be outmatched by a single individual. The pressing concern lay in the swarm of leeches lurking outside, which made it difficult for us to manage the situation. If we engaged this bizarre man in combat, and were simultaneously besieged by numerous leeches, the cost would far outweigh any potential gain. All eyes turned towards old Zhong, silently urging him to make a decision. Old Zhong furrowed his brow deeply, appearing quite at a loss. The door continued to bang ominously, with such a large axe. It was only a matter of time before it would be destroyed. Ultimately, old Zhong gestured for us to take a few steps back, declaring that we must fight with all our might. Clenching our fists, we brandished our most formidable weapons. Then, with a sudden force, old Zhong flung open the door, and the axe came crashing in. The monstrous figure surged through the doorway, mechanically brandishing the axe. However, it was not a wild flail. He seemed to have singled out a target, Mrs. Liu. This made our task considerably easier, as we quickly encircled him, and, while dodging the axe, lunged forward to seize him. I managed to grasp his waist, while Master caught hold of one of his arms, and the mischievous Xiao Sao transformed into a fox-like creature, attempting to bite him. Yet, the brute possessed immense strength. With a powerful jerk, he flung Master and the others away. My grip around his waist tightened as I held on for dear life. Old Zhong soon sprang into action. Perhaps in a desperate bid, he pulled out a black talisman and pressed it against the creature's chest. The monster paused momentarily, but then, unexpectedly, he seized me, retreating violently from the room. Once outside, he clamped me under his armpit and began to sprint in the opposite direction. The clanging of his makeshift body echoed loudly in the air, the metallic sounds ringing in my ears. I struggled against him, but he showed no signs of slowing down, continuing to run at a breakneck pace, seemingly well acquainted with the layout of the place. Before long, I could no longer hear old Zhong and the others behind us. He led me into another room. Upon entering, a strong metallic scent of blood assaulted my senses, and I nearly retched at the sight before me. To my horror, 7 headless corpses lay strewn across the room. Their clothing had long since rotted away, yet the bodies remained undecayed, pale and swollen. It was evident that these were the remains of women, voluptuous in form, and I surmised they were likely the corpses of Mrs. Liu. Her head was severed and contained within a glass jar, yet her body remained here. The creature slammed the door shut and then released me, regaining my freedom. I quickly stepped back, cautiously observing this odd being. He extended his ironclad hand, first pointing at me and then at himself. A series of unintelligible sounds emerged from his mouth. Clearly, he was mute. Summoning my courage, I asked, "Who are you, and what do you intend to do?" He suddenly seized me again, pulling me towards the protrusion of the room. He pointed to a small hole in the wall, gesturing for me to take a look. I pondered what could possibly be interesting, but since he had spared my life, I approached it with curiosity. Crouching beside the wall hole, I peered in and noticed something lodged within. Summoning my courage, I extracted the object, revealing a piece of white cloth, reminiscent of a torn section from a young woman's thermal undergarment. On this white fabric were inscribed several lines of blood-red text. 6 lines. each echoing the same ominous message. Kill Pan Xiao Xiao. She will betray you. Place her head in the next glass jar, and you shall escape the tomb. Pan Xiao Xiao. The name of the woman. Gazing at the bloodstained words, an unsettling familiarity washed over me, compelling me to bite my own fingertip and scrawl 2 words at the bottom. Kill her. In an instant, I was struck dumb. The handwriting on the white cloth mirrored my own. Chapter 50. The Master's uncle also took action, gazing at these 6 lines of blood-written characters, which bore an uncanny resemblance to my own handwriting. I must admit that the sensation was profoundly unsettling, almost dreamlike in its surrealism. Yet, it undeniably rendered my previous speculations increasingly tangible. It was evident that these characters were indeed inscribed by me, though not by my current self, but rather by a version of me that had previously traversed the graveyard. The mere 6 sentences suggested that the initial incarnation of myself had yet to comprehend the necessity of returning upon the second arrival. Considering the presence of old Zhang's corpse and the head of the young woman in both the first fire grave and the second water grave, it was reasonable to surmise that the possibility of subsequent entries had begun to dawn upon me. Thus, the inscriptions served as a warning for our future selves. Reflecting on this notion, I chuckled softly. It seemed that my former self possessed a certain cleverness. However, an unsettling dilemma emerged. Was I truly expected to slay the young woman and place her head within the 8th glass vial as a means of escape? To be candid, I found myself incapable of such an act, not solely due to the young woman's alluring beauty, but rather because the concept of taking a life seemed utterly horrifying, especially in the absence of concrete evidence suggesting her betrayal. My heart was beset by indecision, leading me to contemplate a dialogue with the peculiar Tin Man. Since he had not harmed me but instead led me to this bloodied inscription, did it not imply his hope for our mutual escape? Summoning my courage, I addressed the Tin Man, inquiring, "My friend, can you comprehend my words? Are you unable to speak?" To my dismay, the Tin Man exhibited no reaction, as though my voice had failed to reach him. Could it be that he was not only mute but also deaf? I could not resist casting my gaze once more upon the Tin Man's head, which was encircled by a band of iron. It was uncertain whether this was a self-imposed adornment or a result of external malice. Soon enough, I discerned a lengthy iron nail seemingly driven into the area just below his temple, presumably where his ear resided. Had someone deliberately sealed his auditory passage? The very thought of the Tin Man having endured the piercing of his eardrum by such a cruel act sent a shiver through me, and I found my own ears instinctively buzzing in response. If this were the case, it was indeed a tragic fate, and my fear of him began to dissipate. As I regarded the Tin Man, he appeared to be observing me in return, despite the thin membrane obscuring his vision. It was transparent enough for me to glimpse his eyes, which bore no hint of malice. Rather, I sensed a flicker of urgency or worry. I pondered the identity of this enigmatic Tin Man. Could he truly be a friend? At that moment, my trepidation dissipated, and I gestured reassuringly to him, signaling that I meant no harm. Upon witnessing my gesture, he slowly lowered his arms, relinquishing his formidable axe. Cautiously, I approached his side and extended my hand toward the iron characters that adorned his form. As my hand made contact with the iron sheet, a chilling sensation pierced through me, evoking a bone-deep coldness. I attempted to pry open the metal using the fruit knife in my hand. Yet it seemed as if some enchantment bound this iron figure, rendering it impervious to my efforts. It appeared that someone was intent on concealing their true identity from me. Was it the imposter president or the so-called master? Ultimately, I had no choice but to relent. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited in my mind. With my finger, which had just been bitten, I inscribed the words on the cloth. "Can you understand what I am writing?" He stared at my words for an extended moment, showing no response. Just as I was about to give up, he stiffly nodded beneath the iron encasement. A surge of joy filled my heart. It seemed this individual was not incapable of comprehension, but rather had become sluggish of mind from prolonged confinement in this underwater labyrinth. Quickly, I wrote again. "Why are you here? Who has caused you such harm? Are we friends? Do you recognize me?" I posed numerous questions, but I had little choice. If I could ask more, I would. This time, the iron figure's response was even more delayed. He stood there, staring blankly at my writing for what felt like an eternity. After 3 or 4 minutes, he suddenly raised his ironclad hand, with his large fingers pointing towards the cloth I held. Initially, I was perplexed about where he was indicating, but soon I realized that his fingers seemed to rest on the words friends. Just as I was about to write more inquiries, the iron figure abruptly began to strike his own head with both hands, appearing as if he were possessed. In no time, he seized a massive axe and began to violently chop at the ground. With each swing, I could even see sparks flying. Goodness, this fellow was on the verge of madness. Instinctively, I took 2 steps back. He clutched his head, struggling visibly, and ultimately shoved me out of the room. I sensed that the iron figure might have acted for my benefit, so I hastily departed, returning swiftly to the room filled with jars containing heads. Before I even reached the door, I noticed Lao Zhong and the others searching for me, calling my name. Upon seeing me return, they all breathed a sigh of relief. I invited them into the room to wait for me and then called out to Lao Zhong. I handed him the cloth inscribed with bloodied words and recounted my encounter with the iron figure. Lao Zhong pondered with closed eyes for a moment before addressing me. Wang Wei. If this is truly the only way to escape the tomb, and there is no direct evidence to prove that Pan Xiao has betrayed us, what do you intend to do? His question left me speechless. To be honest, I longed to escape the tomb, willing to pay any price. Yet, if it necessitated placing the lady's head in a glass jar, and she had not indeed betrayed us, I found myself utterly at a loss. The old clock continued to speak to me. All beings in the world are equal, regardless of whether they are human, demon, or ghost. As long as there is no malicious intent in our hearts, we have no right to take the lives of others. Do you understand my meaning? To speak candidly, I was initially somewhat perplexed, but I soon grasped the situation. Lao Zhong harbored suspicions that I had deliberately taken the life of the young woman, leaving behind that statement as a form of self-reassurance, perhaps imagining that the woman had betrayed me, thus soothing my conscience over her demise. I addressed Lao Zhong, stating that I was oblivious to my past actions or thoughts during my previous ventures into the tomb. However, this time, unless there exists irrefutable evidence to suggest that Pan Xiao harbors ill intentions, I would not act recklessly. Moreover, you are the leader among us, and I lack the capacity to take a life at will. Lao Zhong nodded, then patted my shoulder, saying, I trust you. You are a promising individual, and I truly wish to see you avoid the path of wrongdoing. Regardless, we shall find a way to escape. At that moment, the master suddenly called out from a distance, this is bad. Master Uncle and Old Zhang's wife have vanished. Old Zhong and I swiftly turned our heads to look, and everyone was present, the large and the small, as well as the master. Yet the absence of our uncle and the young woman was conspicuous. We hurried over and inquired of the master when he first noticed their disappearance. The master replied, I am unaware. I have only just realized it myself. Previously, we all began searching for Wei together, and in our urgency to locate him, we became somewhat dispersed. Who could have foreseen when they vanished? Could it be that some lurking water spirit has dragged them away? Master Lao Zhang, captivated by the art of fan-making, delivered a sharp slap to the master, admonishing him to refrain from speaking carelessly. Yet, my heart lurched at the master's words. A sudden thought striking me, could it be that my esteemed uncle had fallen under the spell of the young woman, leading them both to betray their principles? Though this master uncle is accustomed to flaunting his prowess, he indeed possesses considerable strength, second only to Old Zhong. If an adversary like him lurks in the shadows, it could prove quite troublesome. At that moment, we suddenly heard a voice not far away. Help! Help! It was Pan Xiao. It was the voice of a young woman, pleading for help. We immediately ran towards the direction from which the voice emanated. The sound was not far from us, yet not exceedingly close either. It took us 2 minutes to reach her, and we wondered how she had managed to venture so far. Soon, we spotted her. The young woman lay on the ground, her upper body completely exposed, her hair disheveled, as she shielded her bosom with her hands. Her stockings had been torn down to her ankles, presenting a scene that was both alluring and distressing. Beside her lay her thermal underwear and bra, scattered as if forcibly removed. Old Zhong promptly inquired, what happened? The young woman spoke directly, exclaiming, it is my esteemed uncle. He has changed for the worse. He attempted to assault me and fled in that direction. My goodness. Has my uncle truly stooped to such despicable acts? Chapter 51. Another head master Shirshu has also acted, and we exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. Old Zhong, however, casually stated, Wang Wei, you shall oversee the situation. With that, he followed the direction indicated by the young woman, undoubtedly in pursuit of Master Shirshu. Given Old Zhong's upright character, if he were to apprehend Shirshu, even if he did not exact immediate justice, Shirshu would certainly not escape unscathed. At the very least, he would be expelled from the Spirit Hunter Association and likely face further consequences. Master, the rather unscrupulous fellow, did not seem overly concerned for his Shirshu. With a broad grin, he hastened to the young woman's side. He picked up her bra and thermal underwear, cheerfully addressing her, Xiao, I apologize for the fright you endured. Please do not hold my Shirshu accountable. After spending so long in this desolate place, it is only natural for a man to become overwhelmed, leading to impulsive and regrettable actions. As he spoke, Master assisted the young woman in putting on her bra. I was taken aback by Master's lecherous grin, and the way he occasionally brushed against her bosom. It seemed he was the one who was truly pin up. While he helped her dress, I discreetly observed the young woman. Her hair was disheveled around her neck, making it difficult to discern her features. However, there was indeed a faint scar on her abdomen, confirming she was the same woman who entered with me. rather than a deceptive apparition. Before long, Master continued his inappropriate assistance, helping her don stockings. His hands were surprisingly deft, swiftly pulling the stockings up to her thighs. I could only imagine the state of his arousal at that moment. This lewd individual, harboring desires yet lacking the courage to act, must have been reveling in his own delight. As we waited for old Zhong, Master remarked, "Wei Zi, do you think Shu is genuinely overwhelmed and desires to assault Xiao Sao? Or has he always harbored sinister intentions? Does he have ulterior motives?" I did not have a deep understanding of my Shu, yet there was an unsettling feeling about him. Master's words jolted my thoughts. Could it be that Shu was a traitor from the very beginning? I recalled his claim of being sent by the leader to find old Zhong. If he was indeed following the leader's orders, might he have been sent to surveil us? In this realm, it seemed that every tomb required a sacrifice linked to its fate. As we aimed to protect the young woman, would Shu perceive his mission as unachievable and resort to violence, perhaps intending to eliminate her and place her head in that glass jar? This possibility could not be dismissed. Upon old Zhong's return, I would certainly discuss my suspicions. Shu might very well be a traitorous infiltrator. While I pondered these thoughts, Master suddenly approached me, saying, "Wei Zi, I suspect Shu is indeed up to something nefarious. This is a matter best discussed away from women's ears. Let us step aside for a moment." He then turned to the young woman, reassuring her, "Xiao, please rise. Rest assured, Master will ensure you receive justice." Soon, I walked a few steps aside with Master. I inquired of the Master what he intended, yet he suddenly whispered to me, it's over, something grave has occurred. This Pan Xiao may very well be a female ghost." I paused for a moment, observing the Master's trembling voice, which bore a sense of urgency that suggested he was not jesting. I quietly pressed him for clarification, and he continued, "Just now, I deliberately helped her dress. Her body was exceedingly cold. Did you not mention that the last time you encountered that ghostly woman, her touch was similarly frigid? Furthermore, I intentionally scrutinized her form at close range, and indeed, there are scars on her neck and abdomen. However, they appear to be fabricated." The Master's words sent my heart racing, for it dawned on me that there was a genuine possibility. This woman could indeed be a ghost. Truth be told, despite my trepidation, I could not help but give the Master a thumbs up. Given his earlier demeanor, it seemed I had misjudged him. He possessed a certain cleverness, which explained why old Zhong had taken a liking to him and accepted him as a disciple. I whispered to the Master to refrain from revealing anything, urging him to maintain composure until old Zhong returned. However, the Master discreetly produced a talisman from his robe, the very one I had previously purchased for a hefty sum of 10,000, leaving him with only 2. This was the last of its kind. He placed the talisman in my hand, saying, "This is the final one. Rarity enhances value. I shall charge you 50,000. Do you have any objections?" His tone was casual, yet inexplicably, a warm current surged within me. Although the Master was somewhat avaricious, he genuinely regarded me as a brother. Otherwise, he would not have entrusted me with this last talisman. I replied that I had no objections, but insisted I could not accept it, as we were both in peril, and I could not deprive him of his chance for survival. Yet the Master insisted, "Do not dally. Take it and remember to repay me when we are outside. Moreover, my Master has assured me of a long life. I am destined to live to 100. It is you I worry about. Do not meet your end, for then who shall I turn to for repayment?" I could see the Master's resolve to bestow the talisman upon me, and ultimately, I acquiesced. In my heart, I mused that this peculiar, avaricious brother was one I had committed to. To prevent the woman from harboring any suspicions, we swiftly returned to their side. By this time, the woman had donned her clothing and stood up, appearing somewhat pitiful. Ordinarily, I would have offered her some words of comfort, but upon realizing her fade, a sense of malevolence arose within me. Suddenly, she spoke, "Master, could you take a look? I believe I have been bitten by insects. It itches terribly." With that, she lifted her thermal undergarment, beckoning the Master to inspect her waist. The Master had no choice but to comply. Failing to do so would surely raise her suspicions. I gradually followed suit, prepared to confront her should the ghostly woman harbor ill intentions. Before long, the Master directed his gaze toward the woman's waist. However, she unexpectedly lunged at him with great force, and I inwardly cursed, rushing forward to restrain her. However, the young woman was exceedingly cunning, employing a ruse to distract me. Just as I intended to approach her, she swiftly turned her head and lunged towards me. In that instant, a chilling sensation enveloped my entire being, nearly rendering me frozen in place. The woman viciously declared, "You sought my demise, now, return my life." Before long, she had seized my throat, but soon after, a plume of blue smoke erupted from her body, and she vanished without a trace. I could not ascertain whether she had been vanquished by the protective talisman. That talisman, bestowed by my master, had once again saved my life. I now owed him 2 lives, a debt that transcends mere currency. At that moment, Lao Zhang returned alone, having not spotted our master, which suggested that he had escaped. Once Lao Zhang rejoined us, we promptly informed him that the woman was not Pan Xiao herself, but rather a spirit impersonating her. Lao Zhang vigorously shook his peachwood sword and remarked, "I nearly fell for their deception. This complicates matters immensely. Given that Pan Xiao was nearby, distinguishing whether she was truly a specter became exceedingly difficult. This illusion could pose a significant obstacle." We hurried back into the house, suspecting danger lurked outside, and I feared that Pan Xiao had indeed conspired with the female ghost, betraying us. Nodding gravely, we dashed back to our room. Once inside, I inquired of Lao Zhang, "Are you well acquainted with your master? Is there a possibility he could be colluding with the young woman to deceive us? I suspect he might be an undercover agent assigned by the leader." Lao Zhang lit his final cigarette before responding, "Zhang Chong and I grew up together. I know his character well. However, human nature is unpredictable, and I cannot rule out such a possibility. If he harbors treachery in his heart, I shall not spare him. He must be held accountable." I could sense that Lao Zhang was deeply troubled, grappling with the notion that a brother raised alongside him could potentially become an adversary. Such a revelation would be unbearable for anyone. We were all heavily burdened, as the situation grew increasingly perilous, and the thought that even our closest friends might turn traitor was suffocating. At that moment, I genuinely felt the weight of existence. Living was a blessing, yet it felt exhausting. Suddenly, a familiar buzzing sound echoed from a distance. I recognized it as the noise produced by the towering Tin Man. Indeed, I soon observed the iron giant dragging its heavy frame towards us, wielding a massive axe that glimmered ominously. However, this time, the Tin Man appeared not to be alone. Trailing behind him was a figure, no, more accurately, a corpse. It was a headless body, and we could not discern its identity, as it was infested with leeches. The leeches writhed and coiled around the corpse, mingling grotesquely with numerous large black maggots, creating a repulsive sight. Lao Zhang, gripping his peachwood sword, was the first to step forward. The Tin Man then brandished the corpse, shaking it violently as if attempting to dislodge the leeches from its lifeless form. Soon, he realized he could not shake off the burden and, with a mighty axe, he struck the corpse several times, removing a portion of the leeches. In one swift motion, he hurled the body towards us and then silently retreated to the distance, observing us intently. As the lifeless form landed at our feet, we were momentarily stunned. We recognized the clothing. It was unmistakably that of our master's uncle. Was our master drained of life by leeches? But what had become of his head? It didn't take long for me to notice a ring of leeches clinging to his neck, evidently having forcefully severed his head from his body. At that moment, old Zhong dashed back into the room, pulling aside the green curtain. We immediately directed our gaze behind that verdant drapery. Upon glimpsing the 8th jar, we were utterly overwhelmed. Even the stout-hearted old Zhong collapsed onto the ground in shock. Inside the 8th jar was a head, its face beset by several leeches, with some crawling from its mouth and nostrils. The owner of that disembodied head was none other than our master's uncle. Chapter 52. The soul of human and demon. As we beheld the head of our master being encased within a glass jar, with leeches feasting upon it, it is no exaggeration to say that our minds were rendered utterly blank. The stark contrast between the preceding moment, when he was suspected of heinous crimes and betrayal, and the next, where his head lay in a vessel, was almost unfathomable, yet upon reflection, it seemed almost inevitable. I could not resist the urge to gaze once more at the 8th jar containing my master's head, and nothing extraordinary transpired. I glanced upwards, but there was no opening in the ceiling akin to that in the tomb of the firewoman. It appeared that my master's head was of little use. It was indeed the responsibility of the young widow. Before long, old Zhang managed to regain his composure. With a swift motion, he sprang to his feet and rushed towards the 8th glass jar, turning it over to extract my master's head. Clutching it tightly, he gritted his teeth and began to tear away the leeches that had burrowed into the flesh of the head. The sight was heart-wrenching. One leech, no longer than a pinky finger, was pulled directly from my master's nostril. It clung stubbornly, and old Zhong exerted tremendous effort to dislodge it, resulting in a piece of flesh being torn away, a sight that could easily evoke nausea. Once he had removed all the leeches from my master's head, old Zhong trudged heavily to the body and pressed the head back onto the neck. The scene was profoundly desolate, and I empathized with old Zhong's emotions. My life had often been solitary, with few brothers and only old Zhong as a friend. When old Zhong perished in the tomb of the firewoman, it had taken a toll on me. Now, contemplating the death of my master, I realized I might struggle even more than old Zhong to contain my emotions. After securing my master's head, Old Zhang firmly grasped the peach-wood sword and charged towards the Tin Man standing not far from the house. I quickly seized him, aware that his mind was consumed by rage. While it was indeed true that the Tin Man had brought my master's body, that did not necessarily make him the perpetrator. Holding on to Old Zhang, I implored him to remain calm. I understand your feelings, but we must not lose our reason. Consider this, if that monstrous figure truly killed him, why would he come to deliver the body? Since the woman who accused my master of assault, Pan Xiao, is a ghost, she must have ulterior motives. I suspect that this ghost collaborated with Pan Xiao. They lured us away, then seized the opportunity to kill my master and placed his head in the 8th glass jar. Perhaps she sought to evade her own demise here, yet it seems her aims have not been fulfilled. Old Zhang was no fool. He was seasoned in the ways of the world. Upon hearing my words, he quickly regained his composure, though his gaze remained fiercely fixed upon the Tin Man. I, too, turned my attention to the Tin Man, conveying a gesture of helplessness with my hands raised in a plea for assistance. The metal man swiftly pointed to himself, then shook his hand as if to convey that he was not the murderer. Soon after, he gestured towards the direction behind us, leaving us uncertain if he was indicating that the true culprit lurked just behind. I exchanged a glance with Lao Zhong, who seemed to have been driven to a fierce resolve by the death of our master. He immediately issued a command. The women were to stay behind, while the rest of us would follow him. Although the Xiao and Xiao Sao were concerned for my safety, one was too burdened by malevolent energy to be of much help, and the other, as a fire fox, could not wield her powers in the watery tomb. Thus, they wisely chose to remain in the room. Lao Zhang handed me a glass pagoda, stating that while I lacked profound Taoist skills, my time spent in the tomb had indeed yielded significant progress. I was no longer at the novice level of a ritualist, but had ascended to the ranks of a household Taoist. Coupled with my innate young constitution, he urged me to muster some confidence, for I could still intimidate minor spirits. I was unfamiliar with the hierarchy of Taoist practitioners, although the title of household Taoist seemed modest since Lao Zhang acknowledged my improvement. I felt I should indeed be more formidable than before. Soon enough, the three of us found ourselves beside the metal man, who, unable to speak, led the way ahead. The master and Lao Zhang were on high alert, brandishing their peach-wood swords and talismans towards the metal man, prepared to act at the slightest indication of threat. I, however, felt a peculiar sense of affinity towards him, inexplicably confident that he meant us no harm. After walking for several minutes, it became evident that he was well acquainted with the terrain, though his destination remained a mystery. As we proceeded, an unpleasant odor began to waft towards us, tinged with a metallic scent and a hint of decay. We soon noticed the ground growing increasingly damp, not merely wet, but almost viscous, reminiscent of stepping in saliva. Gradually, we observed that numerous small leeches began to appear on the ground, likely drawn forth by the liquid, which was probably their secretion. At last, the metal man halted before a pale green door, gesturing towards it. After indicating the door, he abruptly raised his axe and began to strike it with fervor. The resounding crashes echoed deafeningly, threatening to overwhelm us, yet I held the glass pagoda, which had a calming effect, preventing our minds from spiraling into chaos. With each powerful blow from the metal man's axe, the green door began to tremble. Lao Zhang signaled for us to step back, gripping his peach-wood sword tightly, likely aware of the imminent danger within. Finally, with another ferocious strike, the green door collapsed with a thunderous crash. In that moment, our vision blurred, and we nearly lost our mental clarity. The room was filled with leeches, a mass of black and yellow, stacked several meters high, numbering in the thousands, evoking a sense of dread more profound than encountering a ghost. Could this be the lair of the leeches? With so many, was there perhaps a leech queen hidden within? As the door was hewn open, the leeches surged forth, crawling towards us with an unsettling fervor. Their elongated bodies resembled serpents, intertwining in a terrifying display. The Iron Man stood resolutely at the forefront, brandishing a colossal axe, relentlessly hacking at the advancing tide of leeches. These creatures were insidious, even when severed in half. They continued to wriggle onward, resulting in a relentless onslaught of leeches and their remnants barreling toward us. Before long, we were besieged, numerous leeches affixed to our bodies. Had it not been for the Iron Man's formidable bulk shielding us, we would have been entirely overwhelmed. Old Zhong swiftly produced several fire talismans, urgently instructing the master. These are futile. Hurry, bring forth all the fire talismans. This is a water grave. The fire talismans wield the greatest power here. Ignite them, heeding Old Zhong's words. The master hastily retrieved all the fire talismans, and together, they unleashed a barrage of flames upon the leeches without hesitation. Surprisingly, it proved effective, accompanied by crackling sounds. Many of the leeches at the forefront quickly curled up and turned to charred black, rendered nearly immobile. A surge of hope filled me as I grasped the glass tower, ready to strike at these vile creatures while the flames blazed. However, at that moment, A torrent of viscous liquid erupted from the depths of the room, drenching us and extinguishing the fire talismans in an instant. The liquid was sticky and reeked of a foul odor, inducing revulsion. Soon, we discerned a massive leech nestled in the farthest corner, resembling a colossal python. It measured a staggering 4 to 5 meters in length, its rotund body capable of inducing nausea. This must be the main entity, likely a leech spirit. The Iron Man wasted no time. He charged toward this leech spirit, brushing aside the smaller leeches. We hesitated, unsure of how to proceed. In an instant, the Iron Man's axe struck the leech spirit, but its hide was astonishingly tough, deflecting the blow with ease. What sent chills down our spines was the sight of the leech spirit's head extending suddenly, squeezing out a human skull from its maw. It was the head of a woman named Pan Xiao. Had she been consumed by this leech spirit? Yet, I quickly realized that her eyes were still open, seemingly normal. Confusion enveloped me. What was happening? Had the leech spirit devoured her, or had she transformed into the leech spirit? The Iron Man, undeterred, swung his axe again, determined to strike true. The leech spirit appeared quite eerie, grotesque in its demeanor. With each strike from the Tin Man, it would regurgitate the head of the young woman, causing her head to protrude and retract in a ghastly manner, reminiscent of a specter. The scene was both terrifying and absurd. However, we had no time to indulge in laughter, for we were surrounded by countless leeches crawling over our lower bodies. I could feel one of them latched onto my member. An exhilarating yet painful sensation. Glancing over, I noticed that Lao Zhong and the master were faring even worse. Leeches had ascended to their chests, threatening to reach their necks. In that moment, the grim reality of how my master had perished struck me. He must have met his end in a similar fashion, his brain choked off. I could not allow my master to perish. He was not only my creditor, but, more importantly, my brother, perhaps my only brother. Perhaps due to my naturally vigorous constitution, I was not overly burdened by leeches. Without hesitation, I charged at the leech spirit, plunging my fruit knife into its form with fervor. Remarkably, the blade was quite sharp, swiftly slicing open a gash from which a viscous liquid oozed forth. Just as I prepared to strike again, the leech suddenly writhed, drawing me closer to its maw with an alarming suction. Fear gripped me. I could not bear the thought of being consumed like the young woman. Meanwhile, the Tin Man continued his relentless assault on the leech spirit, gesturing toward the exposed head of the woman as if urging me to sever it. To be candid, I found myself paralyzed, my hand trembling at the sight of her head so near. Suddenly, the woman spoke, her voice pleading, "Wei Wei, do not kill me. I am a victim. You promised you would spare me. Can you truly bring yourself to end my life? I am not a villain. I am innocent. If you spare me, I will heed your every command once we are safe." Faced with her pitiful visage, I felt my resolve weaken further. Indeed, even if she manifested within the leech spirit's maw, it did not inherently imply treachery. How could I summon the heart to sever the head of such a beautiful companion? At that moment, Lao Zhong's voice rang out from a distance. "Wang Wei, do not be swayed. Pan Xiao has already sold her soul. She seeks to merge her essence with the leech spirit. If they succeed, our escape will be impossible. Kill her." Chapter 53. The Interconnection of Land and Water. Kill. Not long ago, the venerable old Zhong reminded me of the equality of all things, that we possessed no authority over the lives of the insignificant. Yet, without hesitation, he uttered the word kill. It must be said that desperation breeds ferocity. It was evident that old Zhong was nearing his breaking point, his proclamation echoing with a hysterical intensity. Damn it, since old Zhong had spoken so decisively, I too resolved to take action. Clearly, I could not allow the young woman to forge some unholy bond with this leech demon, lest we find ourselves doomed. I raised my knife and lunged toward the leech demon's mouth, for the young woman's head was positioned there. However, upon glimpsing her familiar, exquisite visage, I hesitated momentarily, not out of reluctance to strike, but rather because she had been my companion through trials. Although I was a scoundrel, I could not summon such cruelty. It was in this moment of indecision that her head retreated into the leech demon's maw. I was forced to stab at the edge of its mouth, and instantly, a viscous yellow-green substance splattered across my face, reminiscent of excrement, provoking a wave of nausea. I pressed my lips tightly together, fearful that this foul substance would find its way into my mouth. The young woman seemed to understand that I would not easily relent. She remained hidden within the demon's jaws. At that moment, the Tin Man struck another blow with his axe against the leech demon's waist. The creature's hide was tough, yet the Tin Man's formidable axe was not to be trifled with. After numerous strikes, the leech demon's thick skin finally began to show signs of yielding. I joined forces with the Tin Man, relentlessly stabbing at its mouth. Eventually, the leech demon appeared to falter, its body contracting sharply. What had once resembled a serpentine creature now resembled an ancient tortoise. My body, too, was jolted to the ground by this sudden contraction. My rear throbbed with pain. Yet there was no time to soothe it. I braced myself against the ground, eager to rise. Just then, I was engulfed in darkness as a massive figure loomed above me. When I regained my senses, I realized I had once again fallen under the leech demon's control. This time, it seemed frenzied, twisting its body like a great pretzel, ensnaring both the Tin Man and myself. I witnessed the Tin Man, whom I knew to possess immense strength, struggling against the demon's constricting tail, which gripped him mercilessly, rendering even his mighty axe nearly immobile. My situation was even more dire. The demon's head clutched my waist, and although my arms remained free, the overwhelming sensation of suffocation threatened to burst my abdomen, leaving me entirely powerless to resist. At that moment, the leech demon suddenly thrust its mouth toward me without affording me a moment to react, and the young woman's head emerged from its depths. Soon after, her entire upper body became visible. To my astonishment, the young woman was unclothed, and I could only speculate whether her garments had been corroded by the leech demon's vile fluids. As the two pristine peaks of the young woman momentarily captivated my gaze, I found myself momentarily entranced. Seizing the opportunity of my distraction, she suddenly lunged forward, her hands clasping tightly around my neck. Though one would assume a woman of her stature would lack considerable strength, in that moment, her grip was unexpectedly powerful. Perhaps it was the impending union with the leech spirit that fueled her force. As her hands constricted around my throat, I was rendered speechless. I turned my gaze towards her and distinctly observed the scar upon her neck, confirming that she was indeed the wife of old Zhang, who had entered with us. At that moment, I realized her betrayal. She had allied herself with the leech spirit. Yet, my realization came too late. I soon felt a haze envelop my mind, as if I were on the brink of suffocation. As she tightened her grip, she uttered, "Do not blame me. You killed my husband, and now you seek my life. One must look out for oneself, for if not, the heavens will bring ruin. If there is blame, it lies solely upon your naivety." I was too inexperienced. Indeed, when I first encountered those bloodstains, I should not have heeded old Zhong's advice. I ought to have subdued the young woman at that moment. Her two ample curves brushed against me, and had they not been so tantalizing, I might have succumbed to unconsciousness. Despair enveloped me. At that critical juncture, old Zhong, with his gravelly voice, uttered a command: "Quickly, strike the leech spirit's head with the glass tower." After he spoke, he fell silent, struggling against the sensation of asphyxiation. I glanced over and realized that both old Zhong and the master were obscured, completely surrounded by the leeches. In mere minutes, they would be drained to the point of desiccation. Witnessing that scene gripped my heart with anguish, and from an unknown source, a surge of strength surged within me. I swung the glass tower in my left hand, striking the leech spirit's head with all my might. Fortunately, I hit my mark. As the glass tower collided with the leech spirit, the woman's grip weakened significantly. Seizing the moment, I shook my head vigorously and gasped for air. At that point, I was resolute. Taking advantage of the woman's momentary disarray, I did not hesitate to raise the knife in my right hand and plunged it toward her neck. With a sharp sound, warm liquid splattered across my face. Blood. It was the woman's blood. I felt as though I had struck something solid, most likely her windpipe. The power that emerges from the brink of collapse is formidable. With renewed vigor, I forced the blade deeper, carving a significant wound into her throat. If I continued, her head might very well come off. To be honest, at that moment, I let out a cry, and my pants became damp, not from fear, but from a complete loss of consciousness, resulting in an involuntary release. At that moment, I noticed the leeches in the room retreating, while the leech spirit began to emit a deep, throaty growl, seemingly on the brink of collapse. I could not afford to relent. I gripped the knife tightly in both hands and relentlessly slashed at the young woman's neck. Eventually, I managed to carve a significant gash into her throat, and her head dangled precariously from her body. Immediately, a fountain of blood erupted, splattering across my face. At this point, the leech spirit writhed momentarily before expelling the entirety of the woman's body, gradually becoming limp. The small leeches in the room congregated around the leech spirit. In no time, they all squeezed into a small hole in the corner of the room, vanishing swiftly. I hurried over to support old Zhong and the master, whose faces were pale, clearly having lost a considerable amount of blood. Nevertheless, both maintained their composure, albeit unsteadily. The Tin Man returned to normal, approached me, pointed at the young woman's body, and then gestured towards the direction where the others had gone. I quickly grasped the Tin Man's intent. He wanted me to place the woman's head into the 8th bottle. I glanced at old Zhong, who nodded in agreement. With a steely resolve, I tore the young woman's head off. We then hurried towards the location of the others. I held a favorable impression of the Tin Man and motioned for him to accompany us as we were nearing the exit. However, he shook his head and dragged the woman's body back to his own room. I was left wondering who this Tin Man truly was. Perhaps he had his own reasons for not departing. Soon, we returned to the side of the two young women, relieved to find them unharmed and anxiously awaiting our return. Upon seeing the head of Pan Xiao Xiao in my arms, both women were momentarily taken aback. Without hesitation, I approached the 8th glass bottle and placed the head inside. Remarkably, even though the water in that bottle had previously been emptied when old Zhang retrieved the master's head, it inexplicably filled up again as soon as I added the young woman's head. Shortly thereafter, the wall at the farthest end of the room began to tremble, accompanied by a quaking of the floor, resembling an earthquake. Instinctively, we prepared to flee the room, while the master pointed at the wall, exclaiming, "Look! Could that be the exit?" Directing our gaze towards the wall, we indeed observed it swaying as if on the verge of collapse. Old Zhang was the first to rush forward, thrusting the peachwood sword into the wall. Although the wall did not fall, he managed to create a hole. Soon after, old Zhang exclaimed, "Hurry! The soil here is loose. We can pass through." We swiftly ran towards it, and one by one, we truly made our way through. As behind the wall lay loose soil, akin to sand. As everyone gathered, surveying the enigmatic surroundings we had entered, the wall behind us ceased its tremors. I tentatively tapped on the wall, which emitted a resonant sound, indicating that the earth had solidified. It appeared we had truly departed from the water tomb. Yet, what lay before us? The atmosphere felt even more suffocating. I leaned closer, inhaling the earthy aroma. Suddenly, Lao Zhong exclaimed, "Damn it, this is truly uncanny." Having exited the water tomb, it seems we have arrived at the earth tomb. This marked the first instance of Lao Zhong uttering such a curse. I could sense the tension in his voice. This did not reflect a lack of resolve, but rather that he was inherently connected to the earth. My heart skipped a beat as a realization struck me. Fire, water, earth. Lao Zhong, the young woman, Lao Zhong. The sequence of these deceased was eerily familiar. In the real world, Wang Chongyang's killings seemed to follow this very order. Chapter 54, Blood Corpse in My Mind. I replayed the sequence of murders committed by Wang Chongyang, connecting it to the cemetery we encountered in this parallel space. This made my earlier speculations increasingly tangible. It seemed that Wang Chongyang not only sought to prevent our entry, but was also intent on obstructing us in the order dictated by the events in this realm. It appeared highly probable that he had indeed entered here, and I hoped fervently that I would not become an old man upon our exit. At that moment, the master unexpectedly interjected, "Earth and grave? Master, aren't you inherently of the earth element? You must be cautious. Should you perish, we are certain to follow suit. Please, do endure." Observing the master's anxious demeanor, I could discern his genuine concern for his mentor. Furthermore, he raised a valid point. If our steadfast leader, old Zhong, were to fall, how could we possibly carry on? The current situation was unmistakably dire. Besides fire, water, and earth, it was likely that 2 additional graves, Ianwood and Young Metal, awaited us. Should old Zhong meet his end here, our capabilities would indeed be insufficient to manage the aftermath. Surprisingly, old Zhong refrained from striking the master. Instead, retrieving a cigarette but from his pocket, lighting it, and exhaling a puff before proclaiming, "The boat will straighten itself upon reaching the bridge. All will be well. By the way, you two should follow closely and learn from me." Although old Zhong's tone feigned calm, it hinted at a sense of resignation. Even the usually unyielding old Zhong seemed to be feeling the weight of the situation. Suddenly, a thought struck me. In the real world, old Zhong and the young woman had indeed fallen victim to Wang Chongyang, but old Zhong had not. While Wang Chongyang had dealt with old Zhong, he had not perished. Instead, he had been confined within a crystal coffin, with a psychiatrist's apparatus affixed to his head, seemingly intended to excise his brain's white matter, stripping him of his memories or rendering him an imbecile. Could this be a signal from Wang Chongyang, acknowledging that he might still be unable to thwart us? Perhaps old Zhong was not destined to die in this earthen grave. Alternatively, it was conceivable that old Zhong would perish, yet Wang Chongyang, unable to bring himself to kill him, sought other means to alter his fate. The latter scenario seemed more humane, suggesting Wang Chongyang harbored no malevolent intent, as he had indeed eliminated old Zhong and the young woman, who had both betrayed him. Yet old Zhong had remained loyal, thus evoking Wang Chongyang's compassion. Despite my hope for the first scenario, wishing for old Zhong's fate to be less tragic, I yearned for his survival. A profound silence descended upon us, engulfing the vast space in a stillness akin to death. Meanwhile, old Zhong quietly moved aside, dragging the body of his deceased master from the water grave to his side. He then crouched down, beginning to excavate a pit with his hands, evidently intending to provide his master with a dignified resting place. With each powerful stroke, his hands dug into the earth, and soon I noticed the dirt accumulating beneath his fingernails, even oozing with blood. Perhaps Lao Zhong is attempting to alleviate the pain of losing his brother in this manner, striving to maintain his composure and expressing his struggle against fate. To be honest, I feel quite sorrowful. The countless days of fleeing have nearly worn me down. If someone as resilient as Lao Zhong is experiencing psychological turmoil, what hope is there for me? Were it not for the presence of Xiao Sao, I might have already succumbed. At this juncture, the master quietly approached Lao Zhong, bending down to assist him in digging. Xiao Sao and I silently joined them, forming a circle of 5, using our hands to excavate the grave within a grave. The master exhibited remarkable resilience. As we dug, he suddenly exclaimed, "Wait, master, are we to bury our uncle here? Should we not attempt to take him out instead? After all, didn't Lao Zhang and Pan Xiao revive outside? If we escape, could we perhaps bring uncle back to life as well?" His words ignited a flicker of hope within me, akin to catching a glimpse of dawn on the brink of despair. However, Lao Zhang promptly countered, "Have you seen your uncle's soul?" The master shook his head, and I followed suit. Indeed, uncle has perished, but where is his soul? What of Lao Zhang from the fiery tomb in Pan Xiao, whom I had slain? Where have their spirits vanished to? Lao Zhang continued. The malevolence of this parallel space exceeds my imagination. Logically, if there are no souls, then none of us should be able to see them here. This could explain why we previously could not see our own shadows, for perhaps the soul is whisked away in an instant after death. Yet, this is not the case. We have encountered ghosts in the first 2 graves, including the spirit of Pan Xiao who perished there. Indeed, it is perplexing. Why do some souls manifest as ghosts while others do not? As I pondered this, Lao Zhang suddenly uttered 2 words. Eyes. We all paused, bewildered. What did Lao Zhang mean by eyes? He swiftly elaborated, "I suspect there exists a pair of eyes beyond this parallel space capable of perceiving the happenings within. They can manipulate the circumstances here at will, collecting the souls of the deceased. This is precisely what I fear. If such power exists, that individual is truly formidable. If they wish to keep us here, to perish in our respective graves, it would be a fate more inescapable than destiny itself." Lao Zhang's words extinguished the glimmer of hope I had just felt, plunging me into deeper anxiety. It is indeed reasonable. This sensation resembles that of being puppets controlled by another, able to leap and lash out, yet at crucial moments, if commanded to die, we must comply. Much like destiny itself, the deaths of the young woman and Lao Zhang stand as testament to this. Who could this puppeteer be? The master and Lao Xingshi spoke of a certain master. What could their intentions be? Is it truly as Lao Zhang speculated? To have us perish 9 times in our respective graves, ultimately to return to one, completing some unspeakable and dreadful scheme? As I was lost in thought, the master suddenly let out a loud cry and inexplicably collapsed to the ground. Unable to restrain my curiosity, I asked the master why he seemed so frightened. Even if we were truly treated as mere puppets, we could still rebel and break free from our bindings. However, the master insisted otherwise, struggling to rise as he exclaimed, "No, someone is pulling me. Oh my, someone is grasping my foot." I promptly pushed the master aside and glanced at his feet. To my astonishment, there was indeed a blood-red hand clinging to his ankle, devoid of skin, revealing only a grotesque mass of flesh. Just as I was about to deliver a kick to this bloody hand, I felt a sudden heaviness on my left foot and looked down to discover, to my horror, that I too was ensnared by a bloodied hand. I attempted to wrest free, but the grip was unyielding. Surveying the distance between myself and the master, I realized these 2 bloodied hands likely belonged to the same entity. At that moment, Lao Zhang and the others halted abruptly. Not ensnared by the bloodied hands, but evidently startled by something they had seen, something lurking within the pit we had been digging. Unable to resist, I cast my gaze toward the pit and soon found myself swallowing hard. To my dismay, the bottom of our excavation was drenched in crimson, revealing a severed corpse. I could not ascertain if it was indeed a corpse, yet it appeared to be moving subtly. This was the lower half of a bloodied body, from the waist down, completely devoid of skin, as if it had been gruesomely flayed alive. The upper half, it seemed, remained buried in the earth. What manner of bloody corpse was this? And how had it come to be interred here? Puzzled, I resolved to first free myself from the grasp of the bloodied hand. Soon, Lao Zhang approached to assist the master, while De Sao and Xiao Sao worked together to pull me free. We coordinated our efforts, yet the bloodied hands clung stubbornly to our ankles. Gradually, the master and I found ourselves moving further away from our original position, astonishingly dragging the 2 bloodied hands out from the pit. It soon became evident that these hands belonged to the same entity as the half-formed corpse we had unearthed. With our collective strength, we eventually extracted the entire bloodied corpse from its grave. Upon its complete removal, the hands relinquished their grip on our feet, lying motionless on the ground. Gazing upon this gruesome sight, I could not help but shut my eyes. It was utterly horrifying, from head to toe. Not a single inch of skin adorned its body, all flesh exposed to the air. It appeared as though the entirety of its skin had been meticulously and cruelly stripped away, as if the act had been performed while the victim was still alive. Who could possess such cruelty, to flay a person entirely, in the presence of blood suggested that this was indeed an act of vivisection. We exchanged uncertain glances, unsure of how to handle this bloodied corpse. Suddenly, Lao Zhong quietly laid down beside the corpse, positioning himself parallel to it from head to toe. I was about to inquire if Lao Zhong had lost his senses, but soon my mouth fell agape, rendered speechless by the unfolding scene. The cadaver, resembling old Zhong in length, presents an undeniable similarity. Upon making a direct comparison, it becomes evident that even if the skin were to be flayed from this bloodied corpse, it would still unmistakably belong to old Zhong. This bloodied corpse is indeed old Zhong. Chapter 55. The Yin-Yang Taiji diagram. Old Zhong lay beside the bloodied corpse, a reflection of his own lifeless form, indicating that the bloodied figure was indeed himself. I exchanged a glance with the master, momentarily rendered speechless. To be honest, I was utterly bewildered, engulfed by a profound despair, as if we were trapped in an inescapable abyss. Old Zhong, too, remained silent, lying quietly beside his own bloodied remains. His eyes closed. I wondered what thoughts occupied his mind. Perhaps he shared our sense of hopelessness. Yet, his expression bore an air of tranquility, suggesting he might be contemplating a solution. Before long, old Zhong spoke, urging the master, "Come, lie down beside me." The master, obedient to his words, silently reclined beside him. However, as soon as the master settled down, old Zhong abruptly rolled over and lunged at him. In an instant, he had torn off the master's outer garment and thrust the peachwood sword into the master's chest. To be frank, I was taken aback. What was old Zhong attempting to do? Had he, too, succumbed to madness like old Zhong and the woman, seeking to alter his fate through betrayal? The thought spurred me into action, and I rushed toward old Zhong, desperate to restrain him. My anger toward him was absent. My sole intent was to stop him, believing he might have merely lost his way temporarily and would regain his senses. Yet, my strength was no match for his. Despite my efforts to grasp his waist, old Zhong continued to stab the master with the peachwood sword. The master, who had always valued life above all, did not resist alongside me. Instead, he gazed at old Zhong with wide eyes, confusion etched across his face, murmuring, "Master, you. Old Zhong remained silent, persistently piercing the master's chest. In a fleeting moment, the master uttered, "Master, I do not blame you. My life was given by you. I hope you and Wei Zi can escape." He then turned to me, saying, "Wei Zi, if you make it out, please repay my debts to my master." It was meant for his old age. Upon uttering those words, the master gasped for breath, his eyes closing, and he ceased to breathe. Old Zhong halted his assault, rising abruptly. I fixed my gaze on him, exclaiming, "Old Zhong, do you still possess any humanity? You who speak of righteousness and morality, do you trample upon them so easily?" Yet, old Zhong paid no heed to my words. Instead, he crouched down once more and delivered a resounding slap across the master's face, declaring, "Useless wretch, get up." Confounded by his words, I pondered. Had he not just slain the master? How could he possibly rise? To my astonishment, the master soon awakened, his eyes wide with bewilderment, exclaiming, "Ah, I'm not dead?" "Not dead." Old Zhong then struck the master on the head once more and replied, "Dead? What nonsense. I just released the seal upon you." Upon hearing Lao Zhong's words, I swiftly lowered my gaze to the master's chest. Indeed, Lao Zhong was not merely attempting to assassinate the master, rather, he had carved a peculiar symbol upon the master's chest, resembling a talisman. Both the master and I exchanged puzzled glances with Lao Zhong, who continued, "Do you recall our encounter 5 years ago, when you were possessed by a spirit?" The master nodded instantly, and I surmised that it was Lao Zhong who had saved the master's life at that time, which explained the master's profound respect for him. Lao Zhong proceeded, "Do you understand why the malevolent spirit has not approached you, yet you have been ensnared by a wicked entity that even I struggled to confront?" The master's head shook like a rattle drum, and Lao Zhong elaborated, "It is because your constitution is extraordinary. You are a naturally young body, the ideal host for formidable malevolent spirits. I foresaw that you would encounter a calamity at the age of 33, so I sealed your young body. Once you surpass that tribulation, the seal upon you will naturally lift. With that calamity approaching in 2 years, I must now assist you in breaking the seal I placed upon you, for it is likely that your innate young body will soon be required." Goodness. It dawned on me why Lao Zhong had accepted the master as his disciple. It turns out the master's constitution was equally remarkable. The master promptly inquired of Lao Zhong what purpose it would serve, whether it could aid our escape. Lao Zhong quickly replied, "It is not to assist us, but to aid him," pointing at me. We were all perplexed, and Lao Zhong continued, "Fate is a curious thing. Some believe in it while others do not. Those who believe follow its path, while those who do not are dragged along by it. Indeed, there are individuals capable of defying fate, but I, Lao Zhong, am far from being one of them. I have a foreboding that I may very well lose my life within this earthen tomb. If that moment arrives, I hope none of you will attempt to save me, as it will only lead to greater troubles. Allowing me to fulfill my fate may be the best choice. Perhaps shortening your stay here. In that instant, I recognized the profound greatness of this seemingly rigid old man. Lao Zheng continued, "This marks the third tomb we have encountered. Clearly, if events unfold as anticipated, only those whose fates are intertwined with this tomb's attributes will perish within it, thus creating an exit. The lives of Lao Zheng, Pan Xiao, myself, Wang Wei, and Xiao are what this space seeks." Indeed, I had contemplated Lao Zheng's assertion. Yet I was perplexed as to why he would suddenly choose to lift the master's seal. A sense of foreboding washed over me. Lao Zheng then stated, however, "Now that I have released the seal upon you, we have a chance. Like Wang Wei, you possess a naturally young body, and you are of the young gold fate. Perhaps you can take his place in death. Your master uncle is of the firewood fate, and his demise cannot substitute for Pan Xiao's water fate. Yet, if you were to perish in Wang Wei's stead, he might be able to escape." Upon hearing Lao Zheng's words, I immediately shook my head. Even if the master could indeed substitute for my death, I would never accept such a fate. I have endured solitude for so long, relying solely on my companion, the boisterous one. After finally meeting a brother, I resolutely refused to let him die in my stead. Shaking my head, I said to Lao Zheng, "No, absolutely not. I cannot accept this." Lao Zheng glanced at me and replied, "Do not be too hasty in dismissing my suggestion. Allow me to finish my thoughts." He continued, "Consider the events that transpired in the water tomb, the fire tomb, and that enigmatic village. Why did the first female ghost specifically draw your soul to reveal the exit? Why does that unfortunate girl, Xiao Nu, harbor feelings only for you? Why did the tin-clad creature solely indicate the path for you?" Lao Zheng's inquiries left me momentarily speechless. Indeed, why was that? Soon, Lao Zheng continued, "Although I am yet to discern the precise reason, one thing is evident. You share a profound connection with this realm. The individuals within it may be linked to you as well, making you the most likely candidate to escape." While Lao Zheng's assertions were reasonable, I still could not accept the notion of my master sacrificing himself for me. I am just a nobody, even if I surpass the ritualistic Taoist. I cannot change much upon my return to the outside world. Lao Zheng pressed on. "Given your significant ties to this realm, your departure presents the greatest opportunity for transformation. Think of that false president, consider Wang Chongnong, who may have connections to you. If you escape, uncover the truth behind it all, you might be able to effect change. If, by some chance, you could return to the past, alter everything, and prevent us from re-entering this space, then neither I, nor Go Jian, nor Lao Zheng would have to perish. We could live again. This is not solely for you, but for all of us. Thus, you must acquiesce." To be honest, Lao Zheng's words began to sway me. If it were indeed possible, it would be the optimal choice. The immense pressure weighed heavily upon me, rendering me breathless. I could not help but inquire, "What level is that false president then?" Lao Zheng swiftly responded, "The president is a hidden Taoist. However, since that impostor could slay the president and conceal him beneath the floorboards, it indicates that he must be even more formidable. Beyond the hidden Tao, there are two other levels, the divine Tao and the heavenly innocent Tao, though achieving those is exceedingly rare. Thus, I suspect the false president is at the pinnacle of the hidden Tao. With your constitution and comprehension, there lies a possibility." Afterward, Lao Zheng suddenly addressed my master. "Did you comprehend what I said? When the time arises, sacrifice yourself for Wang Wei. If you fail to do so, you shall be expelled from the sect." My master, that unscrupulous fellow, earnestly replied to Lao Zheng, "I shall heed my master's words." He then turned to me and said, "You, my friend, stand to gain significantly. If I die in your place, you need not repay a single coin. However, Wei Zi, you must return and alter the past. Do not truly let me perish." At that moment, I was at a loss for words, uncertain whether to accept or reject. The notion of fulfilling such a sacrifice sounds simple, yet executing it is extraordinarily challenging. Nonetheless, Lao Zheng and my master are willing to undertake such a course for my sake. Imagine, if I were to truly venture out. Even if I were to undergo transformation, would the masters and the elder Zheng who stood by my side still remain my esteemed mentors and brothers? It is evident that even the same individual would possess a different mindset. Therefore, unless absolutely necessary, I must resolutely refuse. I ambiguously remarked, "Let us discuss this later." At that moment, the smaller one suddenly exclaimed, "Come quickly, what is this? Could it be a way out?" We hastily made our way in that direction, only to be momentarily seized by bloodied hands emerging from the earth, dragging forth a lifeless body. Upon reaching the smaller one, we discovered 7 bloodied corpses laid out on the ground, the flayed remains of Elder Zheng. Soon, we realized that while we were conversing, The smaller one had already ventured further away, seemingly having discovered something. We quickly dashed towards her, only to find a mound of earth before her, adorned with a large symbol of yin and yang. Gazing at this immense taiji diagram, we momentarily pondered its significance. Suddenly, the smaller one opened her mouth and expelled a spiritual pearl, casting it towards the yin and yang symbol. Chapter 56. The fulfillment of the old clock. As the little fox hurled the spirit pearl towards the yin-yang bagua diagram on the wall, our gazes instinctively shifted in that direction. Behind us lay 7 bloodied corpses of the old clock, yet that was no longer the focal point. It felt as though the bagua diagram concealed profound secrets, perhaps presenting us with an opportunity. Otherwise, why would the little fox cast her spirit pearl at it? Indeed, what prompted her to so suddenly launch the pearl at the diagram? I could not help but glance back at the little fox. Having expelled the spirit pearl, she had transformed into her true form, a diminutive red fox, fixated intently on the bagua diagram. Alas, transformed into an animal, she could offer no answers. Thus, I resumed my attention on the diagram. Soon, an uncanny event unfolded. Upon the spirit pearl's contact with the bagua diagram, it began to rotate, emanating faint glimmers of light. Could it be that the spirit pearl served as the key to activating the bagua diagram? Just as I pondered this, the rotation accelerated and the radiance intensified, swiftly enveloping the entire earthen wall. The spectacle resembled a cinematic experience, the grand bagua diagram appearing as though projected in 3D, resembling a portal through which we might traverse. Before long, the yin-yang bagua diagram ceased its rotation, with the spirit pearl firmly anchored at its center. The left side represented yin, while the right embodied yang, one black, one white, complemented by the 8 trigrams, Qian, Kuan, Zhen, Sun, Kan, Li, Zhen, and Dui, resembling 2 pathways. However, we were soon left in a state of shock. For on the white side, 7 human skins were being absorbed. These skins, still fresh with traces of blood, appeared as if wholly stripped from their owners. Akin to a snake shedding its skin, it was evident that these 7 skins belonged to the old clock. Curiously, the 7 skins adhered to the yang side bore distinct differences. This distinction did not imply they were not from the old clock, but rather that their ages differed visibly. Some skins resembled the current old clock, yet the largest appeared significantly older, likely 7 or 8 years beyond the present age of the old clock. I surmised that this disparity arose because they had lingered in this earthen tomb for an extended period without finding an exit, resulting in the old clock aging considerably by the time they finally discovered a way out. Could this be the exit? As we hesitated, the little fox suddenly sprang up from the ground and darted through the yin side of the bagua diagram. She had indeed passed through. Elation surged within me, prompting me to urge the big fox to follow, and then the master as well. The old clock hesitated momentarily, but ultimately crossed over. Thankfully, the old clock's human skin had not been flayed and left behind. It seemed this side was secure. I was the last to traverse. As I passed through the bagua diagram, I instinctively turned to glance back. To my astonishment, I caught sight of a shadowy figure not far behind. I cannot see very clearly, but it appears that someone is indeed spying on us. He wears a wide-brimmed hat and is draped in a cloak. Goodness, that resembles the ferryman, but no, it's Wang Chongyang. I was about to shout, but in the next moment, I had already crossed the bagua diagram and could no longer see the figure behind me. I turned to glance back and noticed that Xiao Sao and old Zhong, along with the master, were beside me, which eased my anxiety. Xiao Sao leapt into the air and then swallowed the spirit pearl, transforming back into human form. The yin-yang bagua diagram vanished instantaneously, reverting to a solid earthen wall. I pushed against it with all my strength, but it would not budge. Unable to contain my curiosity, I asked Xiao Sao, "How did you know placing the spirit pearl there would open this door?" Xiao Sao shook her head and replied, "I don't know. It was just intuition." Intuition? How could I trust that? While women's intuition is often sharp, how could it be so extraordinary? I pressed further. Is it truly just intuition? Do you know something you're not telling me? Please, it's all right to share. Xiao Sao repeatedly shook her head, insisting, "No, it's really just intuition." Seeing her distress, I decided to relent. Regardless, it seemed we had indeed departed from the earthen tomb. So we ventured ahead to see if anything else would unfold. At that moment, I felt quite exhilarated. Old Zhong was alive, and we had escaped. Could there be better news? After a brief respite, we continued onward. Oddly enough, as we walked, a peculiar sensation washed over us. Was this even a path? It felt as if we were treading on smoke, obscuring the very ground beneath our feet. Looking ahead and behind, the path was invisible. Gazing up and down elicited a profound sense of confusion. Nevertheless, we pressed on, and suddenly, it appeared we spotted someone ahead. There was a tall stone platform, and a figure seemed to be glancing back at us. I couldn't discern their face or identity. However, old Zhang furrowed his brow, deep in thought. Suddenly, a cacophony of barking erupted nearby, seemingly a pack of dogs. My heart leapt with joy. Dogs. Only humans keep dogs. Could we be nearing the real world? Yet, the barking sounded rather mournful and eerie, sending chills down my spine. At that moment, old Zhong abruptly grasped my hand and said, "This is bad. We must return the way we came. We cannot continue. This is a dead end." A dead end? We were puzzled. What did he mean? However, since old Zhong had warned us, we hastened to retrace our steps. We soon found ourselves back in front of the earthen wall. And I couldn't help but ask old Zhong, "Why do you say it's a dead end?" He replied, "If I am correct, we were traversing the Yellow Springs path, and that high stone platform is the Nostalgia platform. The place where the barking emanates from is the Hound Ridge. Do you realize where we might end up if we proceed further? We could be in the underworld." The underworld. Upon hearing these two words, a shiver ran down my spine. It felt eerily ominous. The master quickly interjected, "The underworld? Is there not a soul returning cliff here? It is said that those who have traversed the netherworld can return to the realm of the living from there." I suggested, "Master, shall we continue onward and see if we can return to the living realm, thus avoiding that cursed Yanjin tomb?" Old Zhong swiftly smacked the master on the head, declaring, "No way. Beyond Evil Dog Ridge lies Golden Rooster Mountain, Ghost Village, Hall of Bewilderment, and Fengdu City. Those who traverse the underworld are only able to do so because they are prepared with offerings for the journey, dog food, chicken feed, and 3 pounds and 6 ounces of paper money to appease the wild spirits. We have nothing. To proceed would be a futile venture, leading only to our demise before we even reach the soul-returning cliff. Even I cannot risk it." Ah, such intricate reasoning. It seemed we could not advance any further. Xiao Sao tilted her head in thought, then tossed the spiritual orb against the wall once more. As when we entered, the Bagua diagram reappeared, and we found ourselves transported anew. Back in the earthen tomb, I could not resist asking old Zhong, "Did you not say this is a parallel space? How then do we speak of the underworld?" Old Zhong replied, "If my conjecture is correct, this parallel space exists between the realms of Yin and Yang. To establish a space here, its master must be quite audacious. Indeed, a figure of immense power. It is no wonder that once Master Zhang and the others perished, their souls vanished. They may have been sent directly to the netherworld." The notion was indeed intriguing, and at that moment, I recalled my earlier encounter with Wang Chongang. I hastily called out, Wang Chongang, are you here? I know you may not be our adversary. Come forth, let us converse. Regardless, let us attempt to leave together. Do you not wish to resurrect that lady? Let us join forces." There was no response, leaving me uncertain whether Wang Chongang had departed or was merely hiding. Suddenly, I heard a cough behind me. Unable to resist, I turned and, to my astonishment, there was Wang Chongyang. However, he was not on our side. He stood on the other side of the Bagua diagram, Yang side. Despite the human skin barrier, I could still see him peering at us through the gap, his eyes pressed against the diagram. Old Zhong promptly urged, "Hurry, all of you. Go through. Do not walk the Yin side any longer. Proceed through the Yang side. That should lead to the next tomb." With that, old Zhong shoved the master forward, and he was quickly followed by Sao, and then Xiao Sao, who leaped through as well. Only old Zhong and I remained in the earthen tomb. He urged me to hurry, but I insisted he go first, fearing that if I went through, he might not be able to follow. However, old Zhong simply pushed me through. Upon arriving, I barely had time to acknowledge Wang Chongang before I called for old Zhong to come. He hesitated momentarily, but then leapt through as well. Yet, as old Zhong touched the Bagua diagram, his body was suddenly drawn upward with great force. In an instant, the garments of the old clockmaker were torn asunder, the potent suction of the Bagua rendering his body utterly immobile. Though the diagram revealed no apparitions, the force swiftly inflicted a deep laceration upon his scalp. As the wound manifested, the skin of the old clockmaker began to be methodically and gruesomely peeled away. A wave of terror washed over me. This was dire. He was beyond salvation. If this continued, his entire skin would be flayed alive. In a low, gravelly voice, the old clockmaker urged, "Do not concern yourselves with me. Flee at once. I cannot escape this fate, Wang Wei. If you manage to break free, remember to hold steadfast to your true self. There will always be hope." Tears sprang to my eyes, and I urgently implored Xiao Sao, "Hurry, quickly remove your spirit pearl. Save the old clockmaker." I was uncertain whether Xiao Sao, transformed into a fox, could comprehend my words or was simply frozen in place as she stood motionless, her fox-like eyes fixated on the old clockmaker, who was being agonizingly flayed. I shook her vigorously, yet she remained unresponsive. Panic gripped me, and in my desperation, I recalled Wang Chongang. I turned to find him absent from my side and scanned the surroundings until I soon spotted him not far away, silently observing the scene. I rushed toward him, collapsing to my knees before Wang Chongyang, seeking his aid to rescue the old clockmaker. Chapter 57. Masochism with a thud. I fell to my knees before Wang Chongyang, gripping the hem of his robe tightly. I never anticipated that one day I would find myself kneeling before this man I once loathed with every fiber of my being. Fate truly plays cruel tricks. In a voice thick with emotion, I implored him, "No matter who you are, I now understand that you are not a villain. Please, take action and save Lao Zhong. If you rescue him, I will comply with your every command. I will do whatever you ask of me." Yet, Wang Chongyang remained unresponsive, standing motionless like a tree. As immovable as stone, I shook him gently, but he continued to ignore me. Unable to restrain myself, I looked up at him, though he wore a large conical hat. The angle allowed me to glimpse his face. But no, I could not see his face, for he was obscured by a human skin mask. Suddenly, an overwhelming urge to rise and tear away that mask surged within me. I yearned to uncover the visage that lay beneath. At that moment, Wang Chongyang abruptly kicked me away and turned to flee. Damn it, this man could not possibly be me. Otherwise, why would he not save Lao Zhong? Surely, if he were indeed my former self, could he bear to witness Lao Zhong being flayed alive a second time? Or was it possible that Lao Zhong was beyond salvation, destined to perish here? I did not pursue Wang Chongyang, but instead turned and ran back to Lao Zhong. I found him with his entire scalp torn away, blood gushing forth. Gazing at his bloodied face, with his eyes still intact in their sockets, the sight was utterly horrifying. Yet, I felt no fear. For I could perceive the emotion in Lao Zhong's gaze. There was no despair, but rather a glimmer of hope, as if he were urging me to persevere, assuring me that everything would be all right. Meanwhile, the master had gone berserk, lunging towards the Taiji Bagua diagram. However, he could not penetrate it and instead collided against it like a rabid dog. He hurled himself forward, his face meeting the diagram, resulting in a bruised visage, blood streaming from his nostrils and mouth. I rushed to seize the master, asking him to lift me up. Determined to dislodge the spirit pearl embedded within the Bagua diagram, perhaps our last chance to save Lao Zhong. The master swiftly embraced me, despite his seemingly unremarkable demeanor. He surprisingly possessed considerable strength, hoisting me onto his shoulders. Perched atop the master, I reached for the spirit pearl, exerting all my might to pry it loose. But it would not budge. In that moment, desperation consumed me. I even resorted to biting it, yet my efforts were in vain. From my elevated position, I glanced down at Lao Zhong's bloodied, scalpless head, feeling faint as I shouted his name, urging him to hold on. However, Lao Zhong opened his mouth, his face smeared with blood, and his teeth stained crimson. With a voice barely above a whisper, he said, "Do not concern yourself with me. It is futile. I am destined to remain here. You must escape. I have bequeathed everything to you. Though I may have departed from this world, I shall forever remain with you." Upon uttering these words, Lao Zhong forcefully hurled the peachwood sword and a pouch brimming with talismans and treasures towards us. We were unable to escape, yet the items could be thrown in. Lao Zhong cast everything he had into our midst. Then, with a tremendous roar, he began to struggle violently, as if attempting to break free from the constraints of the yin-yang Bagua diagram. His anguished cries reverberated within my soul, rendering me breathless. Having shed all earthly worries, Lao Zhong unleashed the most frenzied howl of his existence, akin to a wild dog rebelling against fate. Soon, I distinctly heard a sharp tearing sound, and to my horror, I witnessed Lao Zhong's entire skin left behind upon the Taiji Bagua diagram. The flayed Lao Zhong staggered several paces, bloodied and grotesque, resembling a mere specter of flesh. Suddenly, he turned to face us, his mouth agape, revealing the most terrifying yet strangely comforting smile I had ever encountered. Gradually, he extended a thumb towards us, before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. As his body fell, the earth beneath him appeared as though it had been plowed, becoming loose and yielding. Lao Zhong's form slowly sank into the ground, and moments later, the remains of his bloodied corpse were also interred in the soil. The man fated to the earth was ultimately laid to rest in this desolate expanse, evoking a profound sense of sorrow. Witnessing this scene, the master swayed before collapsing, and I, burdened upon his shoulders, tumbled to the ground alongside him. Yet, I felt no pain. My body had become numb, while deep within my heart, a dull ache persisted, as if countless daggers were carving into my soul, leaving it battered and torn. Silently, I knelt on the earth beside the master, bowing thrice before the Taiji diagram, calling out to my mentor in my heart. In a swift motion, Xiao Sao sprang from the ground, leaping onto the Bagua diagram, opening her mouth to swallow the spirit pearl once more. As Xiao Sao ingested the pearl, she transformed into human form, and the once vibrant Taiji Bagua diagram faded, reverting to a simple earthen wall. Lao Zhong's presence vanished, along with the grave that held the remains of his 8 corpses. Struggling against the anguish within, I rose abruptly, casting the fiercest glare I had ever mustered at Xiao Sao. I demanded, "Who are you? Why did you not consume the spirit pearl to save Lao Zhong? Are you concealing some secret? In truth, I was engulfed by rage, her earlier actions inciting my fury. And I could not help but recall her sudden appearance in my family's basement, amplifying my underlying suspicions. Xiao Sao took several steps back, shaking her head vigorously, insisting, "No, I truly did not. Moments ago, I found myself engulfed in confusion, with no recollection of recent events. The memories had eluded me entirely. How could I forget what transpired mere minutes ago? Even if you had transformed into a fox, now that you are a fairy, how could you possibly lose the essence of your memories?" My suspicions regarding Xiao Sao's predicament deepened. With a swift motion, I positioned myself before her, grasping her shoulders and shaking her fervently, insisting, "Speak. Reveal the truth and tell me who you truly are. Once you disclose it, we can negotiate. If you remain silent, you shall not accompany us any longer." Xiao Sao gazed at me with her large, shimmering eyes, appearing quite aggrieved. She responded, "I truly cannot remember. Perhaps the spirit pearl has stolen my memories. My spirit pearl is rather peculiar. Wei Wei, you must trust me." I remained unconvinced. The spirit pearl belonged to her. So how could I take her word for it? I continued to glare at her sternly. Yet, Xiao Sao suddenly exclaimed, "Are you not weary of this? Can you cease your pressure? I genuinely do not know. Why would I deceive you? If you persist, I shall become angry." I could discern that Xiao Sao seemed genuinely on the verge of anger. After all, she was a creature of the supernatural. I had indeed overstepped my bounds, considering myself significant in her life. Despite having taken human form for only a few months, she possessed a stubborn nature. In the real world, I had witnessed her fierce temperament. The last time she confronted old Zhang, her ferocity was unmistakable. Before long, Xiao Sao continued, "Sister, speak to him. He has lost his mind and refuses to listen." I turned my gaze towards De Sao, who stood vacantly to the side, her eyes hollow as if lost in thought. Xiao Sao prodded De Sao at her waist, prompting her to regain her senses. De Sao slowly approached me and said, "Wei Wei, do not trouble your sister further. She may genuinely be unaware of her nature as a demon. We are human, and we cannot impose our reasoning upon the thoughts of a demon. Uncle Zhong has passed. We must strive to live better lives, for this is the greatest solace we can offer him." De Sao's gentle words gradually soothed my agitation, and I coldly turned my head to glance at Xiao Sao, my emotions in turmoil, as I grappled with whether to trust this seemingly innocent girl. At that moment, I was abruptly startled by a series of loud thuds in the distance. Thud, thud, thud. It sounded as though someone were forcefully striking the wall with their head. A vivid image surged into my mind, a bloodied ghost violently crashing against the wall, attempting to break through. A chill ran down my spine. Were there others here besides Wang Chonong? What could Wang Chonong be doing, drawn to this disruptive noise? My curiosity piqued. I felt compelled to investigate. However, the master stood and restrained me, instructing me to remain where I was, as he offered to look into the matter for me. The master was indeed earnest in honoring old Zhong's wishes. He likely feared for my safety and wished to shield me from any potential danger. I shook my head at the master, asserting, in times of difficulty, "We shall bear it together." We chose to leave the little disturbance behind and proceeded toward the direction from whence the sound emanated, accompanied by the master. Shortly, we were greeted by a dazzling golden light that nearly blinded us. Once our eyes adjusted, we beheld a grand structure before us. It was not merely a mirror, as it first appeared, but rather an enormous steel door, entirely transparent and reminiscent of a reflective surface. However, as I peered into the depths of this steel barrier, a chill coursed through me. Behind the door stood an individual, relentlessly battering his head against the surface, blood streaming from numerous wounds. Yet he persisted with a fervor that suggested he would not relent until he was vanquished. The master and I cautiously approached this masochistic figure. I mustered the courage to inquire, "Brother, what has befallen you?" Slowly, he lifted his gaze toward me. Upon witnessing his countenance, my legs weakened, and I found myself collapsing onto the ground. Chapter 58. The origin of the human skin mask. This visage is not unfamiliar to me. In fact, it is one I shall never forget, for it is me. Although the attire of this tormented soul appears rather peculiar and seems to age him more than I, by no more than 5 or 6 years at most, there is not a significant disparity in our appearances. Even with the blood staining his face, I can still recognize him. Soon, the master reacted, exclaiming loudly before turning to me, "Wei Zi, is that you?" I found myself momentarily speechless, at a loss for how to respond. While we had previously encountered the remains of old Zhang, the young woman, and old Zhong in 3 separate graveyards, this situation felt markedly different. This time, I was confronted with a living person, who I could distinctly identify as myself. What was happening? Was it possible I would not perish here? The master slowly helped me to my feet, signaling for me to remain calm. I I steadied my mind and cautiously approached the transparent metallic door once more. The figure, however, paid me no heed, continuing to batter the metal with his head. Each thud shattering my heart. I pressed against the transparent door, leaning closer to him, and implored, "Hey, can you hear me? I am you. Please, guide me. Tell me what is to come. Are you trapped here, unable to escape?" After expressing my hope for insight, I eagerly awaited his response, believing that if he could elucidate the situation, it might spare me from considerable trouble. Yet he ignored me, persistently ramming his head against the door like a fool. My frustration mounted. Was he truly deranged? It was baffling. How could he show no reaction upon seeing me, especially when we bore such resemblance? Had he grown numb to the experience? Perhaps it was understandable, though I knew not how many had entered before him. He had undoubtedly encountered himself several times and was no longer easily startled. Yet the volume of blood he was losing was alarming. A steady flow that should have rendered him unconscious. Reflecting on the blood, I inadvertently glanced at the floor, and my heart sank at the sight. The ground was awash with blood, the room engulfed in it, submerging his ankles. How could one individual bleed so profusely? I attempted to speak to him several more times, but he remained unresponsive, and I ultimately conceded defeat. At that moment, the master abruptly produced the spirit needle, testing it before the metallic door. Before long, the master seized my hand and urged me to run. After several meters, he quietly remarked, "Wei Zi, something is amiss. That creature may not be human." I looked at him, perplexed, struggling to grasp his meaning. The master continued, "Do you recall when we were outside and your earth spirit was extracted? The spirit needle pointed in the opposite direction before you?" I nodded. And the master continued, "The essence of the soul directed towards that person is even more peculiar than yours. My intuition tells me that this individual is devoid of a soul. He bears no soul within him." I was momentarily taken aback. Could he be akin to that ancient, soulless corpse in Wuying village? Merely a monstrous husk? It is plausible, thus he may lack substantial awareness. However, I quickly dismissed this hypothesis, for a corpse lacks blood. And this individual was bleeding profusely. As I pondered, the master sniffed the air and remarked, "Although we cannot detect the scent of blood from within the metal door, the hue suggests it is not fresh. I suspect this person is not a living human, hence we must maintain our distance." I promptly nodded, astonished that this seemingly unremarkable master could still shoulder the responsibility after losing Lao Zhong. Soon, we withdrew, returning to reunite with Xiao and Xiao Sao. Along the way, I continued to contemplate the nature of that individual. The master claimed he possessed no soul, only several fragments, perhaps artificially created. This indeed seems plausible. Considering that the previous false elder could conjure an old Zhong from ashes, it would not be surprising if a figure resembling me were fabricated and placed there. The crux of the matter lies in whether this person was once me, perishing within, and subsequently recreated, or if he had always existed in that place. If he was created later, then who was the creator? Although Lao Zhang suspected that unseen eyes lurked in parallel dimensions, we had not truly encountered any living beings in any of the tombs we entered, aside from Wang Chonong. Before long, we returned to Xiao and Xiao Sao's side. Xiao Sao was hiding behind Xiao, her demeanor ambiguous. Whether she was sulking or merely pouting, she ignored me entirely. Xiao, ever perceptive and understanding, promptly inquired, "What was that sound? What did you see?" I contemplated not to worry Xiao unduly and decided to explain later, so I responded, "It was nothing. Merely a corpse colliding against the wall, devoid of consciousness. Perhaps it was mechanically repeating its previous actions." Xiao nodded and then said, "Oh, by the way, after you left, we heard a sound too, but it was not the thudding against the wall. It seemed as if someone was weeping." Weeping? How could the master and I have missed it? I asked Xiao from which direction the sound emanated, and she pointed to a 45-degree angle to her left. With Lao Zhong absent, we could not recklessly venture forth. Ultimately, we decided to confer before proceeding. If all went as anticipated, we were undoubtedly at the Yangjin tomb. I had always believed I would appear at the final tomb, yet to my surprise, Yangjin preceded Inmu. Typically, the last tomb serves as the grand finale. It appears Lao Zhong's assertions were not entirely accurate. Xiao is indeed the climax. After some deliberation, we resolved to have the two women lead the way. As this was the Yangjin tomb, and the target was I, the women should be safer. The master and I would linger behind, prepared to flee in case of unforeseen events. As we walked, I too began to faintly hear the sound of weeping, seemingly not far ahead. As we traversed a few more meters, the cacophony of cries abruptly ceased, and several mirrors materialized before us. These mirrors, standing in our path, appeared far from ordinary. They were crafted from metal, which aligned with the peculiarities of the Yangjin tomb. Just as I was about to rush over for a closer inspection, I took a moment to count the mirrors and froze in my tracks, a wave of unease washing over me. There were 9 mirrors in total, evoking thoughts of the 9 coffins in the fire tomb, the 9 glass bottles in the water tomb, and the 9 human skins in the earth tomb. Was one of these mirrors perhaps prepared for me? With a resolute heart, I approached the first mirror, only to find myself momentarily stunned. Though the mirror reflected each of us, it also revealed an additional figure within its depths. Who was this enigmatic presence? We couldn't help but glance back. Yet there was no one behind us. Could this person reside within the mirror? Recalling the malevolent spirit that had emerged from my soul in the outside world, which also inhabited a mirror, I couldn't dismiss that possibility. However, if this figure truly resided within the mirror, she was certainly no human. Summoning my courage, I gazed at the additional figure, a woman, her back toward us, her long hair cascading down. Surely, the cries must have originated from her. Yet why was she weeping? Was she a ghost of sorrow? Puzzled, I noticed her posture suggested the presence of another person before her. Was she mourning this unseen individual? As I could discern no one else in the mirror, I instinctively circled to its rear. Upon arriving behind the mirror, I was struck with a sense of suffocation. My mouth agape, rendered speechless. To my astonishment, a figure was indeed affixed to the back of the mirror. No. It was more accurate to say that a corpse was attached. What sent chills down my spine was the realization that this body was none other than that of Wang Chongyang. Soon, the masters joined me at the rear of the mirror, their mouths agape in disbelief upon seeing Wang Chongyang's lifeless form. Could this be the same Wang Chongyang who had earlier kicked me aside with such force? If he possessed such formidable strength, how could he have been silently dispatched and nailed to the mirror's backside? The thought was almost too terrifying to contemplate, prompting us to hasten to the next mirror. Upon glimpsing the second mirror's rear, we were not merely speechless, we were drenched in cold sweat. To our horror, another corpse was affixed there, again bearing Wang Chongyang's visage. In a state of shock, I clung to the remnants of my consciousness and sprinted toward the next mirror. The third, fourth, and up to the 6th mirror, all revealed yet another corpse, each one unmistakably Wang Chongyang. It dawned on me with chilling clarity. Was it possible that Wang Chongyang was, in fact, me? I felt as though my very soul had been lost, trembling as I approached the 7th mirror. If there was no Wang Chongyang behind it, I could definitively conclude that he was indeed the manifestation of myself after emerging from this place. However, a chilling scene unfolded before me. Behind the 7th mirror lay yet another corpse, clad in the same attire and bearing a similar physique as those from the previous 6 mirrors. Yet, the Wang Chongyang behind the 7th mirror was devoid of a face. To be precise, it was not that he lacked a face, but rather that his facial skin had been entirely peeled away, leaving only raw flesh. Upon witnessing this grotesque sight, I immediately realized that the human skin mask worn by the old man at the inn might have been harvested from this very corpse. Alas, the previous 7 Wang Chongyangs, or rather the 7 incarnations of myself, had perished. Chapter 59. The ghostly woman in the mirror. Behind the 7th mirror lay 7 corpses, 7 versions of Wang Chongyang. Or rather, 7 aged reflections of myself. I collapsed onto the ground, my gaze fixated on the disfigured corpse behind the 7th mirror, its face flayed away. Though my heart raced with terror, my mind began to churn with thoughts. It was evident that my previous selves had not escaped. Thus, the old man from the outside world who had tracked his way into this parallel space was not me. If he was not me, why then was he impersonating me? What were his intentions in attempting to thwart these occurrences? From the most detestable of adversaries to what I had presumed was an ally. The tangled web of identity left me utterly bewildered. What was the true nature of this old man? Was he benevolent or malevolent? In a moment of utter confusion, I soon recognized a grave issue. Clearly, the first 7 versions of myself had perished within this Yongjin tomb. Who then was the wretched figure I had just seen? Confined behind the metallic door, incessantly battering its head in self-harm? I had mistakenly believed that this was indeed me. Reflecting on it now, I realized how gravely I had erred. Could it be that, as the master surmised, this person was artificially created? As I pondered this perplexity, I found that under extreme stress, my thoughts flowed with remarkable clarity, and I soon grasped a thread of insight. The first ghostly woman in the fire tomb lacked a face. The second, the ironclad figure in the water tomb, was entirely encased. Here, in the Yongjin tomb, there was a fool self-mutilating like an imbecile. Aside from the unfortunate old Zhong who had perished in the earthen tomb, it appeared that each grave housed an incomplete being, be it human or ghost. Connecting this to what old Zhong had once told me about the principle of returning to unity, an idea ignited in my mind. Could it be that our repeated deaths as 5 elemental beings were gradually allowing the ghostly woman, the iron figure, and that self-mutilator to attain completeness? Once we had perished 9 times, reaching unity, the ghostly woman would regain her face and resurrect upon the body that old Zhong had violated. The ironclad figure would shed its armor, transforming into a normal human. The self-mutilator would regain consciousness and cease its self-harm. The more I contemplated this possibility, the more plausible it seemed. In essence, we five were mere sacrifices. The purpose of this parallel space might not be the revival of a single soul, but rather the resurrection of five. As for any ulterior motives beyond that, I found it difficult to speculate. The absence of characters akin to the iron figure and the fiery woman in the earthen tomb occupied by old Zhong may not have been due to their absence, but rather because the swift little rascal had discovered an exit, employing the spirit pearl to hastily extricate us from that place. Otherwise, we too might have encountered similar predicaments there. This also provided the most cogent explanation for why I had not aged while the corpses behind the mirror had. Of course, I could not dismiss the possibility that I might remain in this Yanjin tomb for an extended period, eventually aging and perishing. At that moment, the spirited girl helped me to my feet and inquired about my thoughts. I chose not to divulge the turmoil within my mind. In the past, I could consult with old Zhong, but now, devoid of a confidant, it seemed I could only engage in half-hearted discussions with the master. At that moment, the sound of weeping echoed once more, emanating not from the previous mirrors, but from the eighth one. We exchanged glances, hesitating whether to approach. Although the master had agreed to Lao Zhong's request, he faltered at a crucial moment. Coming to my side and gripping my arm with a nervousness akin to that of a frightened woman, little Saw, with her impish demeanor, urged us to stay put before hastily making her way toward the eighth mirror. Though I held some reservations about her brashness, I found myself genuinely concerned for her safety. However, I dared not follow her impulsively. After all, little Saw was a spirit, possessing a vitality far more resilient than my own. Moreover, we were in the Yanjin tomb, where the primary target was me. It would be a tremendous pity if I were to lose my life here without being able to guide Big Saw on her journey. Soon, the eighth mirror was reverberating with loud thuds, as if someone were pounding upon it. We circled around to its front, quickly spotting little Saw delivering a flurry of punches and kicks against the glass. With each strike, she would alternate between slapping the mirror with her hands and kicking it with her feet. Amidst her assault, she shouted, "Quit bothering me, let us go. If you don't, I'll devour you." Her fierce demeanor was rather endearing, reminiscent of a drunken girl throwing a tantrum. I was left wondering who she was confronting, herself reflected in the mirror, or perhaps another presence lurking within. After a moment's hesitation, the three of us cautiously approached the eighth mirror. Once in front of it, I squinted and peered into the glass, discovering the presence of a figure, if one could call it that, within. It was not the back of the female ghost seen in the first mirror, but rather a woman facing us, appearing to be in her 30s or 40s, her hair disheveled. She clawed at us, intermittently displaying a sinister smile that morphed into tears, as if she could see us. It was no wonder little Saw felt compelled to strike. The ghostly woman in the mirror was unsettling to behold. Curiously, what material was this mirror made of? Despite little Saw's considerable strength, after so many blows, it remained unscathed. At that moment, the master rushed forward as well. He did not offer any comforting words but charged directly at the mirror. Perhaps he too was affected by Lao Zhong's demise, and little Saw's delayed intervention had stirred his discontent. Without hesitation, the master reached the mirror and delivered a powerful punch against it. At that instant, something peculiar occurred. He suddenly gasped and called for us to hurry. Upon closer inspection, I was astonished to see that his fist had sunk into the mirror. While little Saw had exerted all her strength without shattering the glass, the master had seemingly breached it with a single strike. Yet, upon further scrutiny, it became clear that it was not the mirror that had shattered, but rather the ghostly woman within had seized him, seemingly intent on dragging him into the mirror's depths. Without understanding the reason behind this occurrence, we hurriedly rushed to pull the master back. The power of the ghostly woman in the mirror is indeed formidable. Even the three of us struggled to extricate the master. Pondering for a moment, I considered that the mirror was merely a certain thickness, and I might be able to push from the back to see if I could free the master. However, when I circled to the rear of the mirror, I was taken aback. It was pitch black, obscuring any sight of the ghostly woman or the master. It was truly bizarre. Given the mirror's thickness, where could the ghost be dragging the master? Despite my curiosity, I quickly realized that this was likely no ordinary mirror. I hastily returned to the front, determined to continue pulling the master back, resolute in my intention to prevent him from being ensnared by the ghost. As soon as I grasped the master's arm, I noticed the ghost had a firm grip on his pale hand, and suddenly, long nails erupted, piercing into the master's chest and drawing forth blood. Goodness, this ghost was truly vicious. No wonder she was confined within the mirror. She was certainly not an ordinary spirit, and even the likes of old Zhong would find her difficult to confront. With the master on the verge of being pulled in, I feared that if he were truly dragged into the mirror, those elongated nails would surely suffocate him. Soon, it dawned on me that if the master were to perish at the hands of the ghost, his body might be forever affixed to the rear of the mirror. It was highly likely that the master would be sacrificing himself for me. I am someone who harbors a profound fear of death, yet in that moment, I realized that there are treasures far more precious than life itself. Clearly, even a mirror that could not be shattered by the likes of Xiao Sao allowed the master to enter. This was undoubtedly due to his innate yang physique. With this thought, I unhesitatingly placed my hands against the mirror. Without exerting any force, the ghost abruptly released the master and reached out to seize my hand. Instantly, I felt a chill coursing through my body as the ghost began to pull me inward. The master, having narrowly escaped, exclaimed, "Damn, that was too close. You nearly scared the life out of me, but thankfully, I'm still alive." He jested, revealing a more profound fear than mine. Yet when the master witnessed my peril, he thrust himself back into the mirror, shouting, "You ugly woman, come and grab me. Are you desperate? My brother is incapable. Come for me instead. I'll make you pay for this." His unfiltered banter, laced with expletives, made me smile. Having such a brother brought me a sense of fulfillment. Even though I felt as if my chest was being torn apart by the ghost, and I was somewhat disoriented, I nonetheless told the master, "I do not wish for you to sacrifice yourself for me. Bring the two women out instead. You must succeed." After uttering these words, a wave of relief washed over me. In that moment, I discovered that death was not as terrifying as I had imagined. The oppressive nature of living these past days had been overwhelming, and perhaps death was the ultimate liberation. As I was on the verge of being completely drawn into the mirror, Dasa rushed over, clinging to me and weeping. The little mischievous spirit transformed entirely into its true form, becoming a crimson fox, crashing against the mirror with a fervor akin to that of a frenzied wild dog, producing a series of thudding sounds that tugged at my heartstrings. Alas, it was a pity that neither of the two women possessed the young gold fate, rendering them incapable of unraveling the mirror's mysteries. Summoning the last vestiges of my strength, I extended my hand towards the master, yearning to push him to safety. In times of adversity, one must face challenges together. However, if it leads to a dead end, I believed it best not to involve the master. Old Zhong was indeed correct. When faced with an inescapable fate, letting go is often the wisest choice. Yet, at that moment, a shadow suddenly darted forth from behind us. Clad in a conical hat and a flowing robe, it came like the wind. It was Wang Chongang. No, rather it was the old man masquerading as Wang Chongang, donning a human skin mask. Chapter 60. Return my life. When Wang Chongang suddenly appeared, an immediate sense of foreboding washed over me. The villain had arrived. Instinctively, I uttered, "Master, run." However, once the words left my lips, I realized I was merely succumbing to anxiety. Despite Wang Chongang donning a human mask, it did not necessarily imply he would resort to violence. After all, he had been following us for quite some time and had ample opportunities to strike. Surely, he wouldn't have remained patient until now? With that thought, a glimmer of hope ignited within me as I perceived Wang Chongyang as my only lifeline. His prowess surpassed that of old Zhong and was on par with the false president. If he chose to intervene, perhaps he could confront the female specter within the mirror. Yet, my hopes were soon dashed as the wretched creature, in a cruel twist, toyed with my expectations, only to extinguish them with a chilling reality. Wang Chongyang swiftly approached the eighth mirror, but did not extend his hand to rescue me. To my astonishment, he abruptly reached for the master, forcefully pushing him toward the mirror. The master, already wavering in his desire to enter, was thrust in completely by Wang Chongyang's shove. At that moment, all that remained of me was a shoulder protruding from the mirror, my face pressed against its surface, struggling for breath as despair enveloped me. Desperately, I shouted, "Little Fox, quickly take action against Wang Chongyang." Although Little Fox seemed to harbor some resentment toward me, she did not hesitate and lunged at Wang Chongyang, transformed into a fox. Her agility was remarkable. She leaped onto Wang Chongyang's shoulder and aimed to bite his neck. However, Wang Chongyang remained unfazed, or perhaps he had anticipated this move. With his right hand still gripping the master, his left hand produced a talisman, which he promptly pressed against Little Fox. I recognized that talisman. Previously, Wang Chongyang had given me one in the outside world, which I had used on Little Fox, setting her ablaze and prompting her to leap through a window. Thus, while effective against her, it was not lethal. As expected, when the talisman adhered to Little Fox, she tumbled from Wang Chongyang's neck to the ground. Flames erupted around her, and she rolled several times before reverting to human form, extinguishing the fire in the process. The peculiar nature of Wang Chongyang's talisman was evident. When Little Fox was human, it transformed her into a fox, and when she was a fox, it reverted her back to human form. It remained unclear whether Wang Chongyang lacked the ability to eliminate Little Fox, or if he refrained from doing so for reasons unbeknownst to me. Once she regained her human form, Little Fox barely paused before lunging at Wang Chongyang once more. Yet, with a mere flick of his hand, he effortlessly cast her aside. In the next instant, a chilling breeze swept through, sending shivers down my spine, and darkness enveloped my vision. "Vizi, wake up, wake up." I felt someone shaking my body, calling out to me, and then I awakened. As I opened my eyes, The first sight that greeted me was the rather disheveled visage of the master. Though he was merely in his early 30s, his appearance belied his age, and his face loomed uncomfortably close to mine, startling me. I hastily inquired, "What is happening? Where are we?" The master shook his head and replied, "I have no idea. When I regained consciousness, you were already beside me. I, too, have just awakened." I nodded, pondering whether we had both been ensnared by the female specter and pushed into the mirror by Wang Chong'an. Could it truly be? How could such a slender mirror contain both of us? The peculiarity of the situation was overwhelming. As I was lost in thought, an unsettling sensation arose in my posterior. A slight itch as if something were prodding me. Could it be a small insect? Instinctively, I reached beneath myself to investigate. My fingers soon encountered a cold, clammy object. Intrigued yet apprehensive, I brought it before my eyes, and both the master and I simultaneously let out a horrified scream. To my dismay, it was a severed hand. A wet and lifeless palm. The fingers twitched unnervingly. I was so frightened that I flung the dismembered hand away, while the master clutched my arm, revealing his own trepidation. Despite my fear, I felt an inexplicable sense of oppression at the thought that this severed hand had recently been in such close proximity to me. I shouted for Xiao Sao, yet my voice echoed unanswered. Was it possible that the master and I were truly separated from her? Were they outside the mirror while we remained trapped within? A glance exchanged with the master revealed a shared sense of despair. The situation was truly overwhelming. The master swiftly retrieved the peach with sword left to him by old Zhong and, grasping my hand, we cautiously approached the severed hand I had earlier dislodged from beneath me. The pale hand continued to twitch on the ground. With determination, the master thrust the peach with sword into the hand, piercing it, then brought it closer for inspection. To our astonishment, the severed hand bore a striking resemblance to something familiar. Its pallor was unsettling, and the nails were unnaturally long, several centimeters in length, with blood caked beneath them. Could this be the very hand of the female specter that had attempted to ensnare the master and me? The blood beneath the nails, our blood, was unmistakable. How had such a fearsome apparition lost her hand? Who had done this? Was it Wang Chong'an? Or perhaps Xiao Sao? Or were we not merely ensconced within the mirror, but had stumbled into a peculiar realm inhabited by other formidable beings? Regardless, we resolved to explore further. Together, we prepared to navigate this strange land. Glancing up to find no sun, moon, or stars above us, only wild grass beneath our feet, as if we were in an uncharted wilderness. Before long, we spotted another severed hand on the ground nearby. Moving forward, we discovered a woman clad in white lying on the ground, her hands brutally severed. She was none other than the specter who had sought to drag me into the mirror. It seemed that someone had indeed intervened to assist the master and me. The master hastily raised his voice, calling out, "Hey, noble hero, benefactor, where are you? Are you here? Please come out and meet us. I wish to pay my respects." Soon, the echoes of his voice returned, indicating that the area was not particularly vast, and the potential expert did not respond to our calls. At that moment, the master, filled with reverence, nodded and remarked, "Truly a master of the craft, performing good deeds without seeking recognition, exuding a remarkable aura that I admire. However, I would appreciate it even more if they could emerge to protect us." Just as the master finished murmuring, several sounds suddenly erupted from a distance. The soft sobbing resonated nearby, resembling the cries of a woman, intertwined with the whimpers of some creature. The master leaned closer to me, and I reciprocated, both our hearts rising to our throats. We strained our ears to listen, and soon the cries and eerie sounds multiplied, enveloping us. Could it be that numerous restless spirits linger here? Or perhaps some peculiar animal? At that moment, the master suddenly exclaimed, "Heavens! This cannot be the village of wild spirits, can it?" The village of wild spirits, a place previously mentioned by old Zhong, was said to be a realm of the underworld, past the Wangxiang Terrace, the Evil Dog Ridge, and the Golden Rooster Mountain, leading directly to the village of wild spirits. I directly addressed the master, "Stop with the nonsense. The village of wild spirits belongs to the underworld. We have long departed from there. And we haven't crossed the Evil Dog Ridge or the Golden Rooster Mountain. How could we possibly have arrived here?" The master nodded thoughtfully and continued, "Wei Zi, I suddenly have a thought. Do you think we could have been strangled to death by that female ghost? Her hand might have severed us before we died. Perhaps we are already spirits ourselves? Otherwise, why would we hear so many ghostly cries?" I couldn't help but roll my eyes at the master. He certainly didn't resemble a Taoist with such fanciful notions. However, I was also drawn into his words and pinched myself hard, wincing in pain. Surely I could not be a ghost, could I? Meanwhile, the master had reached into his pants, fidgeting nervously. I asked him what he was doing, and he replied in a panic, It's over. I can't feel this anymore. We might really be dead." I mimicked old Zhong and lightly tapped the master on the head, exasperatedly saying, "You're just scared stiff. How can you still be erect?" Just as I finished speaking, the cries grew louder and more frequent, seemingly drawing nearer. Could it be that restless spirits were approaching us? The master and I exchanged glances. He tightly gripped the peachwood sword, ready for a fight. Soon, we saw several shadows emerging from a distance. The poor lighting made it difficult to see clearly. But we discerned that they were drifting towards us. Following that, we heard several hoarse, soul-chilling voices. Wang Zhongling, return my life. As those mournful, chilling sounds echoed, I immediately turned to the master and exclaimed, damn it, weren't you called Go Jian? Is Wang Zhongling really you? The master then said to me, indeed. My name is Go Jian, and I had thought Wang Zhongling was another of your appellations. As soon as he finished speaking, the master suddenly burst into laughter, chuckling twice. Amidst his mirth, he remarked, ha ha, those restless spirits are in search of Wang Zhongling. It has nothing to do with us. How splendidly fortunate. After this, the master, adjusting his voice, began to call out, hey, Wang Zhongling, where are you? Friends are looking for you. Goodness, the master's mischief was quite outrageous. But I found it delightful. Thus, I joined him in calling out, hey, Wang Zhongling, where are you? Friends are looking for you. Chapter 61. Brothers together with the master, I strained my voice, calling out for Wang Zhongling. After a prolonged effort, there was still no sign of him. Perhaps he was merely a coward, hiding away. However, the spectral figures lurking not far from us were drawing ever closer, and when I glanced over hastily, I could count at least 6 or 7 of them, encircling us with ominous intent. A sense of foreboding crept over me, prompting me to urgently poke the master, urging him to cease his shouting, for those apparitions seemed indifferent to our identities. The master paused momentarily, rubbed his eyes, and peered into the distance before exclaiming, damn it. Could they be blind spirits? Didn't my teacher say that malevolent spirits usually possess keen insight? Why are these ones so dull? After this, he quickly added, if they truly cannot recognize us, they might just be a bunch of pathetic wretches. Don't be anxious. My teacher has said you've made progress. We can certainly handle a group of weakling ghosts. With that, the master shook his peachwood sword, seemingly rallying his own spirits. I nodded in agreement, taking the talismans he handed me while tightly gripping a spirit tower. Before long, those forlorn specters had approached us, now just a short distance away. I stole a glance at them, 7 or 8 in total, comprising both the young and the old, men and women, and even a large black dog among them. They were baring their teeth and incessantly chanting, Wang Zhongling, return my life. Particularly the large black dog, whether it was merely a dog or a dog spirit, I could not say, barked fiercely at the master and me, instilling a sense of dread within our hearts. In the realm of the supernatural, beasts often wield greater power than humans, for to attain sentience and transform into spirits, they must exert far greater effort than mere mortals. In no time, the 7 or 8 forlorn souls lunged at us. As the master and I prepared to strategize our defense against these malevolent spirits, I quickly realized, to my dismay, that they all seemed to be targeting me, rendering the master a mere bystander. In the blink of an eye, the large black dog had reached my side, sinking its teeth into my trouser leg, attempting to pull me down. Simultaneously, the forlorn souls were not idle. Their forms, as if weightless, floated up, and one small ghost, perhaps around 7 or 8 years old, mounted my shoulders. They began to tear at my clothing, clawing and biting. While the methods of combat for ghosts differ from those of humans, resulting in less physical pain, I found the experience far more distressing. It felt as though my very soul was lost, and I could not pinpoint where the discomfort lay. It was an emptiness that resonated from the depths of my being, a shivering tremor of the spirit. Though I possessed a robust constitution, as Lao Zhong had claimed that minor spirits dared not approach me. When confronted by those with the audacity to do so, my life was surely at stake. Lacking any formidable skills, I swayed unsteadily before collapsing to the ground. At that moment, the master noticed my distress and rushed towards me. Brandishing his peachwood sword against the malevolent spirits, he shouted, "Have you all gone blind? This is my brother, Wang Wei, not the Wang Zhongling you seek. Clear out of the way, or I shall show no mercy." The peachwood sword left by the old clock indeed proved to be somewhat useful. One of the middle-aged specters was swiftly dispatched by the master's strike and vanished. However, these spirits seemed frenzied, relentlessly pursuing me, which left me utterly disheartened. What a stroke of misfortune! What connection do I have with that Wang Zhongling? As I pondered this, my heart suddenly skipped a beat. An image flashed through my mind. The figure of the man outside the mirror, confined behind a metal door, inflicting harm upon himself. Surely, that wretched soul cannot be the infamous Wang Zhongling? He bore an uncanny resemblance to him, and I nearly mistook him upon first glance. With this thought, I hastily exclaimed, "Esteemed heroes, you have mistaken me. I am not Wang Zhongling. The person you seek is beyond the mirror. Do you possess a means to escape? I can guide you to him." Alas, these malevolent spirits paid no heed to my words, their intentions to enact violence upon me unwavering. The master appeared enraged. drawing forth several talismans and directly affixing them to these vengeful ghosts. Yet, it was evident that these spirits had absorbed an excessive amount of yang energy, rendering them formidable. They merely hesitated momentarily before resuming their assault, tugging at my hair and biting me, leaving me chilled to the bone. In desperation, the master leapt onto me, attempting to shield me from their attacks. I felt on the verge of collapse, experiencing the torment of being ensnared by ghosts for the first time. I implored the master. These spirits have clearly marked me as their target and will not relent. Seize this opportunity and flee. I can hear my echoes. This space cannot be vast. And you should swiftly find an exit. The master retorted with a firm command. Silence. He then pressed himself against me, pushing my body forward in an effort to distance me from the clutches of the malevolent spirits. After only a few strides, the master suddenly exclaimed with palpable excitement, "Look! Over there, a glimmer of light. That might be the exit. We must hurry, Wei Zi." With that, he swung the peachwood sword in a wide arc and hurled several talismans, taking advantage of the momentary disorientation of the wandering souls. The master dragged me toward the source of the light. My heart felt hollow, as though my spirit had yet to return, mechanically shuffling along behind the master. Indeed, I was crawling rather than running, for I could scarcely stand. I could hear the wailing of ghosts behind us. They were still in pursuit. Nevertheless, the speed we unleashed, propelled by desperation, was astonishing, bringing us closer to the radiant light. However, as we finally reached the source of illumination, the sight before us left us bewildered. We stumbled, our collective breath escaping us, collapsing onto the ground. To our dismay, this so-called beacon of hope was not an exit at all, but rather a dense gathering of ghostly figures, swirling like a multitude of bats, their intentions unclear. I held my breath alongside the master, afraid to utter a word lest we attract the attention of the throng of malevolent spirits surrounding us. As I noticed the solitary souls behind us closing in, despair washed over me. Who on earth was this Wang Zhongling, and how had he provoked such a multitude of vengeful ghosts? It is known that wild spirits typically do not harm the living. Could it be that these lonely souls had all perished at the hands of Wang Zhongling? Just as my confusion and desperation reached a peak, the master suddenly exclaimed, "The soul tethering formation! The soul tethering formation! There lies a master at its core. Quickly, let us seek assistance." The direction the master indicated led directly to the heart of the ghostly horde. To my astonishment, I indeed saw 7 radiant, multicolored talismans hovering above the center of the wild spirits, the very light we had previously observed emanating from these symbols. These talismans appeared somewhat familiar. Both the elder and the chairman had wielded them. Could it be that the elder had entered the fray to cast a spell? If that were the case, I had misjudged him. Perhaps he was endeavoring to restrain the multitude of malevolent spirits on our behalf. The previous 7 or 8 ghosts had nearly claimed my life. Should this entire horde attack simultaneously, I would surely be overwhelmed. At that moment, a voice emanated from the soul-tethering formation. "What are you waiting for? Come quickly." It was unmistakably the elder Wang Chongnong's voice. I resolved then to cast caution aside. Even if Wang Chongnong were nefarious, it was preferable to face him than to be ensnared by the wicked spirits. Thus, the master and I dashed towards the epicenter of the soul-tethering formation. I noticed that the malevolent spirits appeared momentarily stunned, struggling to break free from their bindings yet unable to escape. Wang Chongnong stood there, a copper mirror in hand, reciting incantations directed at the floating talismans, presumably casting a spell. We hurried to his side, and it was then that I noticed a golden door radiating warmth behind him. Perhaps it was not merely a door, but rather the reverse side of a mirror. I felt an urge to step through this golden portal, yet trepidation gripped me. The door not only emanated light but also exuded a palpable heat. Even from a distance, I could feel the warmth enveloping me. Would I be scorched if I passed through? As the master and I awaited the completion of Wang Chongyang's incantation, he suddenly hurled the copper mirror into the air, then, with a swift motion, kicked the master squarely in the back, propelling him towards the searing golden door. I distinctly heard a hissing sound, unmistakably the master being singed. Bewildered by Wang Chongyang's erratic behavior, one moment a friend, the next an adversary, I disregarded my confusion and rushed to grasp the master. However, his form had already melded with the golden door. His back was turned to me, obscuring his visage, though I could hear his anguished cries as if he were enduring great torment. I reached out to grasp the master, but he was immovable, his body convulsing as if his very soul were being drawn away. Soon, his voice, faint and fragile, echoed through the air. "Quickly, Wei Zi, slip through the gap beside me. Remember, once you step outside, if you can prevent me from entering, do so. If not, then so be it. You must live well, and the debt you owe me must be repaid in the next life." After saying this, the master fell silent. I noticed a narrow gap beside him, prompting me to approach him directly. Remaining inside served no purpose, so I squeezed through the narrow opening beside the master. Soon, Wang Chongnong followed suit. Upon emerging, I was immediately greeted by a rush of fresh air. However, upon seeing the master before me, my heart sank. I felt a sudden lack of oxygen, as if my consciousness was slipping away, and I nearly fainted. The master's eyes widened in shock, his mouth agape, pressed tightly against the mirror behind him. He appeared lifeless, yet his lips seemed to form the words, "Brother." Chapter 62. A brother returned. Observing the master's lifeless expression, I was reluctant to accept the grim reality. I dashed towards him, embracing him tightly, yearning to pull him back from behind the mirror. The master was not dead. He could not possibly be dead, for I had yet to repay him. How could he leave this world? Yet, his body seemed firmly affixed to the mirror, as if bound by a powerful adhesive. I realized that the searing heat had surely seared him to the surface. I could only imagine the excruciating torment he must have endured in that moment. Clutching his body, I frantically called out his name, Gojian, Gojian. Tears streamed down my face, uncontrollable and relentless. Gojian, you wretched man, awaken. At that instant, I felt a slight movement from his body, igniting a spark of hope within me. I quickly lifted my gaze to the master, only to be met with disappointment. The movement was not a sign of awakening. Rather, it was the result of someone wielding an iron spike, piercing the master's skull. The perpetrator was none other than Wang Chongyang, who, with one hand grasping the spike and the other clutching a piece of green jade, seemed intent on some nefarious purpose. I felt on the verge of collapse, yet a fierce desire for vengeance propelled me forward. I drew my knife and, without hesitation, lunged at Wang Chongyang. Surprisingly, he did not evade my attack. Instead, he allowed my blade to pierce his side. As I withdrew the knife, intent on delivering another strike to this depraved elder, I found that Wang Chongyang had already placed the jade over the small hole created by the spike in the master's head, swiftly pocketing it afterward. Having completed this act, Wang Chongyang did not retaliate but seized my hand with an iron grip, dragging me aside. At that moment, I heard the voices of my companions calling for me. Just as I was about to summon their assistance, Wang Chongyang made a gesture for silence and reached towards his own face. What? Was Wang Chongyang about to unmask himself? A wave of curiosity restrained my voice, and I remained silent. Slowly, he tore away the chin of his human skin mask. With a swift motion, he ripped off the entire mask. When I beheld his face, I was rendered speechless, holding my breath and instinctively stepping back. This face had appeared so familiar. Although somewhat aged, was this not the visage of the master himself? The master had always possessed a mature appearance, making him seem older even in his youth. This had its advantages, for aging would not alter him significantly. Even with the wrinkles now adorning his face, I recognized him immediately. In that moment, I was utterly bewildered, at a loss for words. The elder then addressed me, Wang Wei, greetings. I am Wang Gojian. Wang Gojian, Master Wang, Gojian. Could it be that this elder was truly the master? Staring at him in a daze, I felt an overwhelming sense of confusion, unsure of how to confront him. He continued to say to me, those who were destined to die have perished, and I lack the power to alter that fate. Now, only a few remain, and I am no longer afraid of the consequences that change may bring. Ask me whatever you wish. My heart raced, nearly leaping from my throat. To be honest, I had a myriad of questions swirling in my mind, yet I was at a loss as to where to begin. The old man went on. A friendly reminder. I hail from 20 years hence, and in that lifetime, we were not brothers. Therefore, even if you become a brother to my past self, the debts owed to him must still be settled by me. His words plunged me into a reverie of memories about my master. It was somewhat amusing. Yet as I laughed, tears began to flow. I suddenly recalled the last time the old man was nearly done away with by a fraudulent leader. In his desperation to escape, he had even cast away his spirit orb. His acute fear of death mirrored that of my master. Could it be that the old man truly was my master from 20 years in the future? I steadied my emotions and inquired, are you indeed my master from 20 years hence? He nodded, prompting me to ask further, how did you return to the past? How have you become so formidable? Have you previously traversed this parallel space? The old man replied succinctly, I returned to the past because of that little fox. I have grown stronger due to innate talent. As for whether I have entered this space and graveyard before, the answer is no. Damn, innate talent. The old man's demeanor had shed its pretense, revealing a rather lecherous quality akin to my master. Yet, his words bore an air of authenticity. For the elder in Wuying village had also mentioned that only 5 of us had entered last time. I could not resist probing further. If you have never been here, how do you know there would be dangers in the past? You seem quite knowledgeable about this space and graveyard. Wang Chongyang responded. That is because one of the 5 who entered last time managed to escape. More accurately, it was a soul that escaped, and she informed me. Upon hearing this, a realization dawned upon me. The only soul that had managed to flee was likely the landlady from the guest house. Gradually, I began to believe the old man's words. He must truly be my master from 20 years in the future. It turned out that in that lifetime, after my master went missing, He began searching for Master Lao Zhong. However, he was merely an amateur, lacking genuine skill, and after more than a year, he gave up, intending to abandon his Taoist pursuits in favor of a proper job. Yet, at the age of 33, his calamity struck, and he became ensnared by a malevolent spirit. Fortunately, he escaped by the skin of his teeth, and his innate yang body, sealed by Master Lao Zhong, was finally unshackled. Once released, his Taoist aptitudes surged dramatically, and coupled with his insight, he swiftly achieved significant accomplishments. He garnered the attention of the association president and successfully joined the Spirit Hunting Association. The old man never ceased his quest for Master Lao Zhong, yet to no avail. One fateful day, 20 years later, while pursuing a malevolent spirit, he fortuitously arrived at a mountain peak, where, despite failing to capture the spirit, he encountered the landlady who had just escaped from the parallel space. It refers to the soul of the last mischievous spirit that escaped from the parallel realm. At that time, the spirit sought assistance from the old man, pleading for his help. Although spirits are often deceptive, the moment he beheld the gaze of the elderly woman, he began to believe, especially when the spirit mentioned the old bell, which solidified the old man's faith. Furthermore, the spirit was wearing an ancient human mask crafted from the skin of my previous self, compelling the old man to accept its authenticity. Notably, this spirit did not emerge alone. She was accompanied by a fire fox demon. This fox demon had attained a century's worth of cultivation and was on the verge of transforming into human form. Fire foxes are considered sacred among demons, endowed with many unforeseen abilities. Particularly during their transformation, they possess a unique opportunity to traverse time and space to choose their place of metamorphosis, albeit at a significant cost to their cultivation, which is why such actions are rarely undertaken. The fox demon was eager to assist the spirit, and together, utilizing the fire fox's powers, they returned to 20 years prior, to a time before we had entered the tomb. However, due to the considerable loss of its cultivation, the fox failed to complete its transformation and lost contact with them. Unexpectedly, when they sought us out, we had already discovered the fire fox, as they had returned to the past through it, leaving them unprepared for our encounter. They were also concerned about potential puppet masters orchestrating events from behind the scenes, prompting the old man to don the human skin mask provided by the elderly woman. This was to prevent the master from recognizing him, considering their striking resemblance. Moreover, if there were indeed hidden manipulations, this guise could potentially draw them out. This mask was a precaution suggested by my previous self, allowing the spirit to remember me throughout her life if she managed to escape. Initially, the old man intended to leverage his abilities to turn the tide, given that this matter involved his master, making it imperative for him to act. However, he soon realized that even the smallest alteration could trigger a butterfly effect, potentially resulting in far graver consequences. Alarmingly, the elderly woman acted independently, even attempting to use my hand to burn her past self to halt the entire ordeal. This act instilled suspicion in me, compelling the old man to extract my earthly soul. Yet, this led to an even greater butterfly effect, as my malevolent earthly soul began to scheme against old Zhang's wife. Unbeknownst to me, I was unwittingly dragged back into the fray due to the actions of the mischievous spirit. In a moment of desperation, the old man resolved to eliminate old Zhang and the young woman, particularly since the elderly woman had claimed they would eventually betray them. However, despite their demise, the old bell still appeared. The old man couldn't bring himself to harm his own master, so he opted for a surgical procedure on his master's mind, ensuring he would lose certain memories and remain uninvolved. Just as everything seemed poised to conclude, he and the elderly woman made an agreement to take the mischievous spirit and the spiritual orb, dispersing her essence and that of her past self. Ultimately, moved by the bond between me and the spirit, he attempted to resurrect her before departing. It was precisely for this reason that the elderly woman confronted the old man that night, questioning why he had deceived her when everything had been agreed upon. At this pivotal moment on the brink of success, a false precedent unexpectedly emerged, leading to utter defeat. The essence of the elder woman dissipated in that instant. Ultimately, we found ourselves ensnared by the imposter, all transported into this parallel dimension. The old man had no choice but to follow suit. In the first graveyard, he initially intended to employ a curse to eliminate old Zhang, hoping to hasten our progress. However, the butterfly effect struck once more. Old Zhang intervened to break the curse, causing old Zhang to nearly take my life instead. Consequently, the old man refrained from reckless actions, fearful that his interference might incite further complications. Throughout this ordeal, he maintained his composure until we reached the water tomb. Once we crossed that river, we would gain access to the earth tomb, yet the young woman unraveled everything, and the malevolent spirits in the water dragged us under. In the end, the old man had to steady himself, aware that any impulsive move could lead to unnecessary troubles. After all, life is not something one can alter at will. He lacked such immense power. It was only moments ago that he personally eradicated his former self for my sake, which emboldened him to reveal his true identity to me. In this realm, he was the sole version of himself, theoretically eliminating the possibility of significant butterfly effects. Listening to the old man's words and gazing at his visage, I found myself momentarily at a loss for words, my heart a tumult of emotions. Should I address him as Wang Chongong or master? At that moment, he spoke directly to me. I have said all that needs to be said. We have only one grave left. Do not disclose my true identity to those two women just yet. Last time, your girlfriend emerged from there, concealing the events of the final grave from me. Therefore, they may soon harbor secrets. It is crucial to remain composed. I nodded, and in that instant, trust for the old man surged within me. He then patted my shoulder and assured me we will surely escape. Just now, in my past moments before death, I sealed his memories with jade. Once we are out, I will seek an opportunity to return to the past and repay you with a brother's life. Chapter 63. My face, the old man declared that he would sacrifice his life to restore my brother, though I remained perplexed by his words. As the saying goes, both the palm and the back of the hand are flesh. Although my bond was forged with the master, this old man is destined to become a master himself. If the opportunity arises, and he truly intends to use his life to reclaim the memories of the master resting in the grave, I cannot ascertain whether I would accept such a proposition. My emotions were indeed tumultuous, reflecting on how the previous bold one had fortuitously escaped, willing to go to any lengths to incinerate her former self to spare me from misfortune. I felt an overwhelming sense of guilt for the many I seemed to have wronged. Who was I to deserve such devotion? Moreover, I harbored a nagging question. After the previous bold one escaped, why did she end up with a firefox demon? This firefox demon was evidently the little one. Yet how did she come to be by the side of the bold one, given that the latter had never set foot in the graveyard? The old man also mentioned that this graveyard operates on a 20-year cycle. Was I to wait 2 decades to emerge, or would some other opportunity present itself? At that moment, the old man patted my shoulder and said, "Do not dwell on such thoughts. Our sole purpose now is to escape. Only by leaving this space and returning to the real world can we hope to uncover the truth. There are countless questions awaiting our resolution." I nodded at the old man. Despite his status as the master, I found it challenging to engage with him as I would in casual conversation. Perhaps due to the disparity in our ages. Vivi, where are you?" The bold one's voice rang out. "We just saw you. Where are you?" My sister and I had already located the exit. The bold one's voice echoed again, while the old man donned the human skin mask he had peeled from the aged visage of my former self. He gestured discreetly for me to remain composed and to keep his secret. I nodded in understanding and responded to the bold one. I'm here. With that, I hurried towards them, while the old man chose to hide, likely wishing to observe further from the shadows. Before long, I reunited with the bold and little ones. Noticing my pale complexion, the bold one tenderly reached out to touch my face and inquired about my well-being. Meanwhile, the little one squinted her eyes and peered behind me, exclaiming, "Where is that person? Wasn't there someone with you just now?" I think it was Wang Chongong. True to her nature as a spirit, the little one possessed keen eyesight and insight. I diverted the conversation, stating, "The master has passed away, and my mind is in disarray. I have nothing further to say." Upon hearing that the master had died, both women gasped in shock. It was evident that they held a certain affection for the master, that roguish uncle figure, especially for the little one, who typically exuded vivacity. It was rare to witness a glimmer of melancholy in her demeanor. No longer would a man trail behind her, calling her fox fairy sister. I led the two women to the master's lifeless body, where we performed 3 bows of respect. And then I inquired of the bold one where the exit was and how they had managed to find it. Xiao pointed at Xiao Sao, claiming it was she who had detected the scent. I was taken aback. How could such an exit be perceived by smell? This assertion was utterly bizarre. Xiao Sao, typically oblivious to her surroundings, had just moments ago lamented the death of the master, yet now she appeared quite pleased with herself. With her head held high, she proclaimed. It was indeed I who sensed it. Just moments ago, a familiar fragrance wafted by. We approached the source, where a metallic wall stood. My sister and I pushed against it several times to no avail. However, just as we were about to depart, a door unexpectedly opened in the wall, undoubtedly leading to the exit. I nodded in understanding, contemplating that the door's sudden appearance was likely due to the master's sacrifice. His young gold essence had activated the properties of this place. We 3 prepared to advance towards the door. I reflected on how the previous versions of myself had aged in this very spot, pondering the passage of time they had endured. I admired their longevity. Yet, the old man had mentioned that even among the same group, experiences could differ vastly, perhaps subjecting them to greater trials. Yet, their discoveries might also have been more abundant. This expanse was immense, and we had traversed directly through the earthen tomb, the very source of all vitality. I surmised that the earlier versions of myself must have accumulated ample energy before entering the Yang Gold tomb. However, I felt no such need, this time. I was fortunate to have the masters, Xiao Sao's, and the old man's assistance. I believed I might soon escape this realm. Filled with a mix of relief and melancholy as we slowly approached the exit Dasa had mentioned. Yet, scarcely had we taken 2 steps when a series of loud thuds echoed from behind us. Instantly, I recognized the sound. It was that masochist indulging in his self-inflicted torment once more. Both Dasa and Xiao Sao halted, exchanging glances, and Xiao Sao quickly suggested, "Sister, shall we investigate?" The disquieting noise stirred my heart. I felt compelled to discover what was amiss. Dasa nodded in agreement, expressing her curiosity as well. While they were eager to proceed, I was reluctant and hastily interjected, "What is there to see? We are about to exit. Let us not invite any trouble. We should move along." Nevertheless, the 2 girls were somewhat obstinate, with Dasa understandingly nodding while Xiao Sao pouted, insisting, "No, I must see. My curiosity is unbearable." We found the exit. So there is no rush? With that, Xiao Sao set off towards the source of the sound, and Dasa followed suit. Women can be quite bothersome at times. So I had no choice but to chase after them. Soon, we arrived at the metallic chamber, and lo and behold, it was indeed that foolish masochist slamming against the door. Yet this time, his fervor was intensified, striking with alarming frequency as if determined to meet his demise through sheer force. Upon seeing this wall slammer, both Dasa and Xiao Sao gasped simultaneously, momentarily taken aback. Dasa grasped my hand, urging me to flee, clearly sensing the threat posed by this masochist. He bore an uncanny resemblance to me, yet he was not me. This was absurd, and he was surely no benign entity. However, Xiao Sao remained rooted in place, staring vacantly, entranced. I gazed at Xiao Sao with confusion. Momentarily taken aback by her expression, usually so vivacious, she now appeared profoundly sorrowful. To my astonishment, tears were streaming down her face. How could the self-destructive soul be crying? I quickly reached out and nudged her, urging, "Xiao Sao, why are you crying? Forget about it. That person is not me. Just let him crash into oblivion. Let us move on." However, Xiao Sao suddenly implored, Wei, hurry, hit me. I'm not crying. I truly am not crying." Tears flowed uncontrollably, as if I were under some malevolent influence. What nonsense was Xiao Sao uttering? There was no one else here who could possibly be controlling her. Was it the old man lurking in the shadows? Disregarding it, I gave Xiao Sao a firm slap on the back of her head. Yet she continued to weep in that metallic chamber. I pondered what could possibly warrant such tears and couldn't help but glance at that self-destructive individual. Could he be the cause of her distress? To my dismay, it turned out he indeed was, no longer ramming against the door. This tormented soul fixed his bloodied gaze upon Xiao Sao, his visage grotesque and chilling as he contorted his face into terrifying expressions. He opened his mouth, seemingly attempting to strangle himself in front of her. Suddenly, he snapped his mouth shut, blood gushing from the corners. To my horror, he spat out a small piece of flesh, presumably the tip of his own tongue, as if he intended to bite it off in a frenzy of despair. Madness. Pure madness. After expelling his tongue, he reached towards his own eyes with alarming fervor. This self-destructive maniac was about to gouge out his own eyeballs. It was no wonder Xiao Sao was crying. Despite her age, she was still a child by human standards. If a young child were to witness such a spectacle, they would not only be frightened to tears but would likely faint from terror. Resolute, I approached the metallic door and delivered a powerful punch, exclaiming, "You lunatic. Keep it down. Do you believe I won't end you?" However, as my fist struck the door, I found myself frozen in place. To my dismay, my hand could not retract, as if it were glued to the door. The self-destructive figure lunged towards me with fervor, though separated by the metal barrier. His bloodied face pressed against the door, his dislodged eyeball glaring back at me, rendering me utterly disoriented, consumed by an overwhelming urge to flee. But escape was futile. It felt as though I were being drawn into the very door itself, as if my insides were being siphoned away. It was as though my very essence were being drained, leaving me hollow. He pressed his face closer to mine, blood dripping from his gaping mouth as he warned, "Do not come back. Do not come back. Kill that woman. Kill that woman." As he spoke, he pointed accusingly at Xiao Sao. How could the self-destructive soul, who had previously been mute, now suddenly possess the ability to speak? Soon, I came to realize that perhaps it was the Master's Yang Gold fate that transformed this masochist into something more human, validating my suspicions. When we die in each grave 9 times, it is possible that there are souls reborn within each tomb. Who on earth is this individual that compels me to slay the little vixen? Fortunately, at that moment, the metallic door suddenly trembled, and the masochist collapsed to the ground. Falling into a pool of blood, I stumbled and fell, my heart racing with trepidation. Just as I prepared to rise and pull the little vixen towards the exit, the larger vixen suddenly turned to me and shouted, only to weaken and collapse to the ground as well. I found it rather peculiar. Was I truly that terrifying to frighten her so? At that moment, the metallic door reflected light much like a mirror, and I instinctively glanced into it. When I beheld my reflection, I gasped, my eyes nearly leaping from their sockets. I felt suffocated, breathless, my mind blank, devoid of awareness. My God. What has happened to my face? I have aged. I have become the visage of Wang Chongyang. Just then, a sharp, crisp sound echoed from behind me. It must have been a mirror shattering. Chapter 64. The Master's Fulfillment. With a sudden crash, the mirror shattered, leaving me unable to see the shards behind me. Yet my heart felt as if it had been sliced open by the fragments. Gazing at my reflection in the metallic door, a profound sense of loss enveloped me, draining my body of all strength, rendering me akin to a puddle of mud. I had aged in the blink of an eye. Fate, destiny. Was this truly my fate? The mirror lay shattered, undoubtedly the one that had reflected the Master's lifeless form. Could the Master not die in my stead, forcing me to confront this inevitable calamity? To be honest, despair began to creep in, just when I thought I could glimpse a path forward. I was struck down with a heavy blow that left me utterly dazed. At that moment, the girl beside me began to recover, attempting to rise but instead crawling toward me. She reached my side and laid her head on my chest, her delicate hand caressing my weathered face. Damn it, truth be told, I felt older than the previous versions of myself, now adorned with wrinkles. As she touched my face, the contrast between her smooth skin and my aged visage was stark. She spoke softly, Vivi, do not fear. No matter how you change, I will always be by your side. Her words gradually lifted my spirits. Despite feeling unworthy of her youthful beauty, I realized I was still alive. As long as I drew breath, I had to do something for her, to help her escape. Thus, I regained a flicker of determination, clenching my fist to test whether I had grown stronger. After all, the outside world had claimed I had transformed from a mere priest into a hidden master. Now that I had aged, I was curious to see if I had indeed become that elusive figure. However, disappointment washed over me. What a farce to think I had become a hidden master. I could hardly hold my fist steady, my entire being devoid of strength, resembling nothing more than a feeble old man. Soon, fatigue settled over my eyes, and a drowsiness enveloped me. At that moment, the girl beside me seemed to regain her composure, ceasing her tears and squatting next to me, anxiously asking what was wrong. The girl urgently turned to her sister. Sister, you must think of a way. What has happened to Vivi? He can age, but he must not die. The younger sister, visibly distressed, shook her head, admitting she did not know either. Just as she finished shaking her head, she suddenly pointed at the elder sister, exclaiming, Ah, sister, you too. I mustered the strength to turn my gaze toward her. To my shock, the elder sister was also beginning to age. Her face gradually transformed, soon resembling that of a middle-aged matron. In that instant, confusion reigned. Had time accelerated, propelling us 20 years into the future? Yet, why had the younger sister's face remained untouched, still radiant and youthful? Perhaps it was because she was a fox spirit, not easily subject to the ravages of time. As I pondered this, the younger sister suddenly lunged toward me. Uncertain of her intentions, I felt like a dying man and offered no resistance. Soon, the young one pressed her face against mine, lowering her head to plant her lips upon my cheek. Was she bidding me farewell? No. I quickly realized that she was licking my face. It was reminiscent of the time at my home when she had used her tongue to tend to my wounds. Could it be that my aging was a result of having my vital energy drained by that masochist, or the metallic door, perhaps even sapping my very lifespan? It is plausible, for the young one is my yin-yang counterpart. She requires my vitality to sustain her existence. As I wither and approach death, how could she remain untouched by the passage of time? Her tongue glided across my face, warm and gentle as jade, and this time I kept my eyes open, gazing at her exquisite features. Soon, she trailed her tongue from my face to my neck, even tearing at my clothing in her fervor to taste my chest. A wild act tinged with a hint of trepidation. Surprisingly, her licking brought me a significant sense of comfort, alleviating my earlier panic. A peculiar sensation of pleasure surged through me, igniting a fire within. Could her ministrations truly have such an effect? Instinctively, I turned to the mirror, but alas, my reflection revealed the same aged visage, rendering her efforts futile. Perhaps the earlier feeling of comfort was merely a fleeting glimmer of vitality. Suddenly, a chilling wail echoed from behind me. Damn it! The mirror shattered, undoubtedly releasing the malevolent spirit sealed within. Summoning the last vestiges of my strength, I urged her, run. Quickly, take the elder and flee. No sooner had I spoken than I collapsed to the ground, sensing a force dragging me away. The young one rushed to my side, but the pull was overpowering. She could not hold me back. Before long, I found myself ensnared behind the 8th mirror. Damn. It must be the mirror's curse that drew me in. It seems that only my demise could resolve this predicament. The shards of glass littered the ground. And I realized that the wild spirits were indeed free, though they seemed unable to leave the fragments, lingering upon them instead. My body lay upon the jagged glass, inflicting sharp pain. Upon seeing me, the spirits rushed forward, gnashing their teeth in a frenzy much like they had in the mirror. The young one emitted a series of threatening growls, seemingly to warn these spirits. Yet, despite their slight fear of her, they continued to torment me. Let me die. Let me die. Living is far too exhausting. If death is to come, then so be it, I thought, bewildered by my own sentiments. Perhaps a sign of my complete unraveling. At that moment, a figure dashed toward me. It was the elder Wang Chonong, or rather, the future master. He approached swiftly, depositing a bag and a peach wood sword beside me, and urged, "Hurry, get out. Leave this to me. 1 yang gold life is insufficient. I shall grant him another." Upon concluding his words, the old man swiftly lacerated his own wrist with a peach wood sword, blood gushing forth in an instant. He directed his crimson essence towards the wild specters and the shattered fragments of the mirror strewn across the ground. As he poured forth his blood, he exclaimed with a laugh, "Huh? After consuming so much corpse oil, today it shall finally serve its purpose." With that, he plunged the peach wood sword into his own flesh multiple times, blood spraying forth profusely. It appeared as though some unseen force was drawing his blood away, as it erupted from him in torrents. The once robust old man was abruptly reduced to a mere shadow of himself, resembling little more than skin stretched over bone. At this juncture, he turned to the young girl, urging her, "Hurry, quickly give your spirit pearl to Wang Wei. I must assist him in seizing longevity." Without a moment's hesitation, the girl opened her mouth, and in turn, she expelled the spirit pearl, which flew into my own mouth. Just as the pearl entered, the old man violently slashed his throat with the peachwood sword, blood splattering across my face. He then commanded me urgently, "Be swift, exit now. 2 yang gold lives will surely suffice. You did not age. Rather, your yang essence was nearly depleted. I am transferring mine to you. You can do this. You must escape. Once beyond this yang gold tomb, you shall live." Upon speaking, I observed that the blood from his neck had nearly ceased to flow, leaving him a mere skeletal figure. He stood there, dazed, as if on the brink of death. With wide eyes, he bellowed at me, "Leave. Quickly. Even if I perish here, I will find a way out. I shall seek you soon." As he spoke, his body trembled violently, and he seemed about to collapse. Though my heart ached, I understood the necessity of not lingering. Tatari would render his sacrifices in vain. At that moment, I felt a resurgence of strength coursing through me, as if I had returned to my former self. Instinctively, I touched my face, realizing I no longer bore the marks of age. I was uncertain if this was the result of the old man's selfless efforts. I gathered the belongings he had left for me and, taking the young girl by the hand, fled with the little fox. Soon, we arrived at the exit, where indeed a door had been opened. However, beyond it lay not a spacious passage, but rather a dark void. The little fox darted in without hesitation, and I urged the girl to follow before I crawled into the abyss as well. Just after traversing the opening, I quickly turned to glance back, eager to ascertain the old man's condition, fearing he might have succumbed. Alas, upon looking back, the passage had vanished, the metallic door slamming shut with a resounding thud. It was over. The old man had assured me he would find a way to seek me, yet now, that opportunity was lost. A profound emptiness enveloped my heart. Was fate truly immutable? The master of old had never ventured into this parallel realm. Thus he had fortified himself to the level of the ethereal. Yet, what good was such power if he ultimately perished here? The masters of the past and future had both shaped my destiny, just as old Zhong had advised. I yearned to break free from the shackles of fate. For the sake of the master, for old Zhong. Yet what do I possess to break free? The weakest among us, I have somehow survived. What should I do? I deeply regret not taking the time to learn genuine skills from old Zhong, instead of being consumed by the singular desire to escape. Had I heeded old Zhong's advice earlier, to refrain from hastily departing the earthen tomb, and to learn true abilities from him, perhaps I would have had a far greater opportunity to transform myself and alter the fates of the masters upon my emergence. The pangs of regret, despair, and self-reproach weigh heavily upon me, suffocating me with a myriad of negative emotions. However, at that very moment, a voice emerged. "Young one, I am here." To my astonishment, it was the old man's voice. I hurriedly scanned my surroundings but found no one. Soon, the old man's voice resonated once more in my ears. "I reside within the soul-binding mirror in your pouch. I have long proclaimed that even if my fate is lost, my spirit shall undoubtedly prevail. This is the final tomb. Muster your strength, for I shall always be with you." In the midst of despair, a flicker of joy ignited within me, illuminating a glimmer of hope and awakening an indomitable spirit. Suddenly, a peculiar scent wafted through the air. I leaned in to sniff, and to my dismay, it was overwhelmingly pungent. Chapter 65. The red eyes in the tree hollow. A pungent odor assaulted my senses, prompting me to pinch my nose and exclaim, "Goodness, what is that foul smell?" To be candid, it was quite offensive, reminiscent of entering a women's restroom. Why not a men's restroom, you ask? Because while the men's restroom is not only offensive but also carries a repugnant stench, the women's restroom primarily exudes an unpleasant musk, largely due to the scent associated with menstruation. At that moment, the small creature beside me, having reabsorbed the spirit pearl and transformed back into human form, remarked, "What foulness! It smells quite pleasant to me. I just followed this aroma to find the exit." Ah, a fox will always be a fox, accustomed to such scents, especially since the little one herself carried a faintly alluring musk. However, her fragrance was enticing, igniting a sense of desire, while the odor here was simply discomforting. As I pondered this, an unexpected shiver coursed through me. Could this place be a fox den? Indeed, the possibility was plausible. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so odorous. Moreover, the last fox that departed had taken along a nearly sentient fox demon, likely extracted from here as well. As I was lost in thought, the small creature suddenly questioned, "By the way, why did that old man save you? I always thought he was malevolent, yet it appears he is benevolent. I misjudged him all along. And why does he look like an older version of you? Aren't there already 7 of you?" The larger creature immediately echoed, "I have always believed him to be a good person, though I wavered later. However, I never imagined he would be willing to sacrifice his life." "Vivi, who exactly is he?" Their words plunged me into reflections of the master. Although the old man had previously advised me to refrain from revealing his identity to the 2 girls, now that he existed solely as a spirit, confined within the soul-binding mirror, I felt compelled to clarify his standing. Thus, I responded directly to the 2 girls, "He is a very good friend, one of us." The larger creature, quite perceptive and empathetic, sensed my reluctance to elaborate and nodded quietly, gently linking her arm with mine, as if fearing the next moment would see me lost to her. The smaller creature, however, was less discerning, pressing me with, "A friend? One of us? Who exactly is he? Do we know him?" Just as I was about to reply, I noticed a pair of glowing red eyes watching us from a distance. The dim lighting here was far worse than any graveyard I had encountered before, and our phones had long since run out of battery, leaving us without illumination. I rummaged through my bag and retrieved a matchstick, striking it to life. Upon igniting the flame, I discovered that the eyes remained fixed upon us, glowing ominously, sending a chill down my spine. I called to the 2 girls, urging them to take a look. They too confirmed they could see the eyes. A surge of impulse to approach them surged within me, yet as the sole man among us, I knew I must exercise caution. I instructed the 2 women to stay put while I ventured aside, softly addressing the spirit of the old man within the bag. Master, can you hear me? Please, help me assess the situation." Soon, the master's voice resonated, audible yet elusive. "I can hear you, but I see nothing in the copper mirror. My soul was gravely wounded, and I cannot emerge. It is solely up to you now. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, simply call for me, and we shall connect directly, allowing me to guide you." The notion of a direct connection felt almost akin to making a phone call. Nevertheless, it appeared that this was the only recourse. Grasping the peachwood sword, I returned to the side of the 2 girls. The larger girl remained quiet, while the smaller one inquired, "Who are you talking to? It's so sneaky, it's rather creepy." I refrained from responding, pondering the necessity of revealing the elder's soul predicament to them sooner rather than later. Prolonged silence might breed suspicion, which would be undesirable. I gestured for the 2 girls to remain in place and cautiously made my way toward the red eyes. Goodness, the audacity of those eyes. Even from several meters away, they remained fixed on me, unwavering. As I approached to within a meter, illuminated by the flickering flame of my torch, I was taken aback. What stood before me was neither a person nor a ghost, but rather an enormous tree. This tree was indeed substantial, with a diameter of 3 or 4 meters, certainly. 2 or 3 people would struggle to encircle it. Yet, the red eyes persisted, astonishingly embedded within the tree itself. Was this a tree spirit? I could accept the concept of animals attaining sentience, having encountered such beings before, like the smaller girl, or the leech spirit I had previously encountered. However, a tree spirit was a notion I had not previously entertained. For a plant to gain such prowess, it would require millennia of cultivation. How formidable that would be. Before long, I discerned that the eyes were not on the surface of the tree, but rather within it. Resolute, I approached the tree, my peachwood sword in hand. Upon closer inspection, I discovered 2 hollow openings within the tree, each the size of an eye, through which the fiery red eyes peered outward. Unable to contain my curiosity, I called out, "Who are you? Do not hide behind the facade. Reveal your true form if you possess the courage." No response came forth, yet the red eyes blinked, indicating that it was a living being. Since it bore no ill intent towards me, I spoke gently. "I am but a passerby in this sacred place. If I have caused any offense, I humbly asked for your understanding. With that, I turned to the two girls and beckoned. It's all right, come closer. The two women approached swiftly, and the smaller one suddenly leaned in, pressing her nose against the tree, inhaling deeply before exclaiming, "What a familiar scent. It seems to belong to a fox." A fox. How intriguing that the red eyes belonged to a fox. I wondered why it concealed itself within the tree to frighten others. I was about to suggest that the smaller girl communicate with the fox to inquire if there were any exits nearby, as her ability to converse might spare us considerable trouble. However, at that moment, the larger girl tugged at my arm and whispered, "Vivi, look there, and there, and over there. It seems there are more red eyes." Following her gaze, I was astonished to find that she was indeed correct. A pair of crimson eyes. 2 pairs of crimson eyes scanned the surroundings thoroughly, totaling 6 pairs of crimson eyes. If there were only 1 or 2 pairs, I would hardly be intrigued. For as the saying goes, humans and spirits travel divergent paths, and the entities that straddle both realms are best avoided. Especially the cunning foxes, who knows if they possess the innocence of a mere child. However, with 6 pairs of crimson eyes, I could not help but wonder whether they were connected to the previous incidents of 9 coffins and 7 corpses, 9 jars and 7 heads, 9 mirrors and 7 bodies. Although there were merely 6 pairs of eyes, the old master had mentioned that the soul of the last great spectre had managed to escape. Contemplating this, I felt compelled to seek the truth. I directly inquired of the little spectre whether she could ascertain anything. She shook her head, stating that the entities within the tree ignored her. Damn it, it seemed I had no choice but to take matters into my own hands. I pointed my peachwood sword at the eyes peering from the tree hollow and shouted, "Come out. If you do not emerge, I shall pierce your eyes." Whether it was due to an inability to comprehend human speech or some other reason, they continued to disregard me. I thrust my sword into the tree hollow, but the opening was too small for the blade to reach its target. How peculiar it was, just 2 tiny holes, yet how did this fox manage to squeeze in? While my mind was occupied with this puzzlement, the little spectre suddenly tugged at me, pointing to the top of the tree. There, I discovered a much larger hollow. With a diameter of 1 to 2 meters, not only a fox, but even 2 or 3 fully grown humans could ascend through it. Determined, I embraced the tree and began to climb, but the little spectre restrained me, shaking her head and indicating she would venture in first. Considering that she was a fox and a spirit, undoubtedly more adept than I acquiesced. I urged her to exercise caution and to call out if anything unusual occurred. The little spectre agilely leaped and clung to the tree, swiftly reaching the opening of the hollow. I drew my knife, gripping it tightly, and pointed it at the pair of crimson eyes. Before long, the little spectre had slipped into the tree hollow, and upon entry, she let out a cry. Just as I was about to stab at those eyes, her voice echoed again. "There are foxes, and there are bodies." I asked her if she could drag the bodies out, to which she replied affirmatively. Moments later, I heard a series of splashes from within the tree, and soon, the little spectre's form emerged from the upper hollow. She had pulled out a corpse. Despite having mentally prepared myself, I gasped in shock upon seeing the body. It was the corpse of the landlady, or rather, an elderly version of the little spectre. The body showed no signs of decay, appearing as though it had only recently succumbed. Strangely, perched upon the neck of the corpse was a red fox. We attempted to shoo it away, but it remained stubbornly in place. I paid the little fox no mind and hurriedly instructed the little spectre to investigate the other tree where the remaining crimson eyes resided. The little spectre proved to be quite the diligent laborer. In short order, she emerged with 6 more corpses, each and every one an aged version of the little spectre, and upon each corpse sat a red fox. I instructed Xiao Sao to approach the 7th tree, where yet another corpse was discovered. However, this 7th corpse bore no fox. The 8th tree and the 9th tree were both devoid of any remains. Chapter 66, The Great and Little Chaos, Confused in Distinction from the Hollow of the 6th Tree. 6 corpses were dragged forth, each adorned with a fox perched upon it. The 7th tree bore only a corpse, devoid of any fox. The 8th and 9th tree hollows remained empty. We, not lacking in intellect, quickly comprehended the implications of the scene before us. The most tumultuous reaction came from Desau, whose body weakened and collapsed. Fortunately, I swiftly supported her. As Desau lay cradled in my arms, she trembled and spoke with quivering lips. She, I, Dama. Wei, Dama is me, I assent it? Dama is indeed me? Despite my reluctance to plunge Desau into despair, I understood that concealment was futile. Desau, not a fool, had evidently pieced together the truth. She merely sought affirmation from me, the most significant person in her life. Thus, I replied, yes. Damasio, the you that emerges from here, 20 years hence. However, the circumstances have changed. Our first 4 graves were navigated with relative ease. Thus we shall not be delayed for long. At that moment, Desau was undoubtedly filled with confusion, yet she refrained from probing further. likely wishing to spare me from distress. Instead, she simply said, "I understand now. My heart feels much lighter. Wait, you must promise me that if I perish here, even if alone, you shall ensure to walk out alive." To alleviate the weight upon Desa's heart, I nodded and assured her, "We will certainly emerge together." Just then, Xiao Sao leaned in closer and declared, "Oh, if this corpse is an aged version of my sister, then the little fox upon her must be me, right? But I've never been to a graveyard before, and how can there be so many versions of me? Indeed, could the little foxes represent Xiao Sao? What reason could there be for them to rest upon Desa's neck?" A brief contemplation led me to deduce that each of these little foxes must be distinct. They originally belonged to this graveyard. However, Xiao Sao was meant to be upon the seventh Desa's neck but had not done so. She had escaped alongside Desa's soul, yet the reasons for their simultaneous departure and the events that transpired remained shrouded in mystery. Only the innkeeper and Xiao Sao were privy to this knowledge, yet upon Xiao Sao's exit, she was thrust back 20 years, her cultivation significantly diminished, even her memories lost. Thus, only the innkeeper retained the truth, but according to the old man, her soul had scattered. Consequently, this may forever remain an enigma. I gently patted Xiao Sao's head and remarked, "These little foxes are certainly not you. However, you were originally meant to be one of them, destined for the seventh corpse. Yet, you have traversed this parallel space." Xiao Sao tilted her head, seemingly lost in thought, before suddenly shaking her head vigorously, lamenting a headache and recalling not a single detail. At that moment, I felt the soul-binding mirror within my bag vibrate with an ominous hum. It was likely a signal from the old man. I hastily stepped aside and quietly inquired of the old man, seeking guidance or advice. The old man spoke to me. "I have overheard your conversation, and your conjecture is indeed astute. Those foxes should be the soul guardians, formidable entities within the Firefox clan, tasked with consuming the souls of the deceased. The previous soul of the deceased may have escaped due to the seventh soul guardian, known as Little Saw, who refrained from such actions. It appears that Little Saw harbors no malevolent intentions. As for her inability to recall her past, that is quite normal. Animals generally forget their previous lives when they first transform. Moreover, Little Saw assisted me in returning to 20 years ago, so her amnesia is even more understandable." I nodded, feeling a sense of relief. Deep down, I had hoped that Little Saw would not cause any trouble. However, the old man continued, "Yet, just because Little Saw may not possess ill intentions does not imply she is devoid of issues. I have examined her spirit pearl, and her cultivation level is far beyond that of an ordinary 100-year-old fox demon. It is exceptionally powerful, so you must remain vigilant. When the spirit pearl fully merges with Little Saw, she could undergo a complete transformation." I was taken aback by the capabilities of the spirit pearl. It seemed that Little Saw was inextricably linked to it. I could hardly ask her to dispose of it. It was best to proceed with caution. At that moment, I suddenly heard both Little Saw and Big Saw calling out, Wei, be careful." Not knowing what was amiss, I instinctively sidestepped. Nothing occurred. Yet I sensed a fleeting shadow pass by me. In the next instant, the fire in my torch extinguished abruptly. A chill ran down my spine. This was indeed the fabled ghostly wind. To my dismay, when the torch went out, the already dim fox demon cave was plunged into complete darkness, devoid of any light, rendering my hand invisible before my eyes. I instinctively shouted, Who is playing tricks? Show yourself." After uttering those words, I turned and dashed toward the direction of Little Saw and Big Saw, calling out to them as I ran. However, it was strange. Why had both of them fallen silent? Could they not hear my calls? Trusting my instincts, I arrived at the location where they had previously been, reaching out to feel around, but found no trace of them. Had I wandered off course? I pulled out my lighter, intending to reignite my torch for illumination. But as soon as the flame flickered to life, a gust of wind extinguished it once more. The wind that snuffed out the lighter felt different, almost as if it were a breath. Could it be that a ghost was indeed lurking beside me, blowing out the flame? Though panic began to set in. Having lost both old Joan and the master, I had learned to be resilient. Suddenly, I turned with determination, brandishing my peachwood sword and thrusting it forward. Yet I struck nothing. I called out to the old man, urging him to devise a solution, but he remained trapped within the bronze mirror, unable to see or intervene. Thus, he advised me, "This place is not only a graveyard of Eanwood, but may also be a den of fox demons. The mischief is likely caused by a demon, not a ghost. Typical ghost-repelling charms and life-preserving talismans are ineffective. The only remedy I had previously used on Little Saw is the demon-suppressing stone. Quickly, within the cloth bag, there is a stone the size of a thumb. You must let a drop of your blood touch it and hold it in your mouth. Your abundant yang energy will protect your life." I hastily reached into the cloth bag. Although I couldn't see, I felt a small stone within, which I quickly extracted. placing the demon-repelling stone in my mouth. I steeled myself and bit down hard, causing my tongue to bleed, droplets of crimson surely staining the stone. A flicker of confidence surged within me, prompting me to call out loudly for Xiao and Xiao Sao. Yet, there was no echo in response. How peculiar it was that two living beings could simply vanish. Just then, I caught a sound from a distance. Following the noise, I noticed a faint light ahead. Quickening my pace, I approached and discovered a sizable opening. However, this was not a tree hollow but rather a cave. The light emanated from within, and as I prepared to enter, two crimson figures suddenly sprang forth before me. Upon closer inspection, I realized there were two red foxes blocking my path, seemingly intent on preventing my entry. Undeterred, I attempted to push past them. When a voice resonated from within the cave, "Wei Wei, I'm here, come in." At the sound of that voice, the two little foxes settled down, lying still on the ground. I rushed into the cave, uncertain whether it was my anxiety or something else. But I failed to discern whether it was Sao or Xiao Sao calling me, despite their distinctly different tones. Upon entering the cave, I was taken aback. To my astonishment, there lay a naked woman before me, and in that moment, I could not identify whether she was Sao or Xiao Sao. Her alabaster skin and curvaceous form were striking. She reclined upon a wooden bed, peculiar in its construction, with barriers on either side. She extended a finger towards me, beckoning, and said, "I'm here, come." I couldn't suppress a gulp, stealing glances at her exquisite figure. Sao and Xiao Sao bore a striking resemblance, yet I could differentiate them at a glance. Sao exuded an aura of melancholic tranquility, while Xiao Sao's larger, more adorable eyes conveyed a different charm. Yet, at that moment, I truly struggled to distinguish between the two, perhaps due to her state of undress. I asked, "Are you Sao or Xiao Sao? Why are you not wearing any clothes? Where are your garments?" As I spoke, I found myself unconsciously moving closer to her. Damn it. Having spent days confined in the graveyard had undoubtedly taken a toll on me. My desires were stirred, and I questioned my lack of self-control. How could I indulge in such base thoughts at this moment? If it were Sao, it would be one matter, as we had shared intimacy before. But if it were Xiao Sao, how could I ever explain that to Sao? Unbeknownst to me, I had approached her, and in a sudden motion, she sprang from the bed, wrapping her arms around my neck and pulling me down onto the bed. My body pressed against hers, her ample curves pressing against my chest, leaving me momentarily breathless. I felt my face flush with heat. I had seen the naked forms of both women before, and at that time, I felt no embarrassment. Yet now, an inexplicable tension enveloped me. She wrapped her arms around my neck and inquired playfully, "Do you prefer the bold or the coy?" I found myself at a loss for words, my mind clouded and heavy, as if sleep were beckoning me. She pressed on, "Do you favor the bold or the coy?" A sense of unease washed over me, yet I could not pinpoint its source. I leaned closer, attempting to discern the scent that lingered upon her, to determine whether she embodied the bold or the coy. Suddenly, she pulled me tightly into her embrace, and in an instant, her tongue shot forth. My heavens! Her tongue was astonishingly long, akin to a crimson serpent, ensnaring my neck with alarming swiftness. A long tongue, was that a sign of the coy? Before I could ponder further, she uttered a chilling declaration. "Why don't you just lie there peacefully? You insist on coming out, and I shall end you." As her words echoed in the air, I felt a constriction around my neck. Her long tongue had tightened, as if intent on strangling me.